We are live. I didn't hear what you asked me. Maybe. We are live at Coletco for 11/22/25. I'm very mad because my food's not here yet, and I'm very hungry. They've delayed it over an hour. Just a crazy town here in Lebanon. It's fastest growing town in America. That was like a real stat that came out not too long ago. Something crazy like that. I forgot the exact number or how it was headlined, but it's like the fastest growing town in America is like Lebanon, Tennessee. I was like, yeah, I'm not surprised. These restaurants around here, they can't build them fast enough. It's absolutely crazy. Chick-fil-A drivers like, yeah, they got the police down here directing traffic in front of the Chick-fil-A. That's how many people's trying to get in for a Chick-fil-A sandwich. Thousands. Millions. Billions. Okay. Okay. All right, hope everybody's hit the like button already on Facebook. If not, then I'll be disappointed and you're going to make me sad. So please go ahead and do that. And all right, there's that link shared. YouTube. Good morning, everybody. All right, get this on our story. All right. Let's see. Did I pull that up on YouTube? No. There's a few coins left, but there's virtually no coin. I mean, so we had about 3 people last night for about 3 hours straight after midnight buy every coin in the store. There's some stuff around here. I found some stuff even after the sale. Of course, I didn't spend a lot of time doing it. I had almost had a headache after last night. I never talked that long before. I was pretty exhausted. Pretty dang exhausted. All right, I'm almost done sharing links. We're going to clear off the table. So here's tonight's agenda. I'm going to start selling stuff. If we get to a good stopping point relatively early, that's it. If the show keeps rolling and I keep rolling, we'll be selling for another, I don't know, 9 hours, 12 hours. So it's up to y'all for that participation level. I'll maybe determine a little bit of the outcome. Yep, we had a few $2 bills. That's right. You missed those. You missed some fractional currency. You missed, that's about it though. There wasn't much more than that. All right. Move that stuff here. I'll start clearing this off. So we've got, let's see what's left here. I'm gonna take these 2 trays here. Coins, take that. And those. Okay. Looks like somebody left me some reel-to-reels. Johnny Cash, Bob Dylan, Johnny Cash, The Seekers, Mystic Moods, and Charles Wright. Okay. Let me set these over here. Patiently awaiting my food to be delivered. And the keyword's patiently. And the keyword is Chad doesn't get too patient when it comes to food. Okay. I got just a few proof sets left. 2019s are $75. 2024 is $95. 2021s are $35. And 2017s are $45. So if anybody's interested in some of these later proof sets, that's what I have. 2017, $45. 2021, $35. 2024, $95. And 2019, $75. So those are all available. 45, 35, 95, and 75. I'm going to put these over here of our other coins. That's the only proof sets that were left after last night. And some of those we already sold at least a single copy of it. We just, those were extras or leftovers. We got Rembrandt. We got Notre Dame Cathedral. We got Casino Royale. I'm going to put all that back in here. This is some pretty good stuff. Okay. This is a levitating UFO. So this is a UFO that is silver and it levitates. It's really cool. I mean, it's literally, it's $275. It's a silver flying saucer and it levitates. $275. If you didn't know we had this. So it looks like Earth, and then there's a silver UFO that hovers above it. $275. There's the silver. There's the power plug. And it plugs into this. That looks like Earth. And it levitates. And it legitimately hovers like it's flying over Earth. Silver levitating UFO. Paul's already bought 3 of them. $275. You bought 3 levitating UFOs. This is a silver UFO. I bet you don't have a silver one. Mine's gold. I bet you don't have a platinum one. Me and my friend have a joke. He'll be like, well, I own the Beatles. And I'll be like, well, I created the Beatles. And he'll be like, yeah, well, I own them. And I'll be like, well, yeah, I created them, though. That's our running joke. I'll be like, yeah, well, I own Chick-fil-A. And he'll be like, well, I invented it. That's Austin Vaden. You don't know him. You don't have friends. And you don't want to know him. I don't have friends. I've got too many. I've got too many. That's a Vaden for you. You gotta watch out for those. Golly. Some rough characters. Those Vadens. Golly. Rough people. Okay. Almost cleared off here. Zach Sabbath, Armored Saint, more coins. Everybody's laughing because you made fun of me not having any friends, Paul. That's okay.
They know just as well as I do.
I know. Y'all just think I live in my little bubble here and I don't know anybody. I'm just like some kind of hermit or something. That's okay. I'll get you back, Paul. What is that?
Mighty Baby.
Mighty Baby. Sounds like it's a good record.
Oh, yeah.
Someone says they own the patent on patents. Yeah, well, I created it. My food's here. And our first crate of records. Oh, boy. I'm so excited. I can't do these sales unless I eat. And my food is late. I've been here ready to start at 5:30. Golly. So, Chick-fil-A is 3 minutes down the road because our store's on our main highway. You can literally drive there in 3 minutes. I ordered this food over an hour ago. That's how busy they are. The guy said there's literally cops down here directing traffic. So many people trying to get into Chick-fil-A. That's how many people's trying to pull into Chick-fil-A and get food right now. Thousands. It's like they cause a catastrophe 3 times a day. And I'm like, they just need to open 2. They need to open one on one side of the road and one on the other side of the road. And they'd both still be busy. I was like, golly. I was like, man, they had to call the police. There's so many people trying to get Chick-fil-A. Paul's finding all kinds of stuff. He's over here huffing and puffing. Paul's finding some good stuff. I did take a picture yesterday before y'all started tearing into that stuff. All right. Out of college, money spent, see no future, pay no rent. All the money's gone, nowhere to go. Dun, dun, dun. There is so much stuff stacked around here. I don't know what to do with it. Oh, wow. Weird Al. Those are good. Somebody just came in the front door. Hope I locked it. I think I did. Okay, it's Otis. We're in good shape then. Hey, buddy. Oh, there we go. Hey, buddy. Oh, my gosh. Oh, boy. He knows where that Chick-fil-A is. All right. See it? Shake. He's kind of got the zoomies. Wow. 4-digit?
Yeah.
Wow. That's tough to get. All right, let's get started. Okay. Where's this morning's video, Otis? Okay. Oh, wow. That is some good stuff. Paul's finding some good stuff over here, folks. He's distracted me. No, keep them coming. All right, so welcome, and let's get started. We have TSO, Saxon, Metallica, Elvis, TSO, Kid Rock, Sepultura, Elvis, Harry Connick, TSOL, Home Alone, and Elvis. So let's get started, and I'm going to knock out some of these bonus auctions. Let me stack all this up here. Wow. This guy collects like every great record ever invented.
He's a DJ for 30 years.
Wow. Amazing. Paul's pulling some great stuff over here. First auction of that is NXS The Swing. NXS is an 84 USOG promo, VG Plus condition. Gold stamp promo, special limited edition album cover, hop sticker or promo sticker on the front. $15 start on that. Auction number 2 is a 12-inch single of Quiet Riot, Mama We're All Crazy Now. Quiet Riot is EX Plus condition. The flip on that one is Metal Health, Bang Your Head, and Let's Get Crazy. I think we know Bang Your Head. That's a $10 start on that. Metallica over here is officially sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. This is Metallica Hardwired to Self-Destruct box set. This is $64.99. It includes the 3 LPs, lithograph, and 8 buttons. That is $64.99. Thank you, Danny. We still got one of the Guns N' Roses boxes. This is a 4 LP double gatefold jacket, $89.99. Austin Latham has the opening bid. Thank you, Austin. He has the opening bid over here on the NXS album at just $15. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. Otis is smelling my French fries, Tanner. I don't have my treats back here. I'll have to run up front and grab his treats right quick. Ready for a treat? I better feed this dog some treats because he's staring at me eating these fries. Share. This is on red vinyl. Share is $29.99. And Share is the Christmas album on red vinyl, $29.99. We also have Metallica, the Black Album. I got 2 of those still in stock for $34.99. Final Call on NXS for $15 and Final Call on Quiet Riot for $10. The Michael Bublé Christmas album, he's on red vinyl, $29.99. And then Metallica Garage Inc., the triple LP, Garage Days Revisited, Turn the Page, Whiskey in the Jar. All right, Otis, time to go get your milk bone treats. We better get you some dog treats in your system. Otherwise, you're not going to be too happy because you're going to be watching me eat old Chick-fil-A and you're going to be like, what, Chad? I wish I had some Chick-fil-A. I'm going to be like, well, Otis, let's go back here and get these treats. Yeah, let's walk back here and do it by the camera. This dog will walk right beside you. It's like he's trained or something. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to give Otis a milk bone treat. He's going to sit. He's going to shake. And then I'm going to give him this treat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he has to get fed a treat. It's necessary. Okay? Over here, Home Alone Christmas. Home Alone is $29.99. $29.99 for Home Alone. And this is sold to Kelly Vladorchek. I'm pulling some stuff from the flip video from this morning. Quiet Riot did get a new bid for $12. I got one more Home Alone if anybody wants it. Don't forget it's got that Tom Petty track for $29.99. The Rod Stewart Christmas album, Merry Christmas Baby, red vinyl, that's $46.99. And then we have Sepultura Live, which was sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That was sold to you. Thank you and appreciate that. By the way, there's one of those left. Also, TSOL. That's not TSO, that's TSOL. That's sold to Kelly Vladorchek. Thank you on that. And then we have 2 more of those left if anybody wants one. That's Live and 91. That's $29.99. Austin Latham gets NXS for $15. Cassie Center gets Home Alone. And then Quiet Riot, the last bid on Quiet Riot. Stanley Richmond, you're out. Leslie Sibley has it for $12. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Till Tuesday. And Till Tuesday, Voices Carry is an 85 USOG Carrollton press and EX Plus condition. $15 start on that. I got 2 copies of the Harry Connick Jr., and there's a note here from Kelly Vladorchek, shipped to Jack Gunn. And I'm assuming the logistics department know what to do with that. that says shipped to Jack Gunn, G-U-N-N. So thank you, Kelly. The TSOL is live and 91. Orange vinyl, unofficial, $29.99. And then we had the Elvis Christmas album. One was officially sold to J.P. Kane. One sold to Dawn Nicole. And then the last and final Elvis Christmas album was sold to Sandra Martin. All right, so those are all sold. And then we have Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $44.99, double LP. The first one is sold to Heather Grant, and there's one extra, $44.99. And the other one over here is Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And we only had one extra, and that was Saritha Sessions. So let's put Scott Markheim on a waiting list for Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Ghost of Christmas Eve. If we could put him on a wait list, that would be great. Till Tuesdays at $20 with Jim B Z10001. And then Quiet Rights at $15, which means Leslie Sivley, you were outbid. And then Darren Wortman, XXX56XXX, over on YouTube. I believe that's Darren Wortman. So some of y'all on YouTube, I can't see your names anymore. It just shows your handle, which is really not good for us. But I can figure out sometimes by y'all's profile picture who got it. So TSOL was sold to Darren Wortman. We officially have a waiting list going for Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And the waiting list for this, the first person from the video is Scott Markheim. And then the second person just commented Cassie Center. Okay, that's Trans-Siberian Orchestra on that. All right, so there's that. And that was our this morning's video. So I post a 6 a.m. video every morning over a whole lot of records. And every day we start our show by going through those records and tagging those live. Because typically there's extras and leftovers. And when there's extras and leftovers, y'all can see those live here. Or even if something's sold out, y'all can go on a waiting list like we just did with Trans-Siberian. So that's great. I'm going to take another bite of food right quick. I'm going to feed Otis a treat every time I pause to eat food. Otherwise, he's going to pout and start getting all teary-eyed on me. His eyes literally start watering. He's like, oh, Chad. All My mic was still muted. Dang, this button doesn't work. It's not that I forget to unmute it. It's the button doesn't work as well anymore. It's like double press it. Okay, I'm good to go now. So Quiet Riot, the most recent bid on Quiet Riot was Leslie Sivley at $16, which means Stanley Richmond, you were outbid, okay? And then over here, Till Tuesday was William Warner at $25. And William Warner has that at $25. Yes, and Kelly Vlodarchek, they probably couldn't hear me live on that. Kelly Vlodarchek on a waiting list for the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and then Brad White's on the wait list for Home Alone. Our first auction from the advertised stuff is TSOL Hit and Run, an 87 USOG with company inner sleeve and insert. EX, a $25 start. TSOL Hit and Run, a $25 start. Guns N' Roses is $89.99. Share Christmas is $29. Also, we had Metallica, the Black Album at $34. Michael Bublé Christmas at $29. Metallica Garage Inc. was $59. And then we had Rod Stewart Merry Christmas at $46. Sepultura at $39. TSOL at $29. Kid Rock at $44. And Harry Connick at $39. Okay. First auction, TSOL from the advertised stuff is at $25 and $25. Till Tuesday's at 25. Cindy Jones, you've been outbid. And then over here, Quite Right is at 16 with Leslie Silverly. I'm about to sell it. And I just glanced over here and saw this Jordan card. And I bet Barry hates me, Paul. You over there, Paul? I've got to get that deal done with him. I basically have a deal done. I just got to text him and let him know the details. Gosh, I think about it every day and I forget about him. Bootleg thing. People hate me, Paul. People just absolutely hate me. Paul's nodding. I can't keep up with everything. All right, let's go up here and grab another crate of vinyl. Make a note, whoever's watching, text about Jordan rookie. What's Tanner got going up here? Rice and chicken? What are you, some kind of health nut? Okay. All right, Otis, you ready for a treat? His flashlight's on his collar, by the way. I don't know if that's battery operated, but Otis's flashlight's on. Flashlight, flashlight. Isn't that a Parliament song? All right. Wow, everything's still. The first three auctions of the night are essentially still getting bids. Quite Right 20, TSOL 40, and Till Tuesday 30. That's our first three auctions of the night, and they're all still getting bids. Till Tuesday is at 30, TSOL's at 40, and now Quite Right's at 20. We had two new puzzles come in yesterday, and those two new puzzles that came in yesterday was Pink Floyd, The Endless River, and Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses. The Subliminal Verses, which those are $24.99 each. Slipknot puzzle, Pink Floyd puzzle, $24.99 on that. Okay, and then I'm looking for only one record in here, but I will go through the MoFi stuff. Miles Davis Milestones is $44.99. Bill Evans and Jim Hall Undercurrents, $34.99. Miles Davis and A Silent Way is $44.99. Saxon The Inner Sanctum. Saxon The Inner Sanctum is sold to Richard Bradshaw, $34.99. There's one Saxon left. Richard Bradshaw got one. The Doors is $59.99. Analog Productions and Miles Davis is $44. All right, Leslie, is that on Quite Right? Amazing. This is sold to Stanley Richmond for $20. That is sold. I'm assuming we're done on Till Tuesday and TSOL. The Till Tuesday last bid was William at 30. Haven't heard back from Cindy Jones, but that is a final call. And then TSOL's at 40. And then John Howard, that one's up to you. Mark Steele on that last copy of Saxon, The Inner Sanctum. Thank you on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. TSOL sold to Kelly Flottercheck for $40. Laura's working on some of the auctions. If you need something requested, I'll let you know if it's up here or not, but not everything's up here. Just FYI. So I'll put up here what is up here. Wasted Vices, an 83 USOG EX condition, and we're going to start that at $15. It does have the hop sticker. Not a bad copy whatsoever. All right. And don't forget about some of our Japanese stuff over here too. I think I got a few left that hadn't officially been put up. Let me change out crates right quick. And Anthrax. Anthrax not up here yet. We'll see how quick Laura can get that up in the rotation, but it's not up here yet. Only about 5 are, honestly. but we're working on it. Okay, here's a Japanese pressing. Did somebody just lay this next to me? Did you lay this next to me? Okay, we'll go ahead and run it then. And let's see what we got going on here, BB King. I don't get a lot of BB King Japanese. So let's see what's going on with BB King in Cook County Jail. Typical near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with Obi. BB King has the inserts with it. $35 start for BB King. And he's up for bid. And let me swap out crates and let's get right into some vintage stuff as John's bringing it right now. I'm about to grab the first crate. You can park it here, there, wherever you want. All right, there's that. Thank you, John. He's got some brand new stuff right over here. I'm about to get right into it. I'm going to go ahead and condense these records with that other crate that we just went through, so it's all together. And then let's get into this brand new vintage stuff. Okay? And Seth dropped off a whole new bonus crate, so we got all kinds of stuff to put up. Auction number 4 is Lover Boy, Keep It Up, an 83 OG in shrink and high, very nice copy, EX Plus, near mint minus, $15 start on that. Till Tuesday is sold to William Warner for $35. That's sold to William Warner for $35. Next is Wasted Vices. Wasted's an 83 USOG in shrink with hype, looking for a $15 start. BB King has a bid with Michael Knapp for $35, and Lover Boy is a $15 start. Okay? And actually, we're going to start with this crate right here of Buy It Now Best Offer. So let's see here. Let's grab this one and this one. Yeah, let's go through this one. Everything in here will be Buy It Now or Best Offer. Okay? And let me see here. I'm doing a quick flip. Make sure this is the one I want to get started with. All right. Here we go. All right, about time to give Otis a treat. Bad glare. Yeah, I need to pull these out of the sleeve. Well, I think Lover Boy's in shrink and it has glare, so it's going to be tough. The ones with shrink are hard to show. And then I probably can adjust a couple of these. I'll fix that in just a second. All right, where are you? Sit. Shake. Good job. I'm going to give you that for a second. All right, Otis, I got to stand there. Otis is sitting on my mat. Okay, here we go. So, Wasted is a Buy It Now for $15. That's a no bid. BB King is sold to Michael Knapp. One bid, $35. Thank you, Michael Knapp. That's sold to you. Japanese BB King is gone. Sold to Michael Knapp for $35. Thank you on that, Michael Knapp. All right, and then over here is Lover Boy. Paula has that for $15. That's going once, going twice. About to go through a new crate of vintage. Next auction is Elton John's Honky Chateau. And this is the original Uni Press. It's a strong VG Plus. Has the envelope style jacket. $15 start on that. James Davidson got Wasted for $15. James Davidson got Wasted for $15. That was a cheap price to get Wasted for, 15 bucks. And then over here we have, yeah, what is the glare situation here? I don't know. It's weird, like the camera doesn't move and then all of a sudden the angles on these records are off. I don't understand it. How about we do that? We'll shift that down. We'll move down Joan Jett and we'll block it with Led Zeppelin. Okay. All right, there's that. Here we go. We got George Baker Selection. Paloma Blanca. $9.99. Warner Brothers Records. Over here, we got The Fortunes. That's on Press Records, $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. This is the Fortunes. And then, do we ever get any Martin Knopfler albums? Occasionally. The Mason Williams phonograph record. Mason Williams is $9.99. And The Promise, the original motion picture soundtrack, $14.99. The Seekers Gorgie Girl, $14.99. Gorgie Girl. Thank you, John. And Otis is sniffing for any crumbs below my feet. And then over here, I think Dave Ferguson bid $15 on Wasted. And he's the one who got it or not. Dave Ferguson got Wasted for $15. I don't know who I said originally, but this is supposed to go to Dave Ferguson for $15. Thank you, Dave Ferguson. We need to change this. He was first at $15. That was officially a bid, but it had a no bid for the longest, so it goes to him for $15. $15, okay? Loverboy, that sold for $15, and that was sold for $15 to Paula. And over here, we got Elton John, Honky Chateau, final call as well on that for $15. And next thing over here is Holy Terror. This is called Mind Wars. Holy Terror is on Road Racers, 88 US with insert, a $35 start for that. The Guess Who Rockin', $14.99. The Guess Who Rockin' Orange RCA label, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, What's New? $9.99 for Linda Ronstadt. Gene Autry, Cowboy Hall of Fame, that's $9.99. And Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same, $19.99 on that. Minute Work Cargo, $24.99. This has the original inner sleeve with it, $24.99 on that. Elton John, final call, there's Holy Terror. And then right next to that, we're going to go ahead and put up this right here, Led Zeppelin 4. Led Zeppelin 4 is a 1971 US OG Richmond press. It is in VG minus, but no feelers are noticed. So this is just got some more than usual scuffing on it. $15 start on that. You bid in the comments. As easy as you asked how to bid, that's how you bid. You just bid in the comments. And you can also claim, and all these are best offer as well. Lily Tomlin on stage, $14.99. The Best of Rick Roberts, $9.99 for The Best of Rick Roberts. And Clarence Clemens and the Red Bank Rockers, $19.99 for Clarence Clemens. And B.B. King in London. I think we had one of these this morning in the video. There's a nice copy for $34.99. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless. This one has a little bit of a paper pull here. $29.99 for Captain Beyond. And the Guess Who, Wild One. The Guess Who's $14.99. Elton John. Over here is a no bid. It's a $15 buy it now. Final chance to bid on Holy Terror, Mind Wars, which is an 88 US with insert, a strong VG plus. That's about to be a $35. That's about to be a $35 buy it now. Led Zeppelin does have a bid for $15. Topographic gets Elton John for $15. Tim Rory gets Men at Work for $17. Those are all sold. And we have W.C. Fields, $19.99, his original recordings. Ian Hunter Live and Shrink and Hop, $29.99 for that. And Neil Diamond Gold at the Troubadour, $12.99 for Neil Diamond. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found, Shrink and Hop, that's $19.99. And Do They Know It's Christmas? That's the very popular 12-inch single. And somebody's put a bonus. They sold you the 45 and the single in one. You get a 2-in-1 on that one. It's not supposed to be like that. But there it is at $14.99. Led Zeppelin's about to sell for $15. Next auction over here is Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack. Unfortunately, old D. Ronnie wrote his name on the cover. Other than that, it's okay. EX Edition, $15 start on that. And then we have Captain Beyond is in here. That's Sufficiently Breathless. Does have a little bit of cover damage up here, but no condition notes on the vinyl. $29.99. Kelly Vladerchek wants Do They Know It's Christmas? That's so to Kelly Vladerchek. And The History of Small Faces, $19.99 for Small Faces. And The Jacksons Going Places. The Jacksons is $34.99. That's an orange epic label. And Pat Boone, Texas Woman. Mr. Pat's $9.99. Captain Beyond, so to David Dull. And then we have REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, $19.99 on that. All right, Holy Terror is a buy now for $35. That one's called Mind Wars. Let's put that right over here. And then next thing I have going up is Shock Paris. And Shock Paris is Steel and Starlight. An 87 USOG. It has the original company inner sleeve and insert. And Shock Paris is a $25 start. Let's move that down. Let's also sell Led Zeppelin to Paula for $15. And now she has Michael Schenker for $15. Final call on that. Big City, Merle Haggard. This is $14.99. And ZZ Top Tres Hombres. ZZ Top is $34.99 on ZZ Top Tres Hombres. Chad Atkins, string it along with Chad Atkins and Mono, $14.99. Scott, you just missed Led Zeppelin. It was already sold for $15. And then we got Michael Jackson Thriller. I got to get with John. Is he out of sleeves back there? I'm not liking these sleeves he's using at all. $34.99. This one does have co-produced by Michael Jackson. I got to make a note. These are, I don't like these. $34.99. Chad's getting upset. I want everything in the same sleeve. They feel like, these feel like 3 mil, but some of these don't feel like new ones either. Some of these look like looks like maybe they were already sleeved and he used them again, which, you know, isn't a bad thing, but I'm not a fan. Okay, here we go. So, here we go. Yeah, that's what happened to Michael Jackson. It's ripped here, see? Let me put in a brand new sleeve. All right. There's that. Here we go. Next thing is Shock Paris has two $25 bids. Sean Holford bid 25, Stephen Lewis bid 25. So Stephen Lewis, you're out. Michael Shanker is sold for $15 to Paula. Mark Morris said, I went to a record store today and I got to tell you, it's much better sitting home on my Keister watching Coletco and buying records. Hard to beat Chad's entertainment factor. There we go. Keister. Oh.
It's like Tookus.
Oh, his butt.
Yeah.
I was like, what is his Keister? His butt. He's sitting on his butt. Nobody wants to go out and buy records anymore. They want to buy it on their couch, sitting on their keister. We have John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie in shrink wrap, $19.99. Peter Frampton is $9.99. And Foreigner, Double Vision, $19.99. Folks, we're in the year 2025. Everybody wants to buy everything from their house, like me. Holy Terror, by the way, is still a no bid. It's an 88 US. It's a $35 buy now. No one's bid that yet. Shock Paris is at $30.35. Cindy Jones on IF. I bet she's going to claim something and got auto-corrected. The Kings give the people what they want. $14.99. ZZ Top El Loco is $34.99. And over here we got Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been. Jim Croce is $24.99. Paula also wants a pack of outer sleeves and a pack of inner sleeves. We can do that. Paula wants a pack of outer sleeves and Paula wants a pack of inner sleeves. We can do that. Here comes a major price reduction for Black Sabbath. The last time we had Black Sabbath up, it was a $65 start. This is a UK original, a UK original 83 Live Evil. We're going to essentially cut the starting bid in half and say Black Sabbath is a $35 start. Cindy Jones, in fact, wanted John Fogerty. Okay, you got it. Shock Paris is at 38. Now it's between Sean and Breezy. Breezy has it for 38. John Denver, Seasons of the Heart. That's a German press for $9.99. Oh my gosh, it's Pablo Cruz and Shrink and Hop sticker. Goodness gracious, $9.99. Everybody remain calm. I'm going to pretend like I didn't even show that. What is John doing? Kickoff USA, the University of Michigan, $19.99. College Football Saturday, and there's some University of Michigan for you. Collection, Emmylou Harris, that's a German press for $19.99. And then we got, Red Fox. That's an old, dirty Red Fox record there. There's an old, dirty Red Fox record. That's $14.99. And then there's Kenny G. And smooth Kenny G there's $9.99. Let's go back to the top. Black Sabbath does have a bid for 40. Shock 40, Shock 43. Alonzo and Sean are in the ring right now throwing punches. We also have Roy Acuff. He's $9.99. We got Peter Godwin,
Correspondence, Peter Godwin is $14.99, and Jason and the Scorchers is $19.99. So Red Fox is sold for $10 to Scott Arnold. Cassie wants kickoff. She says, give me the University of Michigan. And we got Bellamy Brothers. Oh, plain and fancy there, Bellamy Brothers, $9.99. Sean's out on Shock. And Carla Bonoff Russell's White Label Prono, $14.99. The best of Jan and Dean is $9.99. Okay, and then my next record over here, this is Shock Paris, Steel, and Starlight. Shock Paris, Steel, and Starlight. Alonzo has it for $43. And then Black Sabbath, that's Live Evil. It now has bids for $35 and $40. And we have Barry White, Stone Gone, $9.99. I know I thought about that the other day, Carol. I was like, well, if we do sign another Pablo Cruz record and auction off another one for charity, most people's not going to even know what we're doing. They're going to be like, why are we auctioning a signed Pablo Cruz record? That's now a running joke for 4 years, and probably 2/3 of the people watching have no idea what I'm talking about. Cindy gets Jan and Dean. The Who, It's Hard, Eminence Front and Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, $19.99. And the Best of the James Gang, Funk, $49. And here's how Joe Walsh's guitar sounds. Paul's doing the rhythm for me back here in the back. Jackson 5, I'll Be There, with the Hype sticker. Third album, Jackson 5, $34.99. American Gigolo with a Blondie's Call Me, $19.99. Shock Paris over here is sold for $43 to Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Out all day, out all night, I know where Otis is going. He's looking at me like, what is wrong with you, dude? Kelly Vloddercheck on Jackson 5. And then we got Kinks present a soap opera. The Kinks is $19.99. And the Yardbirds Greatest Hits, a 1982 German press on white vinyl. That's pretty cool. An 82 German press on white vinyl, $29.99. So Black Sabbath's at $40, now $42. And let's move dog treats and records so Laura can put in the auctions. Let me move this and this. I'll move these and this. We'll blame it on Paul. Yeah, we'll blame it on Paul. Oh, and we'll go ahead and put up Takashi. And here comes Takashi. And Laura, what's this dog's name? Otis. Otis thought I was saying something about a treat. I said Takashi. This is Kamikaze Killers. 83 USOG sealed, a $25 start for Takashi. Yeah, I know. He's like, there's literally tears coming out of his eyes. Okay. All right, buddy. Where's that box at? Golly. All right. His eyes get all watery. It's the saddest thing ever. Okay. He knows the drill. He's got to do one thing. He's got to shake my hand. Okay. All right. There you go. Boy, these things have a strong odor. It smells like chicken. Okay. There we go. Chicken. Okay, next thing over here. We got Black Sabbath at $42, $44. And Steve Little's out. Okay, and then Takashi. Let's look at that again. 83 USOC sealed. Kamikaze Killers, $20 start. Okay. And let me just read through these right quick. And Black Sabbath is about to be sold to Michael Knapp for $44 in just a moment. Okay. And Laura dropped off more auctions, not all of them, but she did drop off more of them. She's shipping away at those. If I'm talking kind of fast tonight, I'm going to try to get through all the new stuff as fast as possible, which will be good for me, you, and everybody watching probably. We have Fastway, Easy Living. This is a promo picture disc. And on the back, there's some stickiness. Okay? Right there in the, luckily it's in the dead wax though. It looks like right here in the dead wax, somebody tried to, yeah, it's mostly in the dead wax. It has some residue. See that? But it's only in the dead wax and where the label would have went. So I don't know what happened there, but it's kind of sticky. And there's a little bit of it here too. So buyer beware on this. The front side's perfect. So $10 start on the Fastway picture disc, okay? $10 start on the Fastway picture disc. Black Sabbath over here is sold to Michael Nath for $44. All right, thank you, Mr. Nath. And Mr. Nath, I think we officially finally sold the rest of your coins last night. Most of what we did in that late night blitz was that last bit of coins that we bought from you like a year ago, I think. So it took us a year, but I think we finally have got all those sold. Fastways at 10. Now that I've seen you on, that's what I was selling last night at 3 a.m. The rest of that coin collection we bought from you. So thank you for selling to us. It took us a while to sell it. I don't know how long ago that was, but it seems like it's been forever. I tell people when I buy big collections, I'm like, man, some of this stuff we might be selling for years or a year or years. Next is Crocus, Midnight Maniac from the Blitz. Crocus over here is an 84 USOG promo, 12-inch single, near mint minus, $10 start. The only thing I still have is the, I think the Creed guitar, which I think has been moved closer to me so we can try to sell it next week. And there's that. Okay, here we go. So I'm just going to read what's left in here. Actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and go straight into another crate. I think that's going to be even better, Otis. Well, that's right, Chad. Let's just go right into another crate. See? The dog has literally spoken. All right. Takashi did not get a bid. Let's make that a $20 buy now. That's Kamikaze Killers, okay? And then over here we got Fastway now at 20. And be aware of the residue on the back. Can't identify it. And then Joe DeGaldo put G10. Was that supposed to be an F10, Joe? You sunk my battleship. Crocus is over here, a $10 start, an 84 USOG promo. That is a $10 start. And Paul wants Yak for Yakety Yak. No, he wants Tack for Takashi. That's sold to Paul Richards for a $20 buy it now. All right, there we go. Buy it now, best offer. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. $39.99. This does have the original inner sleeve with it. A spanking copy here of Goat Head Soup. $39.99. What a nice copy. Yeah, that's a nice. That means it's very nice. We have Jackson 5 ABC. $34.99. It's an easy as 1, 2, 3. ABC. Firing Seth is just that easy. You're fired. You got to do it in the Vince McMahon voice. Screw you, Seth. You're fired. NXS, Listen Like Thieves. Unfortunately, old Dolan wrote his name on the cover. $29.99 on that. Kelly Vladerchek on Jackson 5. So quick update, Fastways at $25. We got Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. That one's $34. And the Who Hooligans is $34.99. Great Who compilation there. Next auction's Lizzie Borden. Boy, I'm flying through these tonight. Hope everybody's ready. I'm about to pull up the game over here and be watching how the Vols hopefully beat the Gators down in the swamp. I'm going to act like Seth and just say we're going to lose and we suck at everything. We have Lizzie Borden, give him the axe, an 84 USOG with insert, a $30 start. Lizzie Borden, give him the axe. So that is an OG copy. It's an 84 OG with insert, a $30 start on that. And then Crocus is a $10 buy it now. That's sold. And let's grab Lizzie Borden. And I'm going to open up my Hulu over here because it's just about that time. ESPN night game, I think. We're in the primetime slot. There's so many cupcake games today. I think the biggest thing is almost a near meaningless, one of the biggest games of the day is a near meaningless Tennessee-Florida game. About the only thing this one counts for, I think, is pride. Okay, which is, you know, college football at its finest. Rick Hall over here. This is $10. That's sold to Rick Hall on the buy it now. And then info on JG last crate. James Gang, are you asking for info on James Gang last crate? Next thing over here is H2O. Big difference. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Next is Jack Bruce, Bill Lorden, and Robin Trower, BLT, $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. And then Robin Trower Bridge of Size is $24.99. $24.99. James Gang, there was a James Gang Greatest Hits in the last crate, Otis. And that one was right here. The best of the James Gang was $19.99. It's on the original label, which is ABC Records, and there's no condition notes, $19.99. All right, next auction over here is Fastway, and this is officially sold to Dwayne Worley for $25. Lizzie Borden's now up for bid. I'm about to put up another auction. So Lizzie Borden, the last bid that happened on this was Brian Stern at 30. Let's look at that one more time. Brian Stern, this is an 84 USOG with insert. It's no condition notes near mint, and that has one bid for $30. Holbrook on BLT, and I will sell that to you for $15. And then over here we got Robin Trower. This has a little bit of discoloration on the cover, but no condition notes on the vinyl. EX plus on that one, right on the borderline of being up there around the near mint minus, but I would say EX plus. James Gang is sold to Fairlane Dave for $14. And then over here we got the Motions Electric Baby. The Motions Electric Baby is $39.99 on the Phillips. Have not sold Osmosis yet. Dory Previn Reflections into Mud Puddle. Interesting. $9.99 on that. But our next auction is Hanoi Rocks. 2 steps from the move. Hanoi Rocks is an 84 US Pittman OG with the original inner sleeve. That is super clean, and Hanoi Rocks is going to go up for a $35 star. So Lizzie Borden has a new bid for $32. We also have Lacey J. Dalton for $14.99, and the Ice Castle soundtrack for $19.99. Shrink and Hype, Marvin Hamlish, and Nazareth, Close Enough for Rock and Roll. That one's $24. Next auction is going to go up right now, and then Chad's going to take a bite of a chocolate brownie. Do what? Over here we have Elton John, Live Catfish, Booker T. What's going on with this Booker T? Booker T and the MGs, Universal Language. I don't think I see that one too often. 1977, VG Plus condition. Booker T is a $10 start. Over here we got Mirth, MYRTH. That's a 69 press, $34.99. Willie Nelson Stardust is $14.99. And we have Glass Tiger. Glass Tigers in Shrink, that's $19.99. The Go-Go's Vacation. The Go-Go's is $19.99. And the Who's Missing. This is a gold stamp promo, contains 3 unreleased tracks. The Who, $19.99. So over here, Lizzie Borden, $32.35. Chuck Edgar's out, but Chuck Edgar is on Hanoi Rocks for $30. And Booker T's a $10 start. Did you ever sell the Testament a few days ago? That sold last night on Metal Night, or Thursday night on Metal Night, yes. Have I ever had chocolate zucchini bread? That is not on my roster. No, I have not ever had that. Mark Morris on Go-Go's. What's that? Was that funny, Paul? I have a roster of food I eat every week, okay? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have a roster. I don't get off the roster too much. It's Chick-fil-A, Demas's, Hardee's, Publix. We have Wham, Make It Big, Wake Me Up, Before You Go Go. That used to be Paul's ringback tone. Wham, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Call back. What was it called when you could call somebody and they would play a song for them? Yeah. Careless Whisper, $39.99. Wham, George Michael, $39.99. My cousin Bud's ringback tone for about 30 years was Soundgarden, Burden in My Hand. It was like a staple. If you called Bud Clemens, you was going to hear Soundgarden. Paul over here on the Who, this is Soda Paula. Brad Waite's Glass Tiger is in Shrink. That is $19.99. No condition notes on that. Really nice OG copy, Booker T 11. And then over here, we have Aaron Andrus on Wham. And then we have over here, Hanoi Rocks at 35. Okay, so Lizzie Borden is sold. LB, Lizzie Borden is sold to Brian Stern for $35. Thank you, Brian Stern. That's so to you. Hanoi Rocks 35, Hanoi Rocks 38 with Chuck Edgar. Booker T's up between 2 people, Cindy Jones and Joe DeGaldo. Joe DeGaldo has it for 11. We have the Plim Souls. Plim Souls is $14. A Million Miles Away, $14.99. I think that's a 12-inch single. It is. And the flip is I'll Get Lucky. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. Over here, I've got Creator, I've got Danger, I've got something else. I got Armored Saint. That looks like Great White. Anthrax. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready to bid. This has been asked about sidewards, upside downwards, backwards. One guy said, I will have to fly there if I need to bid on it. I will book a plane tomorrow and get to Coletco if I have to bid on it on site. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. This album is not in print. However, it is VG minus. It has a lot of scuffing, but no fillable marks, which means it's going to play fine. You're going to crank it up, and you're going to be like, wow, I'm glad I bought this record from Coletco. This is an 87 U.S. Club copy of Anthrax, $20 start. Let the bidding begin. That album's not in print in any way, form, or shape. I don't know why. You'd have to contact Anthrax. We have Pop Life. That is Prince, 12-inch single, $24.99. Haven't had that in a while. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, $19.99. And Stephen Stills, Right By You. Oh, Stevens, $19.99. The Best of the Guess Who Volume 2 is $19.99. Hanoi Rocks is about to sell for $38 to Chuck Yeager. Great price. Over here is Booker T. And Booker T is at $15 with Cindy Jones. That's sold to Cindy Jones for $15. And then Holy Terror is sold to Jeff Brindley for $30. All right, there we go. So there's Hanoi Rocks. And then here's Anthrax. And then let's add something else from the bonus crate. But first, here's Hall & Oates Rockin' Soul Part 1, $19.99. Here's Nitty Gritty Dirt Band with poster at $39.99. And Loverboy Keep It Up, $19.99 for Loverboy Keep It Up. Next auction is Iron Maiden. No, it's not. Next auction is Crocus. No, it's not. Next auction is No, it's not. Next auction is Los Lobos. How Will the Wolf Survive? An 84 USOG specialty press, which is interesting. It had the original presses come with like this Obi. That's weird. Los Lobos. It is an 84 USOG. It comes with this like OB hop sticker type deal. $15 start on Los Lobos, okay? Next auction is The Who's Greatest Hits. That's cool. And it's sealed. $24.99 for The Who. We got Scandal. Love's Got a Line on You. Scandal's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Nice. With poster. Nice copy with the Milton Glasser poster, $44. $44.99 on that. Hanoi Rocks is sold, and this is sold over here to Chuck Yeager for $38. Thank you, Chuck Yeager. That's sold to you for $38. Appreciate that. Let's put that away. Is Crocus a $10 buy now? Yes, but it already sold. It already sold. That's already gone. Anthrax is now at $35. Los Lobos has a bid for $15, and The Who, Brian Stern, said he would do $20 on that. Sell that to Brian Stern for $20. Chuck Yeager was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Chuck Yeager second on that, and then ST gets Bob Dylan. Otis just knocked his treats over. He didn't spill them. He jumped up here and knocked them off the edge of this crate. Here you go. One more, buddy, okay? We're going to have to hand these off to your father, okay? All right, shake. All right, there you go. He's like, I'll freaking show you, Chad. I'll get up here and just smack these things down and eat them all. Okay. Next thing is Anthrax 36, 37, 40. And then Scandal. Scandal is sold to Paul over on YouTube. Thank you on that one. And then 38 and 41. Iron Butterfly Ball is $19.99. By the way, I see Paula watching on YouTube, and she's one of the ones before that did a bundle deal on 45. So we've got mystery boxes of 45s. There's about 150 records in a white BCW box. They're kind of a company that makes those supplies to hold records. White 45 box, $375. That's 150 45s. Mystery box, it's all top 40 stuff, all sleeved, checked, and a lot of them in picture sleeves and most of them in company sleeves. So Paula or anybody else, if anybody wants a mystery box of 45s, it's a whole box, 150, random's the key word. About every box we go through has all genres. There'll be rock, there'll be country, there'll be pop, and of course you don't see a lot of jazz 45s. There'll be some soul and R&B, and that's about it. You won't have it. There won't be any rap. There won't be any reggae. There won't be any jazz. It'll be rock, pop, the stuff that was top 40 singles. So if anybody wants a box, there's at least 15 over here stacked up next to me. So those are available, and you can buy them at any time. If you want one, then buy another one later, or maybe want to get one next week instead of this week, we've got them. Los Lobos is $15. We're about to sell it. We have In Excess. Wow, underneath the colors. We're seeing that one in a crate. $34.99. In Excess underneath the colors. $34.99 on that. And we have the Jackson's Victory. The Jackson's is $29.99. And Harlow Wilcox and the Okies. Groovy Grubworm, $14.99 on that one. The Who's Last, $34.99 on the Who. And Foreigner, self-titled, is $19.99. All right, let's put up another auction right quick. Let's go ahead and run Osmosis and see who's paying attention. This is an unofficial. It is an unofficial. I wish it was real. It would be definitely something more for a Thursday night primetime slot, but these usually don't sell for any less than 100 because they're out of print. The only way you can get it is a very pricey OG or the Aussie box set, and I think y'all know those are now thousands of dollars. They always have been. Aussie's a $55 start. Paula gets Los Lobos for $15. Anthrax is VG minus. The high bid $65 right now. Los Lobos is going away. Aussie's a $55 start. We got Loverboy Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. And then over here we've got Fleetwood Mac Rumors in shrink. Nice copy, $34.99. And Men at Work, 2 hearts. We had Cargo earlier. There's their other album. And let's grab something else over here from the bonus crate. You about to leave, Jill? You can get home just in time to watch the Tennessee game. This is an 87 U.S. Club copy. Unfortunately, a really low-grade copy. The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, but it's really low grade. It is G or G+, and the note from says multiple feelable marks. So somebody, I don't know if they loved The Cure or hated The Cure, says they didn't treat it too well. But as y'all know, not an easy record to get, and they can get pricey and high grade. So just a $1 start on The Cure. Let the bidding begin. Anthrax 90, Aussie 55, Aussie 55, Aussie 55, Aussie 60, Aussie 60. Sarah Wyberdink is working for the weekend. She gets Loverboy. Thank you on that. We have Gene Autry live from Madison Square Garden. Gene Autry, $9.99. The Cure's a $1 start. Merle Haggard Chill Factor. Oh, Merle is $14.99. And we have Neil Diamond Tap Root Manuscript. Neil Diamond is $12.99. What's Funk by Grand Funk, $19.99 for Grand Funk. And Robin Trower In City Dreams, $19.99. By the way, Grand Funk is not funk. I've had some early stage record collectors buy Grand Funk album before as an experiment. They're like, this is not funk. They're a classic rock band. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, here we go. We'll figure that out later. She probably just don't want to go. We'll figure it out. Okay, so Anthrax, Among the Living. Anthrax Among the Living's an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG, VG minus condition. Heavy scuffing, no feelable marks, playable, crank it up. The last bit on Anthrax that came in was Super Nutty 1234. Can you confirm who you are? Because all I can see is your handle, and I honestly don't know who that is. Super Nutty 1234. Anthrax is at $80. Can you confirm what handle you're normally under? And then over here, Aussie's a red vinyl unofficial. It's at $75, and the Cure is in low grade. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is about a 2. This is a GG plus condition record, The Cure. It started at $1, okay? It has one bid for $1. Scott's about to get it for $1. And then Michael Nath on Robin Trower for $15. Paula on Grand Funk Railroad. Those are sold. And then Sherry Darnell on Merle Haggard Chill Factor. Okay? There we go. Next thing is Hot House Flowers. Hot House Flowers is $19.99. Next is Bram Chakowski. Bram Chakowski is $19.99. And then we have the Doors, A Life She Cried. This is a sealed copy for $34.99. And then we have the Washington Squares, Fair and Square. Washington Squares is $14.99. And we have Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, $34.99. I'm new. Okay? All right? They're new. The Cure has a bid for 2. Now the Cure has a bid for 3. And now Ozzy's at 77. Anthrax over here has a high bid of $80 with Super Nutty 1, 2, 3, 4. Does anybody else want to bid? Right now would be the time. Okay? This would be the time if you want to bid on that. If not, it's moving to a final call. Just FYI. Okay. Whoops. Chad, you see my 2 bids on Ozzy. I'm showing Michael Wilkerson at 77 on Ozzy. Deckelman says I missed his $80 bid. Ozzy's at $80 with Justin Deckelman. Everybody else is out. Ozzy is at 100 with El Snapatan, 47.49. Okay? That's the high bids right now. El Snapatan, $100. The Cure's at 8. And Anthrax is about to sell to a new bidder. And that new bidder has it for the high bid of $80. Okay? Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? Now's the time. I'm going to shift these 3 down. Now would be the time. If you need a price, let me know. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, NXS Listen Like Thieves, Bob Dylan Slow Train Coming, The Who Hooligans, H2O Hall & Oates, Robin Trower BLT, Robin Trower Bridge of Sighs, The Motions Electric Baby. We have Dory Previn Reflections, Lacey Jalton 16th Avenue, Ice Castles. The Robin Trower was 24. This one here, Michael Nath, yep. And then Mike Kraft, System of a Down is new and sealed, $24.99. Nazareth, Close Enough for Rock and Roll. Mirth, Willie Nelson Stardust, and Glass Tiger, Thin Red Line. Okay, so what I need to do, Super Nutty 1, 2, 3, 4, make sure you have filled out the first-time buyer form. And after you have filled out the first-time buyer form, please say the form has been filled out. I'll make sure you're registered. That's so do you. First-time buyer, especially when you buy an auction, we got to make sure we have your information. And just FYI, if anybody's new and you buy 2 or 3 auctions, we may actually go ahead and have you prepay for them, okay? We might have to ask you to pay for them tonight. Ozzy is at $100, also with a relatively new buyer. And this is with El Snapatan at $100. Final call. Going once, going twice. Glass Tiger is with Alex Kane. Michael Nath gets Robin Trower for 19. All these records are being sold. Mike Kraft also may be a first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer, say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer. Cindy Jones has The Cure for $9. That's in GG plus condition. A lot of first-time buyers. I love it, but I also got to make sure y'all are registered. I got to make sure you have real names, real addresses, real email addresses, and you have real money to pay for stuff. That's the only thing I ask. You have real names, real addresses, and real money to pay for stuff. I would love to sell you everything in the store. $8 in limited shipping. This is the last night. After tonight, we'll send out new invoices on Monday. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be doing a sale. You don't want to miss that. Should start around 4 or 5 o'clock. Mike Kraft has bought for 4. Welcome back, Mike Kraft. Okay? Welcome back. And I just got to make sure Super Nutty gets registered, and he says he's registered. And El Snapatan, I know he's bought several things this week. Just so you know, we may invoice you early. If not, just be prepared to pay on Monday. That's when we send invoices, okay? Final call to him. No one has set out on Ozzy. I'm assuming everybody else that was bidding then is done, right? Everybody else says, I'm done, Chad. He bid 100. I no longer want to bid on Ozzy. I'm tapped out. Go ahead and sell it to him because the time is ticking on that one. I'm going to replace System of a Down with Korn, and it's a double LP, $33.99. Okay, Willie, Willie is in shrink, $14.99. We got the Plimsolls. That's $14.99. Prince Pop Life is $24.99. John Cougar's $19.99. Stephen Steele's right by you. Stephen Steele's is $19.99. And we have the best of the Guess Who, Volume 2. The Guess Who is $19.99. And then we had Hall & Oates, Rockin' Soul Part 1, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Loverboy Get Lucky, Iron Butterfly Ball, NXS Beneath the Colors. NXS is $34.99. Atco label, very nice. Paula wants Willie Nelson. All right, and now we are done with these auctions. So Ozzy is sold for $100, and that is sold to El Snapatan. And then over here, The Cure. And the last bid on The Cure that came in was Cindy Jones at 9. And then we had somebody on YouTube bid 12, John E. Thin. Now, is that John E. Thin? Once again, I can't recognize these names. It's really, really throwing me off. So The Cure's at 12 with Johnny Thin, but you might have to tell me what your normal name is because I kind of recognize that profile picture, but honestly, I don't remember, okay? And then over here, the first thing we had offered for the second inning says, you're probably talking about this album then? Are you talking about Underneath the Color, Shannon? Is that the one? I think that's the second one in there. And then over here, and then next is Iron Butterfly. Ball is $19.99. Loverboy was $19.99 as well. Over here, we have Jackson Victory. Jackson Victory is $29.99. Harlow Wilcox is $14.99. And the Who's Last. The Who is a 2LP, $34.99. Foreigner, that's their self-titled album, $19.99 on Foreigner. And we got Fleetwood Mac Rumors at $34.99. It's Jonathan Brimmer on The Cure at $12, okay? Next is this. We have Underneath the Colors, and that is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $30. Thank you on that, Shannon. We got Men at Work, 2 hearts. Men at Work is $24.99. And we have Gene Autry live from Madison Square Garden, $9.99 on that. Iron Butterfly is sold to Jonathan Greer. And then Jonathan Brimmer gets The Cure for $12, okay? Paula on F, and F was for Foreigner or Fleetwood Mac. Let me know on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and run Creator, Terrible Uncertainty. Creator, Terrible Uncertainty is a 1987 US EMW OG VG++ EX, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Creator, Terrible Uncertainty. Very nice. It has the original inner sleeve, and Creator is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start for Creator. What a nice copy that is. And I also take Jesus and Mary Chain and a pack of inner sleeves. Wow, I like that. First of all, Paula's F was for Foreigner. Creator already has a bid for $35.35. Jonathan Brimmer also wants Jesus and Mary Chain back here, and he also wants a pack of inner sleeves, okay? Also wants a pack of inner sleeves. That is fantastic. Thank you on that. And then let's get something to replace that back there. So let's go ahead and put back there, let's see, what should we replace that with? Well, we've sold about everything at least once off the back wall this week, except we need to move a Metallica. Surely somebody needs a Metallica Master of Puppets remaster. Not an easy OG to get. $29.99 on that. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's pull something from the bonus crate right quick. Michael Shanker Group, One Night at Budokan. Michael Shanker is an 82 UK OG. VG Plus Disc 2 was EX. $15 start on that. Also, Neil Diamond Taproot Manuscript, $12.99 on that. Hot House Flowers was $19.99. Bram Tchaikovsky, Washington Squares. The Doors and Bob Dylan. By the way, Dylan was in shrink, $34.99. And The Doors was a sealed original copy for $34.99. A pack of inner sleeves is a MoFi pack of 50, $26.99. $26.99 on those, okay? All right. Creator. Creator's already at $90. I'm about to grab another metal auction, but you know what we got to do? We're going to go ahead and put up our next crate, which is new check condition stuff. Bob Dylan. Cindy, are you talking about Nashville Skyline? I'll sell that to you for $25 if you want it. $25 to get that one done. We've already filled up our first full crate tonight. Ed Hickey, can you add a pack of outer sleeves to my order? I can. So what they do is they write these down. They write these down and they tell you, they they add them to your invoice. And if you ever ask for sleeves and it gets missed in the chat because it's not something we're actually tagging, it just gets jotted down. Hopefully it doesn't get missed. They usually don't. But if you ever get your invoice, we don't mind at all adding sleeves to your invoice, okay? So here we go. So the last thing was Creator got a bid for 90, Michael Shanker 15, Dylan 20. I said I would do 25 on it. And Creator's at 100. Now it's at 105. And then we sold a pack of inner sleeves to Ed Hickey. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. These are new check condition records that have never been gone through before. New check condition records that have never, ever, ever been gone through before, okay? So the first thing I have is Traffic Shootout the Fantasy Factory. Traffic is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Also, Nancy Sinatra, Moving with Nancy, VG $14.99 for Nancy. And the history of Otis Redding. Not Otis the dog, Otis Redding's VG Plus $29.99, and Richard Betts Highway Call. Richard Betts is VG Plus $17.99, and Sunfighter Paul Cantor Gray Slick VG Plus $9.99. Creator 105, and then Paul Brothers on Otis Redding, that's sold to him. And then Michael Shanker Group. Michael Shanker Group is a final call, just one bid to Brian Stern for 15. Next thing over here is going to be Danger, and this looks like a Dangerous cover. It's a guy holding a bloody knife, and Danger over here is an 81 Netherlands OG, $25 start. Creator's about to sell for 105. These are all new vintage buy it now best offer. Tennessee scores first, 7-0. Oh boy. So Seth bet on Florida to win. My other friend Clay bet on Florida to win, and my friend Moose bet on Florida to win. Now, these are avid Tennessee fans, and they all have substantial U.S. dollars for Florida to win. That's what they do. They do not like Tennessee, and they're super fans, but they bet on the other team every game. Even if they lose money, they're okay with it because they just go in thinking we're going to lose, so they bet money on the other team. I'm like, that's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but go with it. Rod Stewart, EX, $12.99. We have Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. VG Plus, $24.99. And George Thorogood, moving on over. VG Plus, $14.99. Mitch Ryder is VG Plus, $9.99. And Torture, Chris Jensen Sings, VG Plus, $14.99 on that. Creator is sold to Alonzo for $105. That's sold to Alonzo for $105. Thank you on that. And now Danger has a bid for $25. Michael Shanker is sold. And Michael Shanker over here is officially sold to Brian Stern for $15. Danger is Mike Straws for $25. And Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Danger's at $25. Paul is dangerous. Watch out for him. Next auction is over here. This is Bad Boy. I don't know anything about this, but it's the band that Milwaukee made famous. Okay, Bad Boy. 1977 USOG VG Plus, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Jonathan Greer on Buddy, that's sold. Let's go ahead and grab another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and it's called Death Wish. Death Wish. Death Wish is Demon Preacher, and that's an 89 USOG VG, no condition notes. Really nice copy, but it does have a corner clip. Death Wish is a $30 start. Over here, Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky. Jackson Brown's VG Plus $12.99. Thank you, Paul. See you tomorrow. You'll be hosting the show. What? No, just joking. Robin Trower, VG Plus $14.99. Let's go with the Routers, ROUTERS. That's VG $9.99. Led Zeppelin's New and Sealed, $44.99. New and Sealed, $44.99. Cream, Fresh Cream, VG $14.99 for Cream, and the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. This is a 68 Terre Haute. Great stuff here. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, a 68 Terre Haute, VG Plus $29.99. Margaret Gerhold gets Jackson Brown for $30. Let's sell Danger. It only got one bid for $25 to Mike Straws. I don't know much about Bad Boy, but if anybody wants it, we'll go ahead and let it roll for $10. And that's Bad Boy. And then Death Wish has bids for $30 and another bid for $30. These are all new auctions going up in the back. Going to try to get through this stuff over here as fast as possible. Hey, I filled out the first-time buyer form, but I'm sick and probably going to have to go to sleep when I get emailed when I have to pay for something. Can I just pay now? You'll get an invoice on Monday. You'll get an invoice on Monday afternoon from us. $8 in limited shipping. So you'll get an invoice on Monday, okay? It'll be Monday afternoon, not tonight, not tomorrow, Monday afternoon to your email. All right, ST gets the Rolling Stones. Over here, we got George for $10, One Unique Journey. George was $10. That was George Thorogood, so to One Unique Journey. Next was James Handy. You were second on Rolling Stones. El Snapatan wants Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. That's so to El Snapatan. Death Wish 36, Death Wish 40. Over here, we have Vides of March Vehicle, VG Plus $19.99. Yes, Margaret, your Jackson Brown was $10. That is correct. Okay, and yeah, so putting up auctions quickly. Laura's about to bring up more. Going to try to go through these as fast as we can. I've got basically a dinner kind of in a weird time for me. So I'm on a pretty weird schedule, as y'all know. I've got a dinner tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. I'm going to try to go to that. So I'm going to try to stop as early as possible tonight and try to go to sleep, wake up for that, and then come back here tomorrow afternoon to do that big in-store sale. So tonight's going to be pretty fast-paced with the auctions. Boom, boom, boom. Pretty fast-paced with the auctions. And when we get done with those, we may go ahead and wrap up the show, or I may go till 4 a.m. You never know about me. I may be here till 4 a.m. First thing I have, though, is Great White. And Great White is a 1983 USOG. This has both inserts. It's EX edition. Great White is a $30 start. That's now up for bid. Don't get that one too often. And then let's go back over here and see what happened. So we sold Led Zeppelin. We sold the Rolling Stones. Jackson Brown was $10. Death Wish is now at $42. That's a Great White we don't get very often at all. George Carlin is VG $9.99. And ZZ Top DeGuelo EX $32.99. If y'all missed it last night, we did a stream for 10 hours and 32 minutes. Hopefully most of y'all were watching every second of it. If not, then I'm going to be like, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow, they can't tackle this guy. Golly. They can't tackle him, can they? Goodness gracious. Next auction is Crocus Hardware. Crocus is an 81 German OG. This is a VG++ condition record, and Crocus is a $15 start. $15 start on Crocus. There's that. And let's go back over here. So Death Wish is at 47, Great White's at 30, and then ZZ Top was EX $32.99, and George Carlin was VG $9.99 for George Carlin. The Who's next? VG Condition $14.99. That is the original label. VG Condition $14.99. And NXS The Swing. This is VG Plus $24.99 for NXS The Swing. And the Yes album. VG Condition $9.99. The Yes album. 4-digit. One of my favorites of all time there. Unbelievable. Next is Scott Arnold on George Carlin for $7. That's sold. Gregory, you've been outbid on Great White. It's now at $35. Van Halen Diver Down is VG Plus $34.99. Margaret offered $15 for Hall & Oates from the Last Bend. You're talking about Rock and Soul Part 1, this great compilation. No problem. Sold to Margaret for $15. Shanna Mashaka on NXS. Thank you on that. Are we done on Death Wish? The last bid on Death Wish was Mike Straws at 47. Everybody else is out. If you want to bid again, make sure you get it in soon. And then Great White's at 40. Cindy Jones on Yes. Sister Bluebird flying high above. And then here's Crocus Hardware. Crocus Hardware is an 81 German OG, VG++ condition. Not bad at all, $15 start on that. Next is Triumph Allied Forces. Triumph is VG Plus $14.99. Also over here we have Montrose, and Montrose is VG Plus $14.99. And we have Sticks Crystal Ball, VG Plus $14.99. Foreigner Head Games, EX $17.99 for Foreigner Head Games. I did not sell Yes. The reason I didn't sell Yes because I never could get my hands on it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump it into rotation. I'm probably going to bump it into rotation sometime for like next week. Okay, so I'll put it back into an autograph show sometime next week. All right, sometime next week we'll put it back into an autograph show. I will sell it, and I'll put it back in an advertisement. First is ST price on Neil Young. Neil Young was in here. Was there a Neil Young in here? Everybody knows this is nowhere. Yes, a classic. ST VG Plus $24.99. Crocus has a bid for 15. Scott Arnold put F14. I'm assuming that's for Foreigner. Sell that to Scott Arnold for 14. Leslie Silverly got Triumph. Jonathan Greer on Sticks. Great White had a bid for 42. Paula got Montrose. These are flying out of here. Dave Ferguson next on Triumph. And then we have Crocus at 18, and we have Great White at 50. Okay? So we have, first of all, starting on the left, Death Wish. And the last bid on Death Wish was Dave Palmer at $50, which means a lot of people are now outbid, including Mike Straws. So Dave Palmer does have Death Wish at $50. Great White's at $50 and Crocus is at $18. So that's where we're at right now. I need to put a new record in the back right corner. And the next record in the back right corner is going to be something. How about Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden's only $33.99. So here's the lineup in the back wall. Metallica 29, Korn 33, Joan Jett's Greatest Hits is 24, and Styx is, or Iron Maiden's 33. Crocus has a new bid for 19. ST does want Neil Young. That was a great check condition, Ben. How about we knock those out again right quick? I would love to do that. And then we're about to sell Death Wish for 50. Great White's at 50, and Crocus is at 21. So we got Traffic is VG plus $14.99. Let's go over Great White again. Great White, which has that original cover. Usually it's just black and white lettering that says Great White. That's the original jacket. And 83 USOG, it has 2 inserts, and it's EX. EX. It does have a little bit of a crease down here. That's about it. Okay? Cindy Jones wants Joan Jett's Greatest Hits. That's $24.99. Sell that to Cindy Jones. Now we need something to replace. Now we need something to replace Joan Jett. Let's see what we can find to replace Joan Jett, Otis. What can we find to replace Joan Jett, Otis? How about we replace it with this new Tears for Fears colored vinyl? This is Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $36.99, a classic album. Get me an iPad. I have one, but I just use my phone. I can't be too distracted. I can't be too distracted. Okay, how much is Van Halen? Van Halen is VG plus $34.99. And Moving with Nancy, Nancy Sinatra, VG $14.99. Richard Betts, Highway Call, VG plus $17.99. I know y'all are probably going to tell me about touchdowns before I can even see it over here. Because earlier, y'all started saying touchdown Vols strike first. And it was about 30 seconds later over here. So probably by the time y'all see it here, it's delayed and gets to your feed. Y'all probably going to be 5 minutes ahead. It's probably a huge delay if you're watching it over here. We have Sunfighter, VG plus $9.99. Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior, EX $12.99. Mitch Ryder's VG plus $9.99. And then Chris Jensen, Torture, VG plus $14.99. All right, so nobody else bid on Death Wish. That means this is officially sold, and that is sold to Dave Palmer. And Dave, we've definitely sold you before, right? Death Wish has sold you for $50. I think we're done on Great White. There was some questions, and there was nobody else bid. So this is sold to Gregory for $50. He's had it for about 3 minutes. The new Tears for Fears, that actually comes out. That came out last Friday. It's a Coke Bottle Clear new remaster on Coke Bottle Clear vinyl, $36.99. And then Crocus is sold to Brian Campbell for $22. That means, you know what? We have a whole new board of auctions, okay? Whole new board of auctions. Yes, let me adjust the glare. Y'all always remind me if there's bad glare because I don't look up there on the monitor and then I notice and I'm like, wow, that is bad. Okay, next auction is Slayer Live Undead. Oh boy. What do we got going on here with Slayer? Slayer Live Undead is a 2008 German reissue, limited to 500 numbered copies. This is numbered 18 or 98. Laura's unsure. Yeah, that is tough, isn't it? We'll say 18. 18, that's sealed Slayer, red vinyl, $25 start on that. Next thing over here is this. We had Robin Trial Victims of Fury, VG plus $14.99. Let's go with the routers, VG $9.99. And we have Cream, Fresh Cream, VG Condition, Bom Bom Bom, I Feel Free. That's the original label too, $14.99 on Cream. And then Odds of March Vehicle. Somebody was asking for this song the other day. Vehicle is on that one, VG plus $19.99. And then ZZ Top was EX $32.99. And the Who's Next is VG $14.99. Derek Larson, I thought we had commercials. You're up there in Canada. Let me tell you something, David. Or Derek, I go to about every Tennessee football game, and all of them's nationally televised. Every time they score, there's about a 5-minute commercial break. So, and there's a guy that steps out on field, and he puts down a timer. There's a big sign. A guy walks out on about 20 yards out in the field, and he sticks a big pole right in the ground and has a timer. And that means you're live on you're on a commercial break. And it's about 4 minutes and 25 seconds. So by the time they come back and they reset, every time there's a timeout or scoring break, they get in 5 minutes of commercials. but that's also why this is the most watched stuff every week on TV. So the American TV ratings, I pulled them up today. I sent them to Tanner. So it's NFL and college football is the most watched stuff in America. So they pump those commercials out because they're making a lot of money. They're making every commercial break. This game right here, you got to think about how many sports books, all the casinos across America, everybody's household, how many people have this on right now. They're making a lot of money selling ads. Armored Saint, Raising Fear. Armored Saints at 87 USO, but it's very frustrating. When you go to a game, it takes forever. This is an 87 USOG promo copy, original or sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $25 start on Armored Saint. That's up for bid. That is up for bid. Armored Saint, VG Plus, $25 start, okay? I'm seeing Seth sending messages. I'm afraid to even ask Tanner what Seth's saying. He's probably mad because we're about to go up 14-0. Next thing over here is this, Tears for Fears 36. Slayer does have a bid for 35, and Armored Saint 25, Armored Saint 25. Over here, yeah. Look at my phone going wild. I know it. This is what I have to. This is what I have to deal with all day during the sale. It's a lot of my friends right now. They're freaking out because we're actually playing well. So they're probably betting more money. They're probably betting more money right now in Florida. So, okay. But yeah, it's crazy. So pretty much the U.S. market for TV has just went to NFL and college football. That's the most the ratings I pulled up the other day, the top 14 slots was all football. It's crazy. So that's how many millions are on the line every second. So I have a customer there, Brandon Sanders. He sent me a picture. He had me a ticket, and all I had to do was fly down there. He's got season tickets, and he said, all I got to do is fly down there, and he's sitting about the 40-yard line right there. But I said, I'm gonna skip out on this one. I'm going to skip out on this one. So I'm here watching it. I'm having a good time, but it looks like I should have went. Yep. Shout out Brandon Sanders. He lived here in Lebanon forever. He's from Florida. He moved back from Florida. He's like, man, I got you a ticket. All you got to do is fly down here. You can stay at my house. And I was like, maybe if there was more on the line, maybe if we were like one loss or two loss. But okay, here we go. So Slayers at 36, Armored Saints at 32. James Handy wants a pack of inner sleeves, and he takes Tears for Fears. Thank you, James Handy. Tears for Fears is so do you. And let's put him down for a pack of MoFi inner sleeves, and let's replace that with AC/DC. And let's replace that with AC/DC high voltage, $29.99. AC/DC high voltage, $29.99, okay? New buy now best offer stuff here. We got Van Halen in shrink wrap, $44.99. $44.99. NXS Shabu Shaba. NXS is $34.99. Y'all can watch these Panera ads over here. Panera's paying millions of dollars to let you know they're selling you soup for $1 now. NXS is $34.99. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davita. Iron Butterfly is $19. Whoa! Almost had a... Boy, Angus gets wild back here on the back. Trying to get these propped up for glare, and they're not standing up. Iron Butterfly is $19.99. In Agata Davita. Nice clean copy there. Shannon strikes again on NXS. Thank you. Great new vintage crate here. Also over here, we have Slayer Live Undead. Let's introduce these again. Slayer Live Undead is a 2008 German, numbered to 500, and it's sealed on red vinyl. And the last bid on Slayer that came in was Kyle Hansen at $35. It's sealed, red vinyl, $35. It's Live Undead. Armored Saint is OG. It's a promo copy, too, with hop sticker, and it's at $35, and now $34, $35, and Slayer's at $37. Jonathan Greer on Iron Butterfly. We already sold NXS. Van Halen's OG and Shrink, $44.99. Over here, we got Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Bob Seger is $24.99. That's for Stranger in Town. $24.99 for Seeger. Also over here, the Police Ghost in the Machine. The Police Ghost in the Machine is $24.99. And we have Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed. Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side, $29.99. Bob Dylan Empire Burlesque. Bob Dylan's $24.99. And Pointer Sisters Gold Mine. Pointer Sisters is $9.99. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon, Kodachrome, $19.99. Boy, that was a nice copy. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to be, let's go ahead and run Whitesnake Slide It In. Whitesnake Slide It In, unfortunately, though, has a fillable mark on side A. That's why it's VG minus. An 84 USOG VG minus, $5 start on that. Top cam view right quick. So we got Slayer now has a high bid of 37 with Kyle Hansen. Everybody else is out. Armored Saint, the last bid was Brian Stern. Mark Steele was at 40. Mark Steele's at 40, and Whitesnake just got put up for a $5 start, okay? We're going through Buy It Now Best Offer over here. Give me 1 second. I didn't mute my mic for 1 second, please. All right. Here we go. Tony Orlando and Dawn Skybird. Tony Orlando and Dawn Skybird, $9.99. This is no condition notes. Yeah, these are really nice, and some of them's even sealed, like the Honey Drippers. $29.99 for the Honey Drippers. That's sealed. Hooters, Amrose. Hooters is in shrink, $14.99 for Hooters. And Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe, $19.99 on that. And Wet, Wet, Wet popped in, sold out. Wet, Wet, Wet's $14.99, okay? Whitesnake is a buy now for $5. VG minus condition. Wow, grab that. Over here, Armored Saint. Let me make sure y'all know that y'all are tied on this. Mark Steele bid 40, and Jake Gold, you bid 40. So Mark Steele still has it at 40. Just FYI, okay? He still has that at 40, just FYI. And then over here, Slayer, Live Undead. The last bid on Slayer, let's see, Slayer, Live Undead. The last bid was sold, and that was sold to Kyle Hansen for $37, okay? Paula on Benatar Scandal. That's sold to Paula, and she gets Benatar. Those are sold back-to-back. Also over here is Wham, Music from the Edge of Heaven. Wham is in shrink, $34.99. That's in with the original on her sleeve. And we have Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, $19.99. I actually can see this better if I put it over here because I can glance at my phone. Maybe that won't be as distracting for y'all either. I can see it better over here. Maybe that won't be as problematic. Okay, and then over here, we had Slayer at $38 with Alonzo. Okay, S, that was not for Armored Saint. That was for Slayer. My bad. He did have a bid on the screen. That was over here, S for Slayer, Alonzo Breezy. That's my bad. I thought that was AS, and so Kyle Hansen, you were outbid on this, okay? Kyle Hansen, you were outbid on this, just FYI. Slayer's at $38 with Alonzo Breezy, and now that's going back up. Let's add another auction, though. But first, here's the Who. Who Are You, $19.99. And Mark Steele does get Armored Saint. So all of a sudden, that's sold to Mark Steele for $40. We are still going to be bidding on Slayer. It's now at $38. And then our next auction over here is Gravedigger. And this one's called War Games. And Gravedigger is a 1986 USOG. It does have the original company in her sleeve. It's EX condition, and Gravedigger is a $25 start. Next is Michael Nesmith and the First National Band, $24.99 for Michael Nesmith. And Clint Holmes, Playground of My Mind. It says featuring William Tell Overture, heard in the film A Clockwork Orange. Wow. Look at that hop sticker mentioning Clockwork Orange. In shrink, $14.99. Paula on Who Are You? Kyle Hansen says, I'm done on Slayer. So, Alonzo, thank you for that reminder, and that, in fact, does win it to you at $38. Wham! Music from the Edge of Heaven over here was in Shrink. No condition notes, $34.99. Gravediggers at $25. Whitesnake was a buy it now for $5. And here comes AC/DC, and this is Who Made Who. AC/DC is an 86 USOG club copy with the original company inner sleeve. That means AC/DC is going to go up for a $25 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Rock Goddess. Rock Goddess looks like a chick group. Looks like we got a female band here. They got some nice Les Pauls, though. And that's an 84 USOG VG Plus condition. Rock Goddess, Hell Hath No Fury. $10 start on Rock Goddess, okay? Gravedigger 35, Gravedigger 37. That means Jim Cooper's out. Alex, you're out. The OJs, Love Fever. The OJs is $14.99. Hall & Oates, oh yeah. In Shrink, $19.99 for the Hall & Oates album there. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. Glenn Fry is $19.99. And we also have 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits. That's a 2 LP in the MoFi sleeves, $29.99. These are new arrivals, no condition notes, buy it now, best offer. And the first thing we have here is RG for $10 to Pam Murray. RG for $10, Pam Murray. And RG, Pam Murray, that was Rock Goddess. She's bidding on this right here, okay? Dave Ferguson also bid 10. Now it's at 12. AC/DC's at 28 and Gravediggers at 37. The Confessor, Joe Walsh. Unfortunately, Dolan wrote his name on the cover. Other than that, it's nice, $19.99. And New Dimensions, the Les Reed sound. And this is $14.99. New Dimensions, the Les Reed sound. Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote. Gordon Lightfoot is $14.99. And Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music, White Boy, $26.99. $26.99. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $19.99. And Madonna Angel, $24.99. I'm going to make sure, Jim Cooper, you're done on Gravedigger. If you are, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Calvin for $37. One more look on AC/DC before I sell it for $28. This is an 86 US Club EX. It's at $28. And then Rock Goddess over here is at 12. Pam, you're out. No, Hank was, I was mentioning that because it looks like somebody took really good care of it. They've kept the records in MoFi sleeves. No, this is in fact not MoFi, but it's in pretty good shape. It's got some scuffing on it, but if I see some, this is from a collector who kept everything in MoFi sleeves. So a lot of these are going to have MoFi sleeves. That tells me that they took really good care of their stuff. Sieg wants to play that funky music, White Boy. So Wild Cherry is sold to Sieg. Thank you on that. And then Rock Goddess is at 13. And we have Strive, Seek, and Find, Burton and Kunico. That's from 1971, $9.99. And Sherb's The Skill. I just seen where they're about to reissue this for an anniversary. Sherb's is $9.99. All right. AC/DC is sold for $28, and that's sold to Chuck Egger. Thank you on that, Chuck Egger. That's sold to you. And Gravedigger is sold, and thank you for letting me know. That's sold to Calvin for $37. Rock Goddess is now at 20 with Jeff Brindley. Everybody else is out. Next auction is Silver Mountain. What's going over here with Silver Mountain? This is called Shaken Brains. Oh boy, Silver Mountain is an 83 Euro original, a Roadrunner, no condition notes, $25 start. And how about we grab something else from the supplemental crate, and this is an OG Quiet Riot picture disc. This is an 83 OG Quiet Riot picture disc, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Next is Buddy Holly, a rock and roll collection. That is sealed, $24.99 for Buddy Holly, a rock and roll collection. Also, Grand Funk, unfortunately, Street wrote his name on the cover, but it does have the yellow vinyl, and that's just $19.99. Unfortunately, some bad writing there on the cover. $19.99 on that. The best of the Guess Who, early 80s press, American Woman, These Eyes, dun 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 dun. So it looks like Jeff Brindley, you're going to be getting Goddess for $20. Silver Mountain's a $20 star, and Quiet Riot's a $15 star for that picture disc. Kyle Hansen in on the picture disc at $15. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Benatar again, she's $14.99. And Brian Adams, Reckless. Brian Adams, it was the summer of '69. That has the original inner sleeve, $19.99 for that. And Simon & Garfunkel, the concert in Central Park with booklet, S&G is $24.99. Phil Collins, Face Value, another one. We had one last night after I mention it has I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight, everybody's like, whoa, 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 Chad, how much is that record? I'd like to buy it. Rock Goddess is sold to Jeff Briley for $20, and then Silver Mountain can be picked up for a $25 buy it now. And that leaves Quiet Ride here, and Quiet Ride has one bid with Kyle Hansen for $15. Final call on that. What's our next auction from the high-end tab? Death Angel. Oh, boy. Death Angel. This is always a pricey one. Death Angel, the Ultraviolence, is an 87 U.S. Allied OG with the company inner sleeve. It does have the insert EX edition. Death Angel, a $95 star. Shannon gets Phil Collins. Thank you on that. That's sold to Shannon Mashaka. The Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. For some reason, we don't get this one as often. $34.99 for Volume 2. And this is pre-Hotel California. So this has Hotel California, Heartache Tonight, Seven Bridges Road, Life in the Fast Way. I mean, it's incredible how great that first Greatest Hits was. And then Volume 2 has all those great songs on it too. So over here, we got Phil Collins. Alex Kane gets Silver Mountain, and that's sold to Alex Kane for $25. Phil Collins is already sold. We have not sold piece sales yet. Quiet Ride has a new bid for $16, and Death Angel has a bid for $95. Jonathan Greer gets the Eagles. Aaron Andrews was next on the Eagles. And we got Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, $29.99 for Lou Reed. David Bowie, Lodger, haven't seen that one in a while, $34.99 for Bowie. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest soundtrack. Jack Nicholson movie, of course, $29.99. And we have Berlin, $24.99. So Vince Couture was the new bidder on Quiet Ride for $16. Kyle Hansen, you've been outbid. Death Angels at $95. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is AC/DC's Back in Black. And this one that's very low grade. Let's not do that one right now. Let's instead put up something a little bit different here. Jazz USA sampler. Miles Davis, Weather Report, Stanley Clark, Al Di Meola, Maynard Ferguson, Bob James. It's called Jazz USA. It's a Netherlands, Holland, 82 Netherlands, EXEX Plus, $10 start on Jazz USA. Next thing is Death Angel 96. Jonathan Greer gets the Bowie. Quiet Ride has a new bid for 17. And Death Angel 98. Death Angel 100. Sledgehammer. That's a 12-inch single from Peter Gabriel. Sledgehammer Extended Dance Mix. Sledgehammer Extended Mix. Don't Break This Rhythm. And I have the Touch 85 mix. 4-track. Sledgehammer $24.99. Quiet Ride 18. Death Angel 100. Jazz 10. Jazz 15. Tina Turner Private Dancer. Tina Turner is $14.99. And Bloodstone Riddle of the Sphinx. Bloodstone is $14.99. Autumn Betts wants One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That was right here, and that was sold to Autumn. Jazz has another bid for 10, and now it's at 15. And then Van Halen's debut, $44.99 for Van Halen's self-titled. Wow, that's a nice copy. It's not the first label, but it's fantastic. Okay? Very, very fantastic there. So right now, the high bid on Quiet Ride's 18. It's up to Kyle Hansen. The Death Angel just hit 101, and the Jazz album's at $16. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here one more time very quickly. Okay, very quickly. This is the last night for $8 in limited shipping. So whenever I say good night, whether it's in 2 hours, an hour, or 9 hours from now, whenever I say good night, that officially ends the $8 in limited shipping. The only other way you can add records is if you buy something out of the videos that will be posted in the morning. And then that will be the last call. There'll be 2 videos posted in the morning. A new vinyl recap. I'll grab 2 or 3 crates and another vintage bin. That will be it on those. And after that, we'll have a sale again Sunday. And Sunday sale is going to be different. It's going to be me walking through the store selling stuff, and I hope everybody can watch. Please don't miss it. It's going to be very, very fun, and please tune in for that, okay? But this is the last night for $8 limit shipping. That's why I'm going to go through some new vinyl here in a minute as well, okay? So first thing I have is the following. I've got Quiet Ride, it's at $20. Vince Couture, You're Out. And then we have Death Angel at $106, and the Jazz album is at $19. Okay? First thing I have is Van Halen. If you need a price or if you want to go ahead and make an offer, let me know. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side. Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque. Pointer Sisters, Gold Mine. Paul Simon, There Goes the Rhymin' Simon. Tony Orlando and Don Skybird. The Honey Drippers was sealed. Hooters, Ambrose. Wet, Wet, Wet popped in and sold out. We have Bruce Springsteen. Michael Nesmith, Clint Holmes with the Clockwork Orange sticker. Also, Wham! Music from the Edge of Heaven. The OJs, Glenn Fry, Hall & Oates again, and Joe Walsh, The Confessor. Okay. Quiet Riot is about to sell. Death Angels at 110, and now the Jazz albums at 19, and Grog's out. With that being said, we got New Dimensions, Les Reed Sound. We got Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant. Madonna Angel, 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits. Strive, Seek, and Find, Burton, and Kunico. Sherbs, The Skill. Chad had to watch that play. Make sure we got a first down there. That was wild. Okay, Paul S. And this is Soda Paula. Paul S. on Paula, and that was for, what was Paul S? Paul Simon. That's Soda Paula. Okay, thank you on that one. And then Robin Glenn on the Guess Who. The Guess Who over here, that was their greatest hits. That was earlier in the crate, right? Yeah, the Guess Who is their greatest hits. It's about to be the next record. And that's an early 80s Best Buy Series press, no condition notes, $19.99. And then Joe Walsh over here is The Confessor. He has no condition notes as well, $19.99. All right, so Quiet Riot is sold to Kyle Hansen for $20. That is sold for $20. All right. That's so. Thank you, Kyle Hansen. That's so to you. Let's put that away. And then Death Angel still getting bids. I'm not surprised. This is a tough one. Not in print. The Ultraviolence, $115. Fairlane Dave, you get the Jazz album for $19. Thank you on that. Robin Glenn does get the Who. These Eyes. Dun, 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 dun. And then over here, we got Rock and Roll Collection. Buddy Holly Sealed. $24.99. Grand Funk or an American Band. Pat Bentar, Precious Time. Brian Adams, Reckless. Simon & Garfunkel Concert in Central Park. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Chuck Orlatano on Joe Walsh. Thank you on that, Chuck. Let's put that in the crate for him. $8 limit shipping, and this is the last night. The White Snake is just $5, but it is VG minus with a fillable mark on side A. And then we had Bad Boy, the band Milwaukee made famous. It's $10. That's our two no bids, $5 and $10 on that. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Toxic. Uh-oh, this is a tough one too. Toxic is called World Circus. It's an 88 US Canadian OG EX++ near mint with the original inner sleeve, and Toxic is going to go up for a $5 star. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, is a Best Buy reissue series on the black RCA label. Really clean though, $29.99. Charlie, if you want White Snake, let me know. If not, Scott Arnold wants it. Death Angels at 126 with about 3 active bidders. Berlin Love Life was 24. Peter Gabriel was 24. And then we had Tina Turner, Private Dancer, Bloodstone, and then Van Halen, okay? White Snake is sold for $5 to Scott Arnold. Jim Cooper was second. And Toxic is a $50 start. Toxic's a $50 start. $50 start on Toxic. Toxic is an 88 USOG EX++, $50 start. Last day for invoice today, tomorrow. Today. So tonight, whenever I say goodnight, that's the end of the invoicing. It started last Sunday with Paul. Paul did a sock show on Sunday. Anything you bought on Sunday, anything you bought with me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that's 7 days. And then tomorrow when we're doing the Sunday in-store sale, that's a new invoicing, $8. And that's going to be on toys, comics, records, posters, whatever I can sell y'all for about 12 hours all throughout this store is going to be shipped. And then you won't get billed for that for another week. Okay, so there'll be a lot. You did say a $5 start on Toxic. No, my bad. Toxic is a $50 start. 88 US Canadian OG EX++ near mint minus. I might have ran that together. White Snake was $5. And Scott, you did get this for $5. This is what was $5. White Snake was $5. Toxic was $50, and we already have multiple bids. And it's at, well, it is at $50. Yeah, $50 on Toxic. Okay, my bad. No. Death Angel, $127. I mean, we could start it at $5. It's still going to sell for like $98, maybe $112. We're about to find out, though, okay? All right, let me swap out crates right quick. And, yeah, here we go. Moving right along. Going through this stuff fast. Okay. Okay, Death Angel 128, Toxic 52. Next thing I have over here is the following. And unfortunately, this has some bad cover damage, but it's going to be just a $5 start. Judas Priest Stained Glass. Obviously, some really bad cover damage. We've graded it a strong VG. Strong VG, really bad cover damage front and back, but a playable copy, a $5 start. I have Rush in stock. Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Clockwork Angels. $159.99. Two of these have been long out of print, Snakes and Arrows and Feedback, and you get Vapor Trails and you get Clockwork Angels. That is $159.99 for the Rush. I have 4 in stock right now. Over here, Death Angel, what condition is it in? Let's look at Death Angel again. The high bid right now is $128. The Ultraviolence is an 87 U.S. Allied OG with the original company sleeve with insert. EX. It's not bad at all. EX. 128. Toxics at 52 with Charlie Buck. 52 with Charlie Buck. It may sell for $52 if nobody else bids. And Judas Priest has 1 bid for 5. I got 2 copies of Artillery. Artillery is a thrash metal album. 1000 purple vinyl, and they're numbered on the back. I've got number 18. And I got number 19. Wow, low numbers. Artillery, purple vinyl, $39.99. I have not sold Sodom. No, not yet. This is called Dawkins Now Playing. Dawkins is like a greatest hits, $24.99. Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, Alone Again. This is Just Got Lucky, Unchained the Night, It's Not Alone, It's Not Love, The Hunter, Burning Like a Flame, Dream Warriors is on here, and Walk Away. That is $24.99. $24.99. So Dawkins, Artillery. Also, we got Lizzie Borden. This is Appointment with Death. That's red vinyl, $38.99. Are we done on Death Angel? Final Call to Hessen at $128. And then Toxic over here is at $55 with Jake Gold. And Judas Priest is at $10. I'm going to make sure Mr. Dave Ferguson's out. Next copy is King Crimson Earthbound. And this is the 200-gram remaster, their first live album, $29.99. $29.99. Boy, these Florida fans look a little unhappy. 21-0. I'd be unhappy too. I've been in that situation before. We have Medieval Steel, Galaxy Effect colored vinyl. Medieval Steel is $36.99. Medieval Steel, $36.99. And then Sugar Hill Gang. This is now playing on red vinyl, and this includes Rapper's Delight, Apache, red vinyl, Sugar Hill Gang, $24.99, and then Rat now playing. So these are all now playing series, which are essentially like greatest hits. Rat now playing is $24.99. Death Angel is officially sold then for $128 to Hessen Session. Toxic is still getting bids. It's at $56, and Judas Priest is sold for $10. And that's sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. $10 on Judas Priest. That's sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. $10 on that. I got Led Zeppelin here. This is their 4th album. It's on clear vinyl. Led Zeppelin's classic 4th album on 180-gram crystal clear vinyl. $33.99 on that. We got Depeche Mode, Paradiso Amsterdam, 1983. Depeche Mode is $29.99. We got 1 copy here of Pink, Can't Take Me Home. Pink is $38.99, a 2LP gold vinyl. We're ready for another new crate or another new record here. And how about Savatage? Oh boy, The Hall of the Mountain King. Oh boy. Savatage is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original company sleeve in VG Plus condition. The cover down here has some creasing. Okay, there is like, it looks like it got dropped at one time on its cover, on its corner. $40 start on that. Next is Lizzie Borden out of the crate. And Lizzie Borden out of the crate is officially sold to Brian Stern. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. Over here, we got Red Hot Chili Peppers Devotion to Emotion. That's Red Hot Chili Peppers live in '89 and live in 1991. That's $29.99. And then over here, we have Anthrax, $29.99. This is called For All Kings. Anthrax is $29.99. I've got 2 of those in stock. And Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth is $39.99. Countdown to Extinction. Also, we have Tears for Fears. That's the copy I sold back there earlier. 1 more copy, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $36.99. So there's Toxic with a new bid with Jake Gold at $57. Savatage is a $40 start. The Hall of the Mountain King. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be, let's see what's going on with this UFO album. UFO Obsession, another really low grade copy. I don't like these low-grade copies. Okay. Let's do, oh, here we go. All right, let's see what's up with this Kinks album. All right, so these reprise records are known for having a little bit of a haze to them. They still will play very fine, just with a little bit of noise. That's an original Tricolor Steamboat label, a 67 OG Live Kinks, just a $10 start. Sean Miller on Anthrax. Thank you, Sean Miller. That is so due. Anybody else on anything in here? So we had the Rush box set at $159.99. Sabotage does have a bid for $40. Looks like Toxic is done at $57. Sabotage is $40. The Kinks is a $10 start. Rush box set's $159. Artillery is $39. Dokken now playing $24. King Crimson Earthbound, $29. Medieval Steel, $36. Sugar Hill Gang, $24. Rat now playing $24. Led Zeppelin was $33.99. Depeche Mode Live, 1983. Depeche Mode was $29. Pink, Can't Take Me Home. Pink was $38. Red Hot Chili Peppers was $29. And then Jake Gold also wants an Anthrax. Both of those are sold. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. This is not available on vinyl. They're only making these on a picture disc, $39.99. And then Tears for Fears is $36.99. Coke bottle clear vinyl. Toxic is sold to Jake Gold for $57. Thank you on that. That's sold. It looks like Sabotage is going to sell one bid $40, and final call to get a bid in on the Kinks for $10. Okay. And the next thing I have over here is the following. Let's go ahead and put this up right here. This is Agony, and Agony is an 88 USOG gold stamp promo, original inner sleeve, no condition notes, $35 start. And I do have another Taylor Swift autograph, and just in time for Christmas time. And this is going to go up for a $300 start. It's framed from the Tortured Poets Department, the manuscript, JSA authenticated. It's been framed, and I don't have the JSA card. I bought it without the JSA card. It is obviously authentic. And this is actually, we bought a lot of stuff back from a customer recently. So I recently have just sold this, but I had a bunch of them, as y'all know. We had like 10 of these. This is the only one I have. Taylor Swift is a $300 start, okay? $300 start. Now, as soon as I sold the last one the other night, other people were asking for more, and I was like, sorry, that was my last one. So there's another opportunity to get a signed Taylor Swift CD. Already framed too. You can make somebody's week buying them that. They'd be like, oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Swap those out right quick. Let me put this right here. Let me put this up here. I'm gonna run through. Nope, not this crate. Hold on 1 second. Got to move some stuff around. Not that one. Not this one. That's all vintage stuff, right? Yeah. This one, I think. All right. What is the Agony info? Agony is called the First Defiance. Agony, the First Defiance, is an 88 USOG gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Okay, Sabotage sold one bid for $40. Sabotage is sold to Dwayne Worley for $40. Thank you on that. No bid on the Kinks. It's only a $10 buy it now. The Kinks is a $10 buy it now, and then Agony's a $35 start. Let me plug this up over here. Need my other phone plugged up. Okay, and now our next auction is Rail Arrival, R-A-I-L. Rail Arrival, and Rail is an 83 US reissue with the original inner sleeve. That's a $20 start. And over here, I have, whoops, to grab my Diet Coke. Should have muted my mic, I apologize. All right, very quickly on these. Nirvana, Live and Loud. Nirvana's a 2 LP, $39.99, gatefold jacket. Also, we have 9-inch nails with teeth. 9-inch nails is $44.99. 9-inch nails with teeth, $44.99. 9-inch nails. It's a Gayfo 2LP. Crash test dummies. God shuffled his feet. Crash test dummies is $38.99 for crash test dummies. Also, we have Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication. That is a 2LP. Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication. $39.99 on that. And we have Velvet Underground and Nico. That's my only copy I have right now. $36.99. It's actually going to go right back there. $36.99, okay? Over here, we got Agony. That's a no bid. Agony's a $35 buy it now, and then final call to get a bid on a rail, an 83 US reissue, $20 start to get a bid in on rail. Next auction is Indestructible Noise Command. Indestructible Noise Command's at 87 USOG. It does have a corner clip, VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. Margaret Gerhold wants a Red Hot Chili Peppers. Also got 2 copies of The Beatles Love. The Beatles Love is in VG. It's new and sealed. $56.99 for The Beatles Love. And then Promise Pork Soda. Promise Pork Soda is $39.99. That's a 2LP for Promise. And we have Collective Soul. Shine is on here. And Breathe. Collective Soul is $29.99. Rail is buy it now for $20, and this is an 83 US reissue, $20 buy it now on Rail. And one more look over here on Indestructible Noise Command. INC is an 87 USOG. It does have a clip corner, and Heston Session has it for $20, and that's going to once, and that's going to twice, just FYI. Next auction is going to go up from the bonus crate over here, and that's The Doors, Other Voices. It's a 71 USOG, no Jim Morrison on this one. The Doors is a $10 start. John Yarborough wants Collective Soul, and that's so to John Yarborough, Collective Soul. Thank you on that one. And then we also have the Misfits, Evil Live. The Misfits, Evil Live, no way. The Misfits, Evil Live is $33.99. $33.99 for the Misfits Evil Live. And then we have 2 copies of that. Also, we have Promise Live. This is Woodstock 1994. Promise is $29.99. So Hessen, you have Indestructible Noise Command at $20. I'm about to sell it to you for $20 if there's no other bids. There's a Bizarre Doors in their discography. And then here is Sodom. That's people's been asking for. Oh boy. Agent Orange. Sodom. Agent Orange. An 89 USOG EX condition, $65 start. I did see. I'm watching over here on the corner of my eye. I've got it over here on the corner of my eye. I'm really multitasking right now. I'm watching the chat. I'm calling bids. I'm reading records. I'm watching a football game. I'm trying to ignore all the messages coming in from everybody. But yeah, not y'all's messages. Everybody over here on my phone that chats during a Tennessee game like it's the end of the world or the best of the world, whichever way it may be. Next over here is Sublime. I hadn't opened up any of their chats since literally the show started. And then we have Sublime, and this is $39.99, okay? That's a Gayfo 2LP. Also, Soundgarden, the A-sides. Soundgarden's a 2LP, $44.99. Soundgarden, the A-sides. That's like a Soundgarden greatest hits. Sodom, Agent Orange is a $65 start. It's an 89 USOG, and it does have a clip corner, EX condition, $65 start on that. Also, we have the Beatles White Album, $49.99 for the Beatles White Album. And in front of that is Tom Petty's greatest hits. Oh, man. Sweet stuff there. $44.99. INC is sold to Heston Session for just $20. The Doors can be picked up for a $10 buy now. That's called Other Voices. And then let's go over here with Sodom, Agent Orange. And Sodom is got a bid with Hiram for $65. Let's also put up another auction, and that one's called Mass, M-A-S-S. And Mass is an 85 USOG, no condition notes, $15 start on Mass. Tom Petty's greatest hits is $44. And then Nirvana Unplugged. Nirvana is $39.99. Gayfo 2LP, and then 9-inch Nails, the Downward Spiral. Boy, that's a great crate of premium vinyl there. $44.99. If you need anything for those on your order this week, let me know. Fred Noob gets the Norse for $10. Fred Noob gets the Doors, not the Norse. The Doors for $10. And by the way, Sodom does have a bid for 65, and now Mass is the next auction. And Laura is bringing the rest of the metal auctions right now. She's on her way with them. And so I've got a little something different to do here in just a second. First, Jonathan Grill, Nirvana. So I have a crate here of, quote, auctions, but I'm down to where I just don't really want to put anything up. These are kind of like buy it nows. So they're all researched and like ready for auction. So what I'm going to do is I'm about to go through a crate of what was supposed to be auctions, and I'm going to make some of this stuff buy it nows because I don't really think it's auction worthy. Sometimes Seth grabs a bunch of random stuff and it ends up really not being too worthy, and some of these are in really bad shape. A few of them are. So we're about to go through a crate of what was supposed to be auctions. And Vols 28-0. Boy, I hope Seth's losing a bunch of money. I hope he's losing his family fortune right now. I hope he bet the pharmacy and everything on the Gators. This guy's taking off his Tim Tebow jersey, and he's throwing it away. He's like, my uncle just texted me, John Williams, the swamp is getting drained. Oh, gosh. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. There's a good chance we can lose this game. I'm going to be negative, okay? I'm going to be like, there's a good chance they can come back and beat us. Mass 15, Mass 16. All right. Hiram, great pickup on Sodom. Great metal stuff being sold off tonight. That's sold to him for $65. And Mass over here is at 16. Joe just bid 67 on Sodom. Well, Joe, I would have loved to took that bid, but Hiram had it for several minutes. I've already sold it. And then Mass is at 17, okay? And then over here, I am not serious. Seth had the Gators, right, Tanner? Yeah. Seth had the Gators, I promise, yeah. They always bet on the opposite team. It says it curbs their emotions or something. So that means because if we lose, they still win money. So if we win and they lose money, they're okay with that. Boy, sports betting's dangerous. Stay away from it. You can't win it. You can't beat it, okay? Mike Straws is at 17. If you break even at the end of the year, you've done well. You can't beat that system unless you, like a pro, unless you literally do it for a living. Next auction, oh boy, Fate's Warning. Here we go. Fate's Warning. Fate's Warning is Awaken the Guardian. Fate's Warning is an 86 U.S. Allied OG. It is VG minus, no fillable marks, but it does have heavy scuffing. $10 on that. $10 on that, okay? Here we go. We have Nirvana Live and Loud, $39.99. 9 Inch Nails is $44. We got Crash Test Dummies at $38. Red Hot Chili Peppers $39. The Beatles Love $56. Promise is $39. Misfits $33. Promise Live $29. Sublime $39. We have Soundgarden $44. The Beatles $49. Tom Petty $44, Nirvana $39, and 9 Inch Nails is $44.99. All new sealed stuff there, okay? Fate's Warning has a bid for 10. Are we done on Mass? It's up to Dave Ferguson. Dave Ferguson, you're out on that. And Fate's Warning 10 and 10. All right, let's go through these no bids. Laura just dropped off the rest of the auction. So all the advertised stuff has either been sold or it's over here next to me. If it's over here next to me, that means it's about to go up, okay? So let me go ahead and bring over these auctions I was talking about. I'm going to flash something, and I'm going to figure out what to price it for, okay? All right, nice pickup on that. Joe, I would have loved to take in your bid. Trust me, I'd hate to sell that Sodom for 65. I thought it was like a $100 record, but Hiram did get a steal on it. That's why people watch this show. They're here to get deals. They're here to get great records. All right, so here we go. Might get Sublime. What songs have not too much trouble? Sublime is their big album of most of their big hits, including Sangria. So that's on here. Garden Grove, What I Got, Wrong Way, Same in the End, April 29th, 1992, Miami. Santeria, not Sangria, Santeria. Seed, Jailhouse, Pawn Shop, Paddle Boat, The Battle of Johnny Butt, Burritos, Under My Voodoo, Get Ready, Caress Me Down, What I Got, and Doing Time. 39. That's a big album, okay? That's a big album there. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So first thing I got is this. I have The Doors Absolutely Live, a 76 VG minus with a long feelable mark. The Doors, $5. $5 on The Doors. Some of these I'm going to do for the minimum bid. Some of them I'm going to do for the minimum bid. Some of them I'm going to go ahead and just maybe mark up $5 more, but some of these are going to be for the minimum bid. The doors does have a feelable mark, $5 on the doors. TKO, let it roll, $10. TKO is a 79 Gloversville OG EX Plus condition. TKO, $10 on that. Bad Company, a 79 US OG EX condition, chip on outside, but not on the actual track. He's talking about right there. See that chip mark? $10 on Bad Company. Solarplex gets the doors for $5. Mike Straws gets TKO for $10. Paul Richards next on that. Fates Warning is at $21. I think we're done on Mass. The last bid that came in on Mass was sold, and that was sold over here. Mass over here to Mike Straws for $17, okay? Now Fates Warning is at $25. Let's do another one of the big dogs that Laura brought up, like this right here. I did see Megadeth. Here it is. Peace sales, but who's buying? Megadeth is an 86 US Allied original inner sleeve VG condition. Megadeth is OG VG, $30 start on that. So just FYI, these are buy nows. These were supposed to be auctions, but it's a lot of stuff that it's not worth my time to auction right now. We got so much other stuff, and it is the end of the week, so I'm just going to go ahead and sell a lot of this stuff minimum bid. It's a lot of kind of warm-up type auctions, but I've got 2 more crates over here that he's gotten ready, so I've got plenty of stuff, okay? So Jonathan Greer gets Bad Company for 10. Todd Saw does get Sublime. And then what's Fates Warning and Condition, okay? So right over here, we got Fates Warning, Awaken the Guardian. Fates Warning is an 86 US Allied original. VG minus, no feelable marks, but it does have heavy scuffing. And the last bid on this that came in was John Yarborough at $25. So no feelable marks, just scuffing. It's going to play okay, but maybe a little bit of noise. And then Peace Sales was an OG VG with the original inner sleeve, $30 start on that. King Swamp, $10, an 89 US OG, King Swamp, hop sticker, 89 OG, $10 start on King Swamp. And then we had Live Catfish featuring Bob Hodge. 1970 US OG Pittman, EX, $10. $10 on Catfish. And then Elton John, a 1980 reissue of his debut album, This Is Your Song. That's self-titled Elton John, $10 on that. $10 on that. Fates Warning, the last bid on Fates Warning, I think we might be done. $25, all in, all sold, final call, John Yarborough, $25. And then Megadeth 30, Megadeth 30, Megadeth 30, Megadeth 35. And then over here, James Chilcote on KS for King Swamp. That's sold to James Chilcote for $10. And then over here, Robin gets Elton John for $10. Going through some buy now auctions that were never put up, including Coney Hatch. This is $10, an 82 US Canadian Euro original press promo stamp. That is $10 on Coney Hatch. $10 on Coney Hatch. And Van Morrison live. 1974 OG Trifo Jacket 2LP Strong VG, $15 on that. Strong VG on that one. I think we're done on Fates Warning. There was no other bids. Kind of surprised, but this is sold. John Yarborough, $25. Megadeth is now at $45 with Steve Little. Now Michael Hamburger also bid $45. Our next auction is Crocus, one vice at a time. An 82 USOG VG Plus condition. Crocus is a $15 start. $15 start for one vice at a time. Next is Jonathan Greer gets the Van Morrison, and then Margaret Gerhold was second on that one. One more here, then another auction going up, Stars, Coliseum Rock. Stars is a strong VG, a 79 USOG, $10 start on Stars. Okay, let's add another auction, and got some great metal stuff over here. Let's see what's going up with Laz Rocket. I know their catalog is not in print. Pretty desirable stuff here. Laz Rocket, L-A-A-Z Rocket. City's Gonna Burn, and this is an 84 USOG with a very cool Laz Rocket merchandise form. VG Plus, $25 start on that. Crocus was a $15 start. Megadeth, which in high grade is well over a $100 album. Well over a $100 album on this Megadeth, but it is in VG condition. So right now it's only at $50 though. If it's high grade, it would be twice as much. Dave Ferguson on Stars, that's sold to Dave Ferguson. And Crocus is a $15 start. I just told you about Laz Rocket. And here's Abbey Road, $15. And Seth wrote a book on this one. Really hard to differentiate on Discogs between a 69 OG and a 71 US. Seth, leave that to the experts, okay? Los Angeles Press, VG Plus, $15. So this is uncropped. This is an uncropped. This is a 69 press. Yeah, that's a 69 press. Uncropped, that is $15, a VG Plus Abbey Road there. Don't ever try to go to Discogs and look up an Abbey Road if you're really not if you really don't know what you're looking at. You're going to have a headache. There are so many pressings of Abbey Road. And if you don't know, what happened was when the Beatles put this album out, it was red alert, red alert. The Beatles have put out once again an amazing album, one of the greatest of all time. People's going to be buying these for the next 60 years. We better start making them right now. And they're still making them. Abbey Road is sold to Robin Glenn for $15. So they're very confusing to look up. 69s and 71s. They were making them all over the world, different covers, different labels, different pressings, different this. They were being made simultaneously, and it was a crazy, chaotic time to make Beatles records. Crocus is a $15 buy now. That's a no bid, one vice at a time. Laz Rocket does have bids for 30 and 30. I think we're still tied on Megadeth, though. I want to make sure that Hess in session knows you're tied with Michael, but Michael, you're out. You came in second. So, Michael, you are out on Megadeth, and now y'all are tied on Laz Rocket. Steven bid 30 and Jeff Brindley bid 30. So, Jeff Brindley, you're out. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is a Japanese pressing of Blondie, Auto American. And Blondie's going to go up. It's near mint minus and pristine for a $25 start. Blondie, Auto American, near mint minus and pristine. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert. It has the cover and OB, $25 start. Velvet Underground is $36.99. New and sealed. Really nice copy, actually. Over here, we got Coney Hatch Friction. Coney Hatch is an 85 USOG. In shrink and hop, strong VG, $10 on Coney Hatch, and we got Coney Hatch out of hand. Back-to-back Coney Hatch, that one's VG++, $10 on Coney Hatch. And then Crocus over here, Crocus is sold to David Polkey for $15. Alonzo said he already bid 40 on Laz Rocket. So yeah, now Laz Rocket's at 40. Now Laz Rocket's at 40. Scully Mac wants both. Well, actually, there's 3 Coney Hatches in here, Scully Mac. Do you want all 3 of them? There's 1, 2, and 3. There's actually 3 in here. ST gets the Velvet Underground and Nico. Make me a note to order more of these, please. And then Scully Mac gets all 3 Coney Hatches, okay? Those are all 3 sold. Now Laz Rocket. Let me make sure we know where we're at on this. Megadeth is still at 50, but I'm going to have to sell it pretty soon to Hessen session. Michael Hamburger, you're out. Laz Rocket is now at 40, and Blondie's at 25. One more record here, The Beatles Early Years, Volume 1. An 81 UK VG Plus condition. The Beatles is $10. And we have Axe, Living on the Edge. A VG copy, $5 for Axe. VG copy, Living on the Edge, $5. No pun intended there. Let me step up here and get a Diet Coke out of the cooler so I can refill my cup here. Thanks, y'all, for tuning in on this wonderful Saturday night. Usually I'm not here on Saturday nights. I'm usually at a Tennessee football game. After we lost at home to Oklahoma a few weeks ago, I got kind of disappointed on the season. So I'll be gone next Saturday to definitely watch them play Vanderbilt. And I probably should be in Gainesville right now watching this game. I basically did not miss a game up until Oklahoma. I didn't go to Kentucky either, but I'm usually not here during the falls on Saturday nights because I watch Tennessee football. I have so much invested in time traveling and watching them and going to games. I try not to miss any because this time of the year it's pretty fun. But we've lost one too many games. But we still have a lot to finish out with the season, beating our 2 big rivals. We're hopefully can beat them and then Vanderbilt next week. But I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm not ending early because of football, but if I do end a little bit earlier than normal, instead of like 3 a.m., if I stop at like 10 or 11 or 9 or 10 or 11 or 1, which would still be, quote, early, I've got a lot to do tomorrow, okay? A lot to do tomorrow, and we're having a big sale here tomorrow that I really got to be rested and very much prepared for. So it's going to be one of the biggest sales pre-Christmas that we have. So I hope everybody's ready for that. Let's go back to the top. Cindy Jones got the Beatles. Lewis Kulick was second. And then Axe is $5. It's an 80 USOG VG. Charlie Buck and then Dave Ferguson asked. Next is the Michael Thompson band. Near mint minus 89 Giffen record, $10 on Michael Thompson band. And unfortunately, this Iron Maiden record is not tagged. Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. Well, this will be our next auction. I didn't think it was tagged. My bad. It's on the back. I'll do that in just a second. Kiss, Every Night, All Night. UFO, Obsession. Okay, these are really low grade. All right, I'll do these for $5. So UFO is $5. G plus and ACDC's VG minus with Warp, $5. $5, $5. Those are very low grade though. Just buyer beware on those, okay? All right, let's end some of these other auctions. Blondie is officially sold for $25, and Blondie for $25 is sold to Fred Noop. He gets that Japanese pressing for $25. Let's get that in a brand new sleeve here for Fred Noop. Thank you, Fred. That's sold to you. All right, now all of a sudden, they're still bidding on Megadeth for sure. Megadeth bids are coming in. That's an OGP sales. OGP sales. And it's in VG. And the last bid was 60, then 61. And then Laz Rocket is what I wanted to make sure we were good on. Alonso had it for the longest at $40. And I'm about to be down the bottom. He's definitely going to get it. Charlie Buck asked first on Axe. Charlie Buck asks first, and he gets it for $5. Charlie Buck gets Axe for $5. That's sold to Charlie Buck. Dave and Derek was next. Megadeth 62. And then over here, Brandon Jones gets AC/DC for $5. Kyle Hansen gets UFO for $5. And tomorrow should be around a 4 or 5 o'clock start. Excuse me. Yeah, around a 4 or 5 o'clock start. Okay, only 2 in here. Let's please get these sold. Michael Thompson band, How Long? An 89 USOG Geffen Records promo stamp hop sticker, near mint minus $10. Live Catfish featuring Bob Hodge. A 1970 USOG Pittman press, EX condition, $10 on Live Catfish. And then the other no bids tonight was Rail. This was in the hot post. Rail Rail Arrival, an 83 US reissue, $20 start on Rail Arrival. And then Agony, the first Defiance. Agony's an 88 USOG Gold Stamp promo, $35 on that. And the Kinks, there's no marks on it, but it does have that hazy effect to it. $10 on the Live Kinks. And Bad Boy, the band that Milwaukee made famous, it's VG plus VG plus / VG plus $10 on Bad Boy. That's our only no bid so far tonight. Over here is Megadeth at 67. Alonzo gets Laz Rocket for 40. He's probably like any day now, Chad. And then Cindy Jones gets Live Catfish. And these were all tagged for auctions. The few that was left in there was E2, and the rest were actually put up for bid. But I'm here to sell them, so don't hesitate to make offers. That's how we empty a crate. Those are all officially gone. Thank y'all on that. And now we're going to put up more stuff, including another Crocus record. And this is called Crocus Hardware. Crocus Hardware is an 81 Canadian OG. It is VG++ EX, and Crocus is a $15 start. And then right next to that is Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is an 83 US OG Jacksonville, a strong VG. Iron Maiden's a $25 start. Megadeth 68, we've already sold Catfish. Carol got an offer in on the Kinks at 7. Sure thing. This is sold to Carol Puckett for 7. Thank you on that. And then that has left Michael Thompson Band, Bad Boy, Agony, and Rail. Okay? All righty. And then Megadeth 71. Crocus $15 start, Iron Maiden 25. As I expected, they're still bidding on Megadeth. All righty. Let me breeze through these over here right quick. Maybe... Hold on a second. What's what I'm... See, still have not found what I'm looking for. I think that's a song. Yep. U2. Yep. That's a U2 song. Oh, boy. I'm going to breeze through these, and it's about time for a half-off vintage crate. About time for that half-off vintage crate. All right. Iron Maiden's at 25, now 40. Chad's going to touch his toes right quick. Ooh, double knee pop. Hope y'all didn't hear that. That's what happens when I touch my toes. Feels like something pops in my knees. Whew. I've been to the Joshua Tree and found the spot where they took that album picture. Wow, that'd be a cool trip. I fell asleep early this morning looking at the pictures of the Sistine Chapel. Anybody ever been to the Sistine Chapel? I was looking at pictures of it this morning, just reading about it in amazement. Michelangelo, just in absolute amazement. All right, so Megadeth over here. Michael Hamburger, 71. Heston Sessions out. Crocus is a no bid. Crocus is a no bid, $15 start. Yeah, we'll do some $6.99. I'm going to do a half off. This crate, half off, probably $6.99. And we'll do lots of vintage, okay? Next thing we have over here is Iron Maiden. It's about to sell. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is this. We have Wargasm. And Wargasm is Why Play Around. And this is an 88 USOG VG Plus, a $25 start. Wargasm, Why Play Around, $25 start on that. Crocus is sold to Recall for $15. And now Megadeth is officially sold. And Megadeth is sold for 71 to Michael Hamburger. And now Iron Maiden is sold. Iron Maiden is officially sold to Joseph McCormick for $40. And then Wargasm has a bid with Hank 987 over on Twitch for $25. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing, and this is a Japanese pressing of Blondie again, and this time it's Eat to the Beat. And Blondie's a very nice Japanese pressing with Obi. Eat to the Beat. This is near mint minus and pristine. A $25 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And that's a $25 start. Bobby was there in October. Austin was there in April. And Cindy's been 4 times to the Sistine Chapel. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely put it on my list. Got to see that with my own eyes. Unbelievable. Okay. We have over here, we have Trivium, Struck Dead, $29.99 for Trivium. I still got Morbid Angel, by the way, Gateways to Annihilation. That's a Record Store Day Essential, purple and blue merged. Morbid Angel is $34.99. We have Camper Van Beethoven. Camper Van Beethoven's $29.99. And this is Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante. Mr. Bungle is $28.99 for Disco Volante. And Buckingham Nicks, live in Alabama, 1975, the Tuscaloosa broadcast, $44.99. I think Wargasm's going to sell one bid, $25 to Hank. Blondie's a minimum bid of $25. We have a request for a record. Let me see if I can find it in here. Manowar, Ozzy, Anvil, Mentors. Are you sure we hadn't already sold that yet? Holy Terror sounds awfully familiar. I feel like that's already been moved. Over here, this is an 83 UK reissue, and this is VG minus. It has a fillable mark on side B. An 83 UK reissue of Judas Priest, a $5 start on that. $5 start. I think Holy Terror might have already sold. And then Holes, yeah, it's already sold, Jim Cooper said. Wargasm 25, 26, Wargasm 30 and 30. So we stopped right here at Porcupine Tree in Abstitia. And Porcupine Tree is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Porcupine Tree, $44.99. And then Cinderella is Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is a music on vinyl press, $38.99 for Cinderella. And then Cinderella Night Songs is $38.99. Cinderella Night Songs, $38.99. So back-to-back Cinderellas there. Long Cold Winter and Night Songs. Those are new sealed music on vinyl pressings. All of a sudden, Wargasm has new bids now, 30, 30. Blondie still doesn't have a bid yet. I'm about to make it a buy now. And then Judas Priest has a bid for 5. It is VG minus. Agony, $20. Is that a record over here? Can't do that. I will do it for $30. The First Defiance. Agony is supposed to be a $35 start. $30 to get it for you. James Handy wants Porcupine Tree in Abstitia. I was saying in Abstinia or something like that, but someone said there's a sh sound in there, so I'll take your word for it. There's the other Depeche Mode, and this is Depeche Mode 101. That's live Depeche Mode double LP, 44. That is an official release. Agony is sold to Alonzo for $30. Fred Carnell gets Porcupine Tree. That's sold to Fred Carnell in Abstitia. And then we have Mr. Bungle, California, red vinyl 38. We got Mariah Carey. Folks, she has unthawed, and she is already singing. All I Want for Christmas Is You. And that's on red vinyl, $29.99 for Mariah Carey. Alcatraz, the very best of Alcatraz. That's a 2 LP red vinyl. $33.99, Yngwie Malmsteen. And then the last bit on Wargasm, just so you'll know, was Hank at $40. Nobody bid on Blondie. It's a $25 buy it now for Eat to the Beat. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. You can pick up Blondie for $25. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Looks like Fred Carnell wants a Depeche Mode. Let me get Blondie in a sleeve, and I will pull that out for you in just a second. Zach Flowers on Owl. I bet he meant something else and got auto-corrected. And I think Priest just has this one bid, and it does, the Jim B 101, and we're about to sell that for $5. And then Fred Carnell got Depeche Mode, so let's pull one of those. And then Zach put Owl. That's Alcatraz, my bad. I forgot that was in there. I thought you got auto-corrected on something. I got 3 copies of Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods, The Lost Tracks. Sponge is $34.99. And then Fred Carnell gets Blondie for a $25 buy now. Judas Priest is sold for $5, and that is sold for $5 to James Bullock, right? Jim Bullock? It's not Jim B on YouTube, it's another Jim B. And then we got Cassie Center on Mariah Carey. Cassie Center on Mariah Carey, and that's All I Want for Christmas Is You. And that's on Christmas red vinyl, folks. There's that. We need to keep her displayed back there until somebody buys her. And then Fred Noop, your bid on Judas Priest just came in late. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. How about Ozzy? Speak of the Devil. Here he is. Speak of the Devil. That's James Bullock from Facebook. Thank you. I knew I would have had trouble remembering that. James Bullock gets the Judas Priest for $5. Ozzy has never been reissued, not even in the Ozzy box set. Speak of the Devils, an 82 USOG, hence the increase in price recently. This is a beautiful copy, though. Original under sleeves, $95 start on that one. Sponge is sold to Cassie Center. Fred Carnell also gets a Sponge. Sponge is sold and sold. Let's also go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and that's the Eagles, the long run. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. The long run is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine here. Very, very nice. Just a $25 start on that. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. The last Mariah Carey is sold to Seth Weeby. Please make a note. Order more of those. We got to keep her in stock for Christmas. That's a big one. Ozzy already has a bid for 110. And Florida missed their field goal. Unbelievable. Okay, we got 2 copies of the Clash Combat Rock. Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah. Should I stay or should I go? The Clash is $33.99. Kiss, you wanted the best, you got it. $44.99. A Gatefold 2 LP remaster. We have the Clash London Calling. $39.99 for London Calling. And Pink Floyd, the best of Pink Floyd. A Foot in the Door. That's really cool. $49.99. Hey You, See Emily Play. Happiest Days of Her Life, Have a Cigar, Another Brick in the Wall, Wish You Were Here, Time, Breathe, Greg in the Sky, Money, Comfortably Numb, High Hopes, Learn and Fly, The Fletcher Memorial Home, Shine on You, Crazy Diamond, 1 through 5, Brain Damage, and Eclipse. That's a pretty solid comp there from Pink Floyd, $49.99. Wargasm was at $45. Hessen Session, You're Out. Michael Nath takes the Pink Floyd, great comp there. 2 different Clash albums and Kiss Alive in there. Also, we got One Hand Clapping. I love these McCartney recordings. This is Paul McCartney Live, 74. It's studio sessions. It's like Paul McCartney Live, but it's great sounding stuff. Prime Paul McCartney voice, in my opinion, and he's doing great stuff like Band on the Run, Junior's Farm, and he's even doing Beatles stuff on here too. $44.99. All right. Maybe I'm Amazed. My Love. Does it good? $44.99. Okay. Next thing over here is Eagles is a $25 start. No bid on that. Cassie Center, I can put you on a wait list for Pink Floyd. I always try to keep these in stock. If anybody else wants to bid on Ozzy, you got to go through Nashville Tiger. He has it for 110. Wargasms at 46. Hank just bid 50, and then Hessen Sessions out. We got Korn, Follow the Leader. Don't forget, also got Korn Issues, $33.99, $33.99. That's a 2 LP. And then Motley Crue. So this one has a creased corner. Dang, I forgot to send this one back. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I've got a nice one. I've got more than just one here, but here's the newest Motley Crue, Theater of Pain, and this one here is nice. It's on orange and purple vinyl. Motley Crue is $33.99. Put Cassie on a wait list for Pink Floyd, One Foot in the Door, a.k.a. Pink Floyd's greatest hits. It's tough to comp Pink Floyd, right? Because their albums are made to listen to from beginning to end. And if they do have a clip or a song, it's typically a 5 to 8 minute song. So tough to comp them. But they did a great job the way they did this. They put a couple early tracks, and then they did do some of the singles, like Money and Have a Cigar and, Another Brick in the Wall. And then they did slip some stuff in here like Time and Breathe. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good comp there. They'll give you a great look at Pink Floyd. And then finally back in stock this week was Mother Love Bone Shine. Shine is $33.99, remastered, 180 gram. This is the only one I can get. Apple's still not available, and they're not available anymore on colored vinyl. Okay, Ozzy is sold for $110 to Nashville Tiger. Wargasm is sold to Hank 987. You've definitely bought from us before, right? Hank 987, that's sold to you for $50. And Eagles is a $25 buy now, right? Yep. The Eagles is a no bid. You can pick that up for $25. And I actually have two of them. If anybody else wants one. I'm over here grabbing a sleeve right quick. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I'll do the discount Motley Crue for $26.99. $26.99 on the ding corner. I forgot to send that one back. All right, let's put up more metal. Let's do more metal. Let's do it. More metal on the way. So first thing I have over here is the following. This is Anvil, B-I-T-C-H. I don't think I'm going to say that over and over and over. Might be some kids watching. We got Anvil, Rise to Offend. This is actually Anvil, B-I-T-C-H, and it looks like this young cute little girl here decided to go in and murder her family with a hatchet. Okay? Hopefully that's not the offspring of Hatchet Ed there. Looks like she's chopped up her family back there. That's an 86 USOG, a $75 start. Anvil is now up for bid. Seth, you did get Blondie. No, you were second on Blondie earlier. Blondie was sold to Fred Cardinale. You were second on that one. Okay, and then over here, Chad Snyder gets the Eagles for $25, and then $26.99 on Motley Crue. And then this is also discounted because it's got a scene split. Indiana Jones is $29.99. Our next auction is Commander Wendy O. Williams. Here's Wendy O. Williams, and she's an 86 USOG, a $35 star. So who exactly is this? Okay, it's Wendy O. Williams, Commander of Chaos. Okay, Wendy O. Williams, Commander of Chaos, $35 start on that. Anvil's Black Vinyl. Osmosis already sold. And Michelle Clements also wants an Eagles Japan. All right, you got it. I've got several more $25 start Japanese pressings over here. My second and final Eagles, this sold to Michelle for $25. Okay? That's okay. That was just an empty tub. That was just an empty tub that I had precariously stacked back here behind me. Everything's okay. It's a mess back here behind me. I didn't clean up after last night because, as y'all know, we did a 10.5-hour stream, and I did the videos and got out of here and went straight to bed. And I feel like I basically just went home and took a nap, and now I'm right back here selling again. So that's about what I feel like I've happened in the last few hours. I feel like I sold for like a day straight, went home and took a nap, and then I'm right back here at it. So some of these have sold for as much as over $130. And then we have Anvil, and this is Rise to Offend. No bid on this yet. We're looking for a $75 start, okay? And that means over here we're left with the Mock Clue. No, he didn't say he would take it. Who asked for that? Hessen? Session? No, Brian Tassin. Yeah, so this was normally $33.99. It's got a bent corner. I said I would do it for $26.99. Okay. We going to kick a field goal? I'm okay with that. I would love for it to have been 35-0, but a field goal will be okay. All right, so what's next here? Quick recap. I had Indiana Jones, Mother Love Bone, Motley Crue, Korn, Paul McCartney, The Clash, Kiss, The Clash, Sponge, Alcatraz, Mr. Bungle, Depeche Mode, Cinderella, Buckingham Nicks, Mr. Bungle, Camper Van Beethoven. This is Trivium and Morbid Angel. Okay? All right. And let's go ahead and tag Motley Crue for $26.99 unless Brian Tassin says he'll take it. Who asked for it? Yeah, Brian, unless he says he'll take it. That's sold to Brandon right now for $26.99, okay? Well, Anvil BITCH didn't get a bid, so that's a $75 buy it now. And then over here, we have an 86 USOG Wendy O. Williams, and this is one bid with Fred Cardinal for $36. Let's put up a discount half-off vintage crate, okay? Discount half-off vintage crate. Sold a lot of new vinyl out of there. That's great. And then over here, we have, I do not have the John Lennon Imagine poster. I do not have the John Lennon Imagine poster. No, I don't. But I do have Living Death, Protected from Reality. Living Death, Protected from Reality. Also over here, I have an 89 Canadian OG, $20 start. Living Death, Protected from Reality, $20 start on that one, okay? No bid stack. Anvil, $75. Michael Thompson Band, $10. Bad Boy, $10. And Rail is $20. All right, and let's get that. I got to shift some stuff around so I can actually get to this crate. Let me put this one right here behind me. I don't have another Eagles, but I am about to put up some more Japanese pressings. Let me try to get to this crate if I can. There's stuff stacked here, stuff stacked there. I've been throwing the empty old sleeves on the ground because my trash is full and I hadn't took that out. It's a mess. If somebody walked in right now, they'd be like, what is going on back here? All right, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Pretty recent stuff, too, so we're here to sell records tonight quickly. Quickly and efficiently tonight. Right, Tanner? He's got headphones on. Tanner's listening to the game, not to me. I wonder what Otis is doing in here. He must be asleep. There he is. Let me get in here and pet this dog. Oh, buddy, I'm going to come in here and pet you. You're laying on this hard concrete floor? You don't want to get on your bed? Oh, yeah. All right. Sorry, I had to pet the dog. Got to pet the dog. Bad luck if you don't do that. Okay. Clashland and Collin was new and sealed, $33.99. Wendy O. Williams got a new bid for $38. Fred, you got outbid on Wendy, and Living Death is a $20 start. No bid on that yet. This crate's a half-off vintage crate, no more, no less. I hope you're all ready. First one is America Holiday. Great song on here, Tin Man, as in Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man. $5 on that. Peaches and Herb, Golden Duets, in shrink with the hype. The original green date label, $5 on that as well. And half off on the doors. Do what? Red Electra label, super nice copy, $17.50 on the doors. Every once in a while, we'll do one or two half-off crates, and that's half off the original sticker price. They're no more, no less, and take advantage. Next auction is Journey Frontiers. This is a super nice Japanese pressing of Journey Frontiers. It's a $25 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Journey insert, the other Journey insert. It has Journey shrink wrap, a Journey Obi, a Journey cover, and a Journey $25 starting bid. Bob Riger first on America. Great stuff there. Brad Faust on the doors. Thank you, Brad Faust. Living Death has a bid for $21. And we got Yank Rangel, Chicago style. And this is with Pete Crawford, Floyd Jones, and Odie Payne. Blues on the Delmark label, just $12.50 on that. And then we had the Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me. $7.50 on the Doobie Brothers. $7.50 on the Doobie Brothers. And then another Pink Floyd Echoes. That is actually not called Echoes. That was one foot in the door, but I don't have another one. We got a waiting list going for that. I do not have another Eagles for $25. No. No more Eagles. I only had two of those. They're both claimed. But I do have Wendy O. Williams. I'll get more eventually in our Japanese shipments for sure. Commander of Chaos, Wendy O. Williams, is an 86 USOG. It does have a corner cut here or a saw mark. It is near mint minus. So Bob Riger got America, Sherry Darnell second, Von Galipsy third. This is a half off crate, no more, no left. No more, no less. Peaches and Herb, Yank Rachel, and Doobie Brothers. Oh, Echoes. No, that would be something we get in a collection that would be auctioned off. Echoes is out of print and now a really pricey record. So if we got something like that, it would be auctioned off, okay? Next thing over here is Yank Rachel on the Blues, and that's so Devon Gillespie. Half off crate here. This is the Rockets Back Talk. The Rockets is now $5. That's called Back Talk. Moxie is $7.50. Live and Death is now at $22. Julian Lennon Velotte, $5 on this. Too Late for Goodbyes was his hit song off that album. And then we had John Cale, Vintage Violence, now just $20 off. That means it's $20. It is $20. That means it's $20 off, and it's a no condition notes, really clean copy. Moxie is sold to John McPatriot, and we have Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, $5 on that. And Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits Volume 3. There is some writing on the front, no condition notes on the vinyl, $7.50 on that one. Michelle Clements on Julian Lennon. So Journey does have a bid with Dave Seretna for $25. Living Death has a new bid for $25. ST on JC, and that's for John Cale. That's sold to ST. And then Wendy O. Williams was up to Fred Cardinale. Alonzo did bid $42. So Fred Cardinale, you're out on Wendy O. Williams. And then Living Death is at $25. And then Journey has one bid with Dave Seretna for $25. Fred Cardinale, you were second on John Cale. Eric Carmen, this one's $5 on Eric Carmen. Vaughn, you were next on Moxie. And then we have Willie Nelson Stardust. Unfortunately, a little bit of a paper pull here, but clean vinyl. No condition notes on that one, $7.50. For those who don't know what no condition notes means, that means the vinyl has been graded EX Plus or better. EX Plus or better on that one. We have the Rockets, ROCKETS, Rocket Roll. The Rockets, I think that's the second one in the crate. The Rockets is $5. And Wendy O. Williams has a new bid for $45. Bob Moses, Visit with the Great Spirit. Bob Moses is now just $10. Dave Seretna, you get Journey for $25. Thank you on that. That's sold to him for $25. Dave Seretna, appreciate that. Let's go ahead and put away Journey for $25. No problem there. No problem there. That's sold for $25 to Dave Seretna. Let's jump over here. Next thing I have is Earl Bostic plays Sweet Tunes of the Sentimental 40s. Earl Bostic is $10. And we have John Lennon Plastic Ono Band. This is the Purple Capital label, which is around a 1978 pressing. $15 on that. Living Death is sold to Mike Straws for $25. Wendy O. Williams is sold to Fred Cardinale for $45. And our next auction is Artillery and Manowar. Artillery and Manowar is going to go up right now. Oh boy. Artillery, Fear of Tomorrow, an 85 UKOG VG minus, no feelers but heavy scuffing. Some of these in high grade have sold for as much as 100. We're going to start Artillery for just $20. And then Manowar Battle Hymns. Manowar is an 82 OG Jacksonville press. VG Plus, $20 on Manowar. Two $20 starts there on some pretty desirable metal auctions. I don't know if I actually officially made this a buy now, but I have a signed Taylor Swift item here for $350. JSA authenticated if anybody's interested. That's a signed CD insert. It's framed, $350 if anybody's interested in that. Over here, John Lennon is sold to Cindy Jones. Manowar already has bids for $20 with Matt Nichols. And then we have Moxie, Under the Lights. Moxie is $7.50. And the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. The Rolling Stones is a really nice Blue London label. You can't always get what you want. Gimme Shelter. That is very clean looking for $17.50 for the Rolling Stones there. Also, Leon Russell, Americana. Leon Russell is $7.50. And the Jan and Dean Story. K-Tel Alert. K-Tel Alert. This is a K-Tel compilation for Jan and Dean. $5 on that. Manowar is at $30 with Matt Nichols. Matt, you might have bid against yourself there, honestly. I think you did, unless there's an invisible bid. And Artillery does not have a bid yet. $20 start on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be the following. And that next auction is ZZ Top Afterburner, a Japanese pressing. And the Japanese pressing of ZZ Top Afterburner is with Obi, and this is near mint minus, and we're going to put it up for just a $25 star. Super, super clean copy here. A Japanese pressing, a ZZ Top Afterburner, insert, inner sleeve, Obi, $25 star. Cindy Jones gets Leon Russell. That's sold to Cindy Jones for $750. Bob Riger on the Rolling Stones for $1750. Then Chad Smith, then James Handy, then James Chilcott, and then Artillery has a new bid for $20. Moxie sold to Von Gillespie. That one sold. And then Dennis next on Let It Bleed, and ZZ Top has another $25 bid. That means Man of War is a final call to Matt Nichols for $30, okay? And that means ZZ Top is tied at 25. No, it just has one bid for 25, and Artillery only has one bid for 20. Next is Homespun, Broome County, New York. Homespun is a 1980 press, $10 on Homespun, and Dave Van Rock sings the blues. Dave Van Rock is a 65 press, Verve Folkways. You can pick him up now for $15. Now ZZ Top another 25. Now ZZ Top 30, and Boston's Don't Look Back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Original orange epic label, $17.50 for Boston. And we have Elvis and King Creole. This is no condition notes for this RCA title, $20 on that. It does have some cover wear and tear and damage right there, but no condition notes on the vinyl. $20. Okay, Artillery, just one bid, sold to Hessen Session. Great deal on that. Artillery is sold for $20. Fear of Tomorrow. And I want to make sure we're done on Man of War. We were, and this is sold to Matt Nichols for $30, okay? Matt Nichols, thank you. That's sold to you. And now Artillery just got a late bid for $25. Sorry, I've already sold that one. And ZZ Top is with Aaron Andrus at $35. Next is Ram, Paul McCartney, one of my favorites here. What's this doing in the half-off bin? $15 for McCartney. Somebody grab that. Chad Smith gets Boston. Kevin Chapman gets Elvis. Sold and sold. And let's go ahead and grab another auction from over here. We're so sorry. Bum, bum, bum. Uncle Albert. We have an 85 US OG Jacksonville Wasp Last Command. OG just a $15 start. Vaughn, you were second on Boston. John Stevens gets Paul McCartney Ram. ZZ Top 37, ZZ 40. Troy next on Ram. And Eddie Kendricks, Vintage 78. $10 on Eddie Kendricks. And the Rockets, No Ballads. That's the third album in the crate by the Rockets. $5 on that one. Stand By Me, Ernest Tubb. Oh, Ernest Tubb, there's $5. Wasp has a bid for $15, and ZZ Top's at $40. Sounds like Otis is kicking around a bottle in there. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing, and this is a Japanese pressing of Duran Duran 7 in the Ragged Tiger. And Duran Duran's going to go up for just a $25 start. 7 in the Ragged Tiger, very clean copy, near mint minus and pristine. Duran Duran, a $25 start. There's the insert, cover and Obi. $25 start on that. Oh my gosh, Abbey Road, a 76 Winchester press. Should be on orange or purple. This one's on an orange label. $20 on that. So a clean mid-70s reissue for $20. And then we have the Tom Jones Fever Zone. The Tom Jones Fever Zone, it's only $5. Cindy Jones on Ernest Tubb. I think we're done on ZZ Top, right? I just seen an out, and that means the last bid was Aaron Andrus at $40. Wasp is at $17. Now Wasp is at $20. And Duran Duran's a $25 start if anybody's going to bid on that. And now Wasp is at $17. Okay, moving right along on that. Next is King Floyd. Think about it. King Floyd is sealed, a 1973 pressing, sealed. Just $15 on that. Also, Moxie 2. Moxie is $7.50. And Dixie Dregs, what if? Dixie Dregs is $5. Michelle has Wasp at $25. So the high bid on Wasp is Michelle Clements at $25. Dave, you're out. Sean, you're out. Everybody's out. Von Gillespie gets the Beatles here. Abbey Road, that is sold. ZZ Top is officially sold, and that is sold over here to Aaron Andrus for $40. Yep. Let's grab another Japanese pressing right quick. Let's get ZZ Top in a new sleeve. All right. That's being boarded and bagged, and that is over here. And then Wasp. The last bit on Wasp that came in was $25 with Michelle. And I want to make sure everybody knows that's the final call. Duran Duran 27. Or excuse me, Duran Duran 25. Now Wasp is at 27. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is the following. And that is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. We sold one of these last night. Let's go ahead and put up another one. $35 star for the Beatles. UK Flag Series number 30. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. UK Flag Series number 30. It does have some discoloration on the inside of the sleeve and a little bit of writing. There were some people made some notes and there's some Japanese writing down there. But other than that, the vinyl's nice and the cover's nice. The Beatles are the $35 start, okay? Are the three Rockets the same band? Yes, they're all the same band. And Vaughn Gillespie gets another Moxie. Jay Ferguson is $6.50. The Best of the Seekers is $5. UK Flipback EMI Columbia. Moon Martin was $5. And the Whimsical World of Irving Taylor. $5 on Irving Taylor. So Wasp is now at 28. Duran sold for one bid, and that was $25 to Chad Smith. Thank you, Chad. That's so to you. And then I just put up another Japanese pressing, and that one was the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl was $35, okay? Beatles at Hollywood Bowl, $35. And that's a no bid. Final call on that one. Jay Ferguson back here is sold to Dave Ferguson. Dave Ferguson gets Jay Ferguson. And then let's run through this half-off crate one more time. Let's see what's left. Wasp is still getting bids. Another metal auction going up right now. And that is Crocus Hardware. I feel like it's the third one we've sold tonight. This is an 81 U.S. Pittman OG VG Plus condition. Crocus is a $10 start. First in the half-off bin is Peaches and Herb Golden Duets. Peaches and Herb is $5. The Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me. The Doobie Brothers is $7.50. There's the first Rockets, Back Talk. The first Rockets is called Back Talk. $5 on that. There's Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. $5 on Henry Gross. Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits. That one's $7.50, Volume 3. Eric Cartman is $5. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. Wheeler Nelson, $7.50. There's the other Rockets, Rock and Roll. That's the second Rockets, $5 on that one. Bob Moses, Visit with the Great Spirit, $10. ST wants the Doobie Brothers, and I actually think that's a German press. I think that's definitely a foreign press. Yeah, that's a German press on the Doobie Brothers, sold to ST. Over here was Earl Bostic for $10. That's on the King label. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on Wasp. It is at $30 with Michelle Clements. And then the Jan and Dean Story, that was $5. Homespun was $10, 1980 press. Dave Van Rock is $15. Eddie Kendricks was $10, Vintage 78 and Shrink. There's the other Rockets, no ballads. So yeah, they're $5 a piece. And so there's one, there's two, and Dennis will take the third one. All three of the Rockets are sold to Dennis Jackson. 1, 2, 3. Sold, sold, sold. Tom Jones Fever Zone was $5. King Floyd was sealed, $15. And then we have Dixie Dregs What If, that's $5. The Best of the Seekers was $5. And then the last two over here was the following. Irving Taylor, the Whimsical World, and Moon Martin was also $5. So Crocus now has two $10 bids. Susie was next on the Rockets. Wasp has a new bid. The Beatles did not get a bid. The Beatles is a buy now for $35. If anybody wants that, the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35 buy now on the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. That is a no bid. Last bid on Wasp that came in was 31 with Sean Sam. And that means that Michelle Clements, you've been outbid. Now Crocus has another $10 bid, another $10 bid, and now it's at 12, and now there's another $12 bid. So there's that, and there's that. And then who is, okay, so over on YouTube, I can't recognize your handle. I recognize that profile picture, but can you remind me who you are that just got the dregs? Because you, as you can see on the monitor right now, they've messed us up on YouTube, and they took away y'all's names and just showing y'all's handles now. So I can't see your actual name. All right, anybody else on anything in this crate? Because I'm about to offer these as a bundle, which means I'm going to count them and hopefully bundle these to somebody. And over here, we got Peaches and Herbs, so Devon Gillespie. John Yarborough, you give me a $5 bump and Anvil's yours. Okay, you give me a $5 bump and Anvil's yours. That was supposed to be a $75 start. I'll do it for $65. And then Wayne Bartow on Homespun. Wayne, you bought from us before, I believe. If not, just say yes, first-time buyer. And that's Chris Farrar on Depeche Mode. Nope, nothing on your fault. It's just over here they've changed it where I can't see your handles anymore, or I can't see your actual nickname or your name, so it just shows your handle. And it really messes me up on that one. Crocus is at 15, which means Steve Mason and Greg Dinger, y'all are out. Michelle Clements is out on Wasp, so this is sold to Sean Sam for $31. That is sold, and there's Crocus, and there's that, okay? Well, let me go right over here, and I'm going to count these. Everybody done it here. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's put up another auction from the Japanese crate. And that next auction from the Japanese crate is going to be the following. And that is going to be That is going to be, Otis is barking at something. We have Eric Clapton behind the sun. Eric Clapton is near mint minus and pristine. Golly. Eric Clapton is near mint minus and pristine, a $25 start on that. John Yarborough gets Anvil right here for $65. Thank you on that. Chris Ferrari got the Dixie Dregs, yep. And Crocus is at 16. Let's move down Clapton. He's at a $25 start right now. Okay, let's count these and do a bundle. Otis is running through the store like he's got the zoomies. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 records in here. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for a bundle deal. 14 records. Tanner, you ready? I'm ready. Hope y'all are ready. 14 records. This should be a quick and simple bundle. Here's my bundle price, $55. $55 divided by 14, that's $3.92 each. So over here, these last 14 records for $55. I would love to sell these to somebody in a bundle deal. Last bid on Crocus, Greg Beddinger went out. It's up to Solarplex. The high bid over here is at 16 with Steve Mason. Eric Clapton's a $25 start. Our next auction is Mentors, and this is up the dose. Mentors is an 86 USOG with insert, no condition notes, a $55 start on that. $55 start on that. And I'm going to take a drink of Diet Coke because I need some more caffeine. I don't know about y'all. I'm feeling a little draggy tonight. Y'all feeling draggy? Craig, Sweden, do I sound draggy? Diet Coke and crab chips. Look out, folks. Otis. Uh-oh. Want a treat? Okay, over here, let's do this. Crocus out. This is officially sold over here to Steve Mason for $16. Craig says Chad has the zoomies. Eric Clapton's a $25 start. There's the Mentors bundle deal. Is that Cindy Jones? Done. All right, that's sold. Had a long night. I was being sarcastic because Craig says I sound like I'm he says I sound like I'm on crack. Is that what Craig said? Somebody says it sounds like you're on crack. That's not very nice. I've never even seen crack before. I don't think I've ever seen crack before. Okay. These are all sold to Cindy Jones. These last 14 records are sold to Cindy Jones for $55. All right. Thank you, Cindy. Let's put a tag around those. Let's go into another crate. I didn't say that. Okay. Maybe that was somebody else. Maybe that's somebody else. All right, Mentors is at 55 and 55, right? Yep, 55, 55, and now Clapton's at 25. All right. That's the sound of my brain processing information right now. Okay, let me move these crates. Thunder Island. Thunder Island, what a great song. Golly, Thunder Island. Thunder Island. Thunder Island. I think somebody just went in there. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Walk the long way. All right, let's do this crate and then another crate. All right. Okay. Clapton. One bid sold $25. And Clapton, one bid $25, and that's John Stevens. $25. Do I take Adderall? No. Could you imagine if I did? $25 on Clapton. That's sold. Thank you on that one. And then we're still over here. Mentors is still tied at $55. Okay. Chris Bryant bid 55 and Kyle Hansen bid 55. So Kyle, you came in second. And then our next auction is McAlpine, Aldridge, Rock, and Sarzo. This is called Project Driver. And Project Driver is a 1986 OG. It does have some cover damage, but it is near mint, and this is going to go up for a $35, or excuse me, a $10 start. $10 start on that. Mentors has a new bid for $57. Okay, first thing we're going to do is run through these. This is the Sundays, reading, writing, arithmetic. The Sundays is $33.99. Great album here, silver vinyl. Go check out the track here where the story ends. The Sundays is $33.99. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $44.99. Beanie and the Jets is on that one. Here's Captain Fantastic, the new 2LP anniversary edition, foil cover, gatefold on colored vinyl with bonus tracks. That's new Elton John, $69.99 on that. Also have Faster Pussycat, and we started with 100 copies. We've ordered, I think, 10 or 15 more, and right now I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 Faster Pussycats left, so we've sold well over 100. Faster Pussycat is $39.99. I've got 2 copies of New Order, and New Order Power, Corruption, and Lies is $29.99. New Order is $29.99, and then we've got New Order Low Life. It's also $29.99, and we have Lenny Kravitz, Black and White America. Lenny Kravitz is $38.99. The Mentors is at $58. Victor Guerra and Chris Bryant, y'all are all out. The most recent bid on McAlpine Aldridrock Sarzo is a $10 start. This is the Von Bondi's Pawn Shop Heart. That's a Rhino, $36.99. Rhino Reserve Pressing. The Nice with Keith Emerson, $34.99 on the Nice. The 60th anniversary, $34.99 on that. It's slippery over here on all these sleeves, Otis. This is Chris Isaac, Forever Blue, Record Store Day Essential, and this is $38.99. And we also have 3 of those in stock. Here's Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees is $36.99. And Bare Trees is another Rhino Reserve title. And let's put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is Deep Purple. This is called When We Rock, We Rock. And Otis, When We Roll, we rock some more. This is Deep Purple, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, a $25 start. There's the insert and there's the cover and obi. $25 on Deep Purple. Faces, Early Steps. Faces is $29.99. Chris Ledoux, Wyoming Cowboy. Chris Ledoux is $34.99. And then over here, we have a very special Christmas, $29.99. Bryan Adams, Bon Jovi, Eurythmics, Stevie Nicks. That's a classic, $29.99. Jackal's $39.99. And then we have Rammstein. This is Liebe Estefera Lada. And Rammstein's a 2LP remaster, $39.99. Nobody been on McAlpine Aldridge Rock Sarzo, so that's a $10 buy now on that one. And Mentors is sold to Kyle Hansen for $58. This is sold to Kyle Hansen for $58. The Mentors is sold. David Baber gets Project Driver for $10. And then Deep Purple does have a bid with Steve Mason for $25, going once, going twice, going once, going twice, going once, going twice. Deep Purple going once, going twice, going twice, going once, going twice. Deep Purple. Next auction's a Japanese pressing, and that's Phil Collins. This is called No Jacket Required. Phil Collins is a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the 2 inserts. There's the cover and obi. This one does have a little bit of a tear down here at the bottom, and up here on the top, it's got a little bit of damage. $25 start on Phil Collins. Now, here's what's crazy. I got to sell something out of this crate, okay? No one made a purchase out of this crate. I think we can do better than that. We can do better than that. I'm going to just remind you what's in here. Surely we can get one thing sold out of here. I'm at this point going to start begging, and then we're going to go into another vintage crate, okay? We got the Sundays. We got Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Elton John, Captain Fantastic, Faster Pussycat, $39, New Orders, $29, New Orders, $29, Lenny Kravitz, first time ever on vinyl, $38, Von Bondi's $36, The Nice is $34, Chris Isaac was $38, we had Fleetwood Mac for $36, we had Faces for $29, Chris Ledoux was $34, a very special Christmas, $29, Jackal is $39, and then Rammstein is $39.99, okay? Now, Phil Collins has a bid for $25. Deep Purple is sold for $25 to Steve Mason. Phil Collins has a bid with Solarplex Studio for $25. And let me put this in a brand new sleeve for him. Thank you, Steve Mason. Come on, I'm asking for one record, then we're going to go into cheap $6.99 discount. Cheap $6.99 discount next. All I got to do, I got to get one person say, Chad, I'll take a Faster Pussycat. Chad, I'll take one of those Sundays albums. Chad, I'll take a Rammstein. Chad, I'll take a Faces. Over here, we have Phil Collins. One bid, $25. Rammstein is called Libre este faire la da, and that's a 2 LP, $39.99. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing, and that is a Japanese pressing going up right now of Night Ranger 7 Wishes. This is near mint minus and pristine. It is with Obi, with inserts. Night Ranger, a $25 star. Phil Collins has a new bid for $27. Fred Cardinal, new order. Do you want power, corruption, lies, or low life? Power, corruption, lies, or low life? Power, corruption, lies, or low life? Okay, everything in here is new and sealed, sticker price. Everything in here is new and sealed, sticker price. Everything in here new and sealed, sticker price. And we did sell something. And Fred's going to let us know on the new order. Any lower crates tonight. She should be working on one next. She just got done with auctions, but I don't know. I got to figure out what her status is in just a second. We'll find out momentarily. I honestly do not know. I would tell you if I could. All right, so Fred Carnell definitely wants Ramstein, and then he's going to let us know on which of these two. He wants one each of the new orders. Okay, sold and sold. Phil Collins at 26, Solarplex, you've been outbid. Lewis Kulik on Jackal, that's sold to Lewis Kulik. And Night Ranger's a $25 start. All right, sold several things out of there. Fantastic. Mission accomplished. Chipped away at some stuff in there. Saturday night, last night, I always try to make sure we show and tell everything we can with new vinyl, and I'm gonna go up here and grab some $6.99 stuff. Okay, so the way we do $6.99 records, I'm gonna go fill up a vintage crate. I'm gonna go fill up a vintage crate of $6.99 records, and then we're gonna sell everything in there regardless of what they are for $6.99. It's kind of like blowout prices, and then after that we'll try to bundle everything that's left. So let me go ahead and grab this crate. And let's go fill up. I started on a section up here not too long ago, and I'm chipping away at a whole section up here and doing everything in these bins, $6.99. So let me transfer these over, and it's going to be fun stuff because everything in here is going to be $6.99. So let me fill up this crate and make sure this is the section I wanted to go through first. Yes. So far, so good. I mean, I've already seen some $20 and $30 marked records in here, so this is kind of like Saturday night closeouts here. Just FYI, okay? These are all $6.99. I'm going to try to finish up all of our Japanese auctions too. And yeah, all these are going to be $6.99, okay? Pay close attention. Don't forget, another announcement about tomorrow night's sale. It will hopefully commence sometime 4 or 5, maybe even early. It doesn't really matter what time we start. I mean, you could miss stuff, but there's going to be basically, it's not like, well, he sold all the quote new stuff. We're going to be going through a whole store where there's going to be endless stones unturned with new stuff, okay? Over and over, just new stuff, thousands and thousands of items, posters, whatever we can sell. I'm going to be pricing stuff on the fly. We're just going to try to get a lot of this stuff sold back here, okay? So if you see something, don't hesitate to ask. Tomorrow, please tune in, spread the word, etc., etc. All right, Phil Collins is officially sold to Sieg for $30. That's sold to Sieg for $30. Did you do the flip crate? Have we tagged the flip crate from this morning? No, the Friday flip crates and Saturday flip crates and Sunday flip crates don't usually get tagged till Monday. Excuse me, Saturday and Sundays, yeah. Saturday and Sundays don't get started until, pulled until Monday morning, if you're talking about those, yeah. Night Ranger is with Sean Miller at $25. That's sold to Sean Miller for $25. Yeah, because G usually does it. She's off on Saturdays and then Sundays, and when they come in, they do all that on Monday before invoices are sent. They do all that on Monday before invoices are sent, okay? All right, here we go. First thing we have is the Animals on tour. The Animals is in VG condition, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, including Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac. Ian Hunter's VG Plus, $6.99. The Blazing Aces, a VG copy, $6.99 on that. And over here, we have the Velvet Moods of Nat King Cole. Velvet Moods of Nat King Cole, VG Plus, $6.99. Our next two Japanese pressings, The Best of the Doobie Brothers and Jay Giles Band Showtime. Beautiful Japanese pressings here, $25 start. Here's the first one, the best of the Doobies Volume 2. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Great Japanese pressings here. There's one. There's two inserts. There's the cover and obi. I'm about to get into a new bonus crate of auctions, so it's going to be like a whole new batch of stuff coming at you right now. But first, here's Jay Gall's Showtime. And Jay Gall's is a $25 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. We are officially in $6.99 vintage. These are no more, no less until we do the bundle at the end. Margaret Gerhold was first, and that was on the Animals for $6.99. Cindy was second. Donna first on Nat King Cole, and then Cindy was next. But I still got Ian Hunter, Cindy, and I still got Blazing Aces. So Margaret got Animals, Cindy second. Donna got Nat King Cole, and Cindy was second. Next is the Carnation, and this is sealed, a 2003 Indy New Wave Power Pop. That was $14.99. Now it's $6.99. Gary and Randy Scruggs all the way home. That's a 1970 country promo for $6.99. And Ain't Lonely No More, Rockabilly, Rock and Roll, and Psycho. A Rockabilly Psychobilly comp, just $6.99 on that. Okay, and then somebody asked about Fleetwood Mac in the last crate. That was a Rhino Reserve all analog pressing of Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. Somebody asked about that. Aaron Andrus, this was Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, a Rhino Reserve all analog cut, $36.99 on that one. It is still available if you decide you want it. Okay, let's pull out another auction here. I see the checkered board, and I know what record that is. Let's go ahead and put it up for auction. Fastway. Fastway's an 83 USOG Pittman press with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition. Fastway's a $25 start. These Japanese pressings are $25 starts. No bid yet. That's the Doobie Brothers and Jay Galls. $25, and now Fastway's $25. NW is $6.99, and NW was for something. Chris Gardner on NW. I'm not for sure what that was, Chris. I don't see that in here. But I also have Dictators, Forever Dictators, Volume 1, a 1996 tribute with a bonus 7-inch. That was originally $30. How about $6.99? Rob Hokie jumping on the 88. Rob Hokie is an 84 Dutch Import Blues. That's VG Plus $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Mylon LaFever and Broken Heart Live Forever. That's $6.99. And he wants the New Wave record. Okay, that was Carnation here. That is sold to Chris Gardner for $6.99. John Stevens on Dictators for $6.99. And also $6.99 is Duke and the Drivers Cruising. That is also $6.99. So is Duke Jupiter Sweet Cheeks. No condition notes on that, $6.99. And Lake, self-titled. No condition notes on Lake, $6.99. Dwayne Caldwell on Mylon Fever, budget $6.99 records here. Also, we have Roy Loney and the Phantom Movers. That is $6.99. And 1,000 Miles of Mountains, the musical story of a great adventure in railroading, narrated by Raymond Massey. Some kind of train-related record there, $6.99. But guess what? We got to buy it now on the Doobie Brothers for $25. Guess what? We got to buy it now on the Jay Giles Band for $25. Buy it now for $25 and buy it now for $25. Take advantage of those great Japanese pressings at just $25. Maybe we can sell every one of them over here tonight. That would be fantastical. And over here, let's put those in brand new sleeves too. All right, so these are available, and everything in here is $6.99 in this crate. $6.99, so we'll read them once, probably recap them, then hopefully do some sort of bundle deal, and we can do this for a while till we reach the point where everybody's like, Chad, my gosh, how many more records are you going to show me? I'm sitting here on my couch. My nose is bleeding. I got a headache. I've broke 2 legs. I'm sitting here just like, oh, my gosh. This dude has an unlimited supply of vinyl. He's got enough records for everybody on Earth. $6.99 crate. And then these Japanese pressings are $25. Hey, Doobie Brothers Volume 2 is a good one. Doobie Brothers Volume 2 is a good one. There's that. There's that. Let's move this over here. And we had a Fastway. Here's the bid history on Fastway. 25, 25, 30, 30, 35, 35, 30. Cyclone Doug, second on Mylon. Mylon LaFever, Fastway 37, Fastway 38. Von Galipsy on RH, and RH for Von Galipsy. RH for Von Galipsy was Rob Hokie. That's so to Von Galipsy. Susie got 1,000 Miles of Mountains for $6.99. Margaret Gerhold got Jay Galls for $25. Fastway 35. Matt Nichols says he's out. And then Brian Stern got the Doobie Brothers for $25. Fastway 40. Fastway 41. Fastway 42. Quarter Flash. No condition note. $6.99. The Best of the Beach Boys Volume 2. Has some cover discoloration over here, but no VG Plus on the vinyl. $6.99 on the Beach Boys. And From Lulu with Love. Lulu is VG $6.99. $6.99. Bonnie and Delaney. Delaney and Bonnie. 2 Bonnie from Delaney is what that one's called. VG, $6.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is Wham. And let's put up another Duran Duran Japanese pressing here while we're still auctioning Fastway. We have Wham Fantastic. This is a Japanese pressing. Sorry, I just smacked the camera. Wham is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. How about just a $25 start? There's that. There's the cover and shrink. And here's a Duran Duran Arena. Also just a $25 start on this. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the cover. There's the inserts and the book. There's the cover and Obi. $25 start on that. Fastway 40, 41, 42, 45. How many sleeves come in a pack? Outer sleeves is a pack of 100. Inner sleeves is a pack of 50. Cindy gets the Beach Boys for $6.99. Robin Glenn gets Quarter Flash for $6.99, and Cindy Jones gets Lulu for $6.99. Now Fastway's at 46 with Alicia. Next auction is Pat Travers Crash and Burn, EX $6.99. If you knew Susie Quattro, Vici Plus $6.99. Farmer John Live by the Premiers. That's in shrink, even though there's tape and stuff on the shrink. $6.99 on that. We have Joe Ely. That's a Goat Stamp promo, no condition note, $6.99. And Rock Classics, and this is an official label compilation. This is Warner Reprise. You get stuff like Sonny and Cher, The Tokens, Little Richard, Dino Desi and Billy, $6.99 on that. So right now, Duran Duran has a bid for $25. Wham has a bid for $25. Excuse me, that's Duran Duran on the right. Wham is the $25. Chris Gardner, Larry Gonzalez, and now Chris Gardner wants Susie Quattro out of the crate for $6.99. Matt Nichols second. Rock Classics is so does Scott Arnold, and then Fastway over here is with Alicia at $46. Final call on that. Brian Brain, Time Flies When You're Having Toast, an 87 New Wave record, no condition note, $6.99. Robin Glenn, you were third on Rock Classics. The Cruising album was Duke and the Jeep, Duke and the Drivers, Cruising. Duke and the Drivers, $6.99. Also over here, we got a new bid on Wham for $26. Vaughn Gillespie on Pat Travers, Crash and Burn. Lewis Kulik on RC, and RC was Rock Classics. You're late to that one, but Brian Brain is sold to Craig Thomas for $6.99. We have Brian Brain again, Unexpected Noises, another Brian Brain. That one's $6.99, no condition notes. And then Stephen Bishop, Bowling in Paris. That's a pop ballad album, $6.99 on Stephen Bishop. And then Richard Stoltzman, New York Counterpoint, that's $6.99. Craig back-to-back on the Brian Brains, that's sold. Over here, Wham has got a new bid for $26. Duran Duran is sold to Chris Gardner for $25. That's officially sold. That is done. And then let's grab something else over here. Let's put this away right quick. But the first thing is first is Larry Gonzalez. You're on a wait list for Kiss Lights. I tagged Kiss Lights last night. If you got a thumbs up on your pre-order, you got one. And Gerald Whitworth, if you're watching, you did get 2. So you already got 1, and you've got your next 2. And then there should be more first of the week. I had some very disappointed people yesterday morning, or this morning. They was like, man, I still can't believe I hadn't got a Kiss Light. And I'm like, don't worry, there's already more shipped, and then I've got to order more. The last 3 or 4 people on the list, now y'all were pretty late, so you might have to wait another week or 2, but the next people up should be Monday, Tuesday, so it's coming. We're going to be selling a bunch of them. Cindy Jones on Counterpoint. Counterpoint, is that still in here? Counterpoint, that might have already sold. Was that a Brian Brain album? No, what was Counterpoint? Richard Holtzman. This one right here. This is sold to Cindy Jones. Also, we have Altar Boys. Altar Boys is a hard rock album, $6.99. Fastway is sold to Alicia, and she gets that for $46. Wham is sold for $26 to Austin Latham. So right now, the only ones I'm taking orders for is Black Sabbath, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Metallica, and Led Zeppelin is a current pre-order. Led Zeppelin's the current pre-order. So everything else is none's in stock. And I tell everybody, if you order one, the waiting time is 2 weeks. But if you time it at the right time, you could get billed that week. So I really can't guarantee them. It's just kind of like a 2-week thing. But if you want one for sure, just be on the lookout for the invoice. Altar is sold for $6.99. Jackie was second, Matt Nichols third, James Chilcott fourth. The Dreams of Children, Shadow Facts. That's a new wave jazz album for just $6.99. Shadow Facts. Evita soundtrack is $6.99. And we have Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise, $6.99. I was on the Kiss Lot almost 2 weeks ago, and my name was skipped, I guess. No, you're probably just still down the list. So y'all got to remember, there was a pre-order, and people's been added to a wait list. So about every time we show them, we add more and more people to a list. And it depends on if you actually pre-ordered If you actually pre-ordered, you're up there. If you're on the show and you're say, hey, add me to the KISS, you go to the very bottom. And there is still 20, 30 people that still hadn't got one. We're now on like our third order of 25 and people still haven't got one. There was a lot of KISS. We're probably going to end up selling about 100 of them. Okay, Holy Terror is sold. And then over here we have price on KISS, $59. And they're all $59.99. Tony, I've wrote down your name. And trust me, you're about one of about 30 people. It's like, well, I guess I'm not getting a KISS lot. I still hadn't been invoiced for one. They're on their way. The demand for these have been unprecedented. I mean, it is insane. I've never seen anything like it. It's a phenomenon unlike any other. Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe. Near Mint Minus and pre-ordered. Warrior featuring Patty Smythe is a $25 start. There's the Obi. There's the insert, $25 start on that. And yes, I've wrote down your name. I'll make sure. I guarantee if you go on there, you'll see that you're still on the list and you just hadn't got a thumbs up yet. We're still chipping away at the pre-order. And then over here is 38 Special Tour de Force. 38 Special is a $25 start. That's Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Put down Solarplex for Metallica and Led Zeppelin. Put down Solarplex to Metallica and Led Zeppelin, okay? So write those down. I don't have my phone available right now to start jotting down names. I'll make sure, Tony McDaniel, you're probably just hadn't got to yet. And then Solarplex. Let's write down Tony McDaniel. Make sure he's on the list. Write down Solarplex for Metallica and Led Zeppelin. They're all $59.99. Just let me know which one you want. We'll take care of you. No guarantee when they'll come in. Next week, next month, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 months, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. We got Black Sabbath Born Again. Black Sabbath is VG, VG++, $30 start. The only way you can for sure know when you're getting one and you want to claim it is when I'm showing them live and say, I've got 2 left. But I'll tell you, that's only ever happened once, and that was with Black Sabbath. We sold out. We have a waiting list, and we're still waiting for those to come in. So basically, I'm saying you might want to put in your order, but I can't tell you 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days, 6 days, 12 days. Just be on the lookout for them. No telling. Next is Linda Ronstadt sold to Wayne Bartow, $6.99. We have 4 Tops on Broadway. 4 Tops is $6.99. This is the 4 Tops on Broadway, $6.99 on 4 Tops. And Billy Price with the Keystone Rhythm Band is it over. $6.99 for Billy Price. The Whales, Fish Belly White. The Whales is a 1987 rock album, $6.99. And Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets, produced by Dave Edmonds, $6.99. And The Face I Love, Sylvia and Telly's, $6.99. And that's a 1966 mono bossa nova. There's no Aussie light. Do you mean Black Sabbath? There's never been an Aussie light. Cindy Jones on the 4 Tops on Broadway. That's sold to Cindy Jones for $6.99. So over here, $25 start, $25 start. And don't let this Black Sabbath slip through. Black Sabbath is called Born Again, a 1983 USOG VG++ with the original under sleeve. This album has never been reissued, by the way. It only has 1 bid. Nobody's been on Scandal. Nobody's been on 38 Special. Let me go back up. Altar Boys was sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Jackie was second, then Matt Nichols, then James Chilcott. We've already done that one. Holy Terror is already sold. Kiss Lights is $59.99. Yes, Dwayne, you got Altar Boys. Next was Wayne Bartow, got Linda Ronstadt. Black Sabbath has a bid for $30. Next T-shirts coming soon. Cindy Jones on 4 Tops. Robin Glenn was next. Yes, Dwayne, you got Altar Boys. Scandal's a $25 start. Black Sabbath $35. Now Black Sabbath $45. Boo-Hoo's is called Moonshider EX edition, $6.99 on that one. Also Los Correos, All Pre, All Los Santal something, and that is $6.99. Also we have Mary Deal and the Galaxies at the Beach. I think that's Harry. Harry Deal, 1980 Private Press Hard Rock R&B. That is $6.99. Tony says he needs a Black Sabbath lot too. I don't think that all those have officially come in either yet. You're probably just down there on the list somewhere. And then over here, we got Black Sabbath 35, Black Sabbath 45. Rick Hall says WHST 38 question mark. Dwayne Caldwell says thanks. John Stevens wants Wales. Wales is sold to John Stevens for $6.99. Black Sabbath 37. That's where we're at right now on all of our auctions. Just FYI, a couple things are about to be a buy now. Next thing is just keep taking the peels. John Pollard, MD. That's what Seth tells his clients. Just keep taking those peels. That is a Private Press folk album in shrink wrap, and that is $6.99, Tanner. just $6.99, FYI. Also over here is Fly, F-L-Y-T-E, Dawn Dancer. That's a 1994 South Korean reissue, $6.99 on that. Also $6.99 is Shasta and the Astral Travelers, a sealed 1984 US. That's unopened, $6.99 on that. And over here, I also have for $6.99 Bachman Turner Overdrive Freeways. Bachman Turner Overdrive Freeways is $6.99. And we have The Bloodhounds Let Loose. The Bloodhounds is a sealed rock R&B album, $6.99 on The Bloodhounds. Also, the Dynatone Shameless was $6.99. Okay, over here, first thing we have is Scandal. Did not get a bid. This is a $25 buy it now. 38 special, did not get a bid. It's a $25 buy it now. And then over here we have Black Sabbath. The last bid was Aaron Andrus at $45, and that was through 3 minutes ago. No one's bid since then. He has it for $45. There's been 2 other bids, but they're less than $45. And then ST wants MD and Pills Doctor. Was that 2 different claims? That was Harry Deal and the Pills Doctor sold to ST and ST, and then Lewis Kulik gets BTO. Let's put these Japanese pressings and sleeves, just $25 buy it nows. 38 special. Tour de Force, just a $25 start. That is near mint minus and pristine, Japanese pressing. $25 buy it now, recall. Fred Cardinelli gets Scandal. Dave Seretna says you've been on Scandal. So let's put Scandal back up. Dave, I don't know if you heard me, but earlier you put Scandal and then you didn't put a bid. So always make sure, and then I said that, I don't know if you didn't hear me. I was like, if you're bidding on Scandal, make sure you put 25, because if you just put Scandal, that is not a bid, okay? So let's put this back up. Scandal, make sure if you want to bid, you put Scandal $25. If you just put Scandal, that doesn't count as a bid, just FYI. Okay, and then 38 special is pending to 2 people, Recall and then Sully. Okay, he just wants the Pills record, so no Harry Deal for ST. Okay, so we'll figure out who gets that. Let's put Scandal back up, and then Black Sabbath. The last bid on Black Sabbath was 45, and I'm assuming everybody's done. I've said that twice now, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next auction. And we have going up for bid right now is a Japanese pressing of Hall & Oates, and that is Private Eyes, $25 start on that. This is a Japanese pressing of Obi, $25 start. So 38 special is sold to Sully for $25. Let's get that in a sleeve. Always make sure if you're bidding on something, you put a numerical, because I don't know how many times some people's like, well, yeah, I'm bidding, but if you don't put a number, there are some people who do not bid on stuff. They've told me, Chad, I will never bid on something. I only want to claim it or do a buy it now. So some people think I'm laying something down for a buy it now. They'll put Scandal, and then I'll say it's sold to them, and they're like, no, I only wanted to buy it. I did not want to bid on it. And I'll be like, well, you did get it for $25. And they're like, well, no, I don't want to win the auction. I just want to buy it. And it gets really confusing, and I don't understand it, but make sure you put a numerical. Black Sabbath is at $45 to Aaron Andrus, and that's sold to Aaron Andrus for $45, okay? Now Scandal has a bid with Dave Seretna for $25. It's definitely on the clock. Hall & Oates is a $25 start, but we do have some anti-bidders. They say they don't want to win any auctions. No auctions, just buy it nows, and they will say, please do not sell it to me unless it's a buy it now. And I'll be like, well, you have the high bid if you just bid 25, and they'll be like, no, I want to wait for the buy it now. And then they'll lose the buy it now, and I'm like, well, why didn't you just bid? Very bizarre thing. Cinderella Night Songs. This is an 87 US Club copy. EX or better. A really nice copy of Cinderella. $35 start on that, okay? Everything in here is $6.99. We're going to read through these again. Very interesting crate here. And now Scandal is sold to Dave Seretna for $25, okay? Now that's sold, and let's put that away. Now we're down to Hall & Oates and that really nice copy of Cinderella Night Songs. All righty. That's where we're at on those. All right, boom and boom. Let's put that in a sleeve. Thank you, Dave Seretna. All right, Hall & Oates 25 and Cinderella 35. Next thing, $6.99 for the Blazing Aces. This is an 88 Holland VG condition, $6.99. Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac, VG Plus $6.99. Gary and Randy Scruggs, All the Way Home, EX $6.99. Ain't Lonely No More, Rockabilly Rock and Roll and Psycho, EX $6.99. That's a Rockabilly Psychobilly compilation. Duke Jupiter, Sweet Cheeks, that's $6.99 for Duke Jupiter. Lake is $6.99. No condition notes on that. Roy Loney and the Phantom Movers. That's a 12-inch single, $6.99. Return to Swinder and Neat Petite. Delaney and Bonnie, 2 Bonnie from Delaney. VG copy on that, $6.99. Farmer John Live by the Premiers, $6.99. Cinderella has 2 bids now. Joe Ely is $6.99. And we have Duke and the Drivers Cruising. That's also $6.99. Next Japanese auction is John Denver Live. And this is an evening with John Denver. It's a 2 LP new. Not new. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Very nice with the inserts. John Denver, a $25 start. Also in here, $6.99. We have Stephen Bishop, Bowling in Paris, $6.99 on that. Shadowfax, The Dreams of Children, New Age Jazz, $6.99 on that. And Evita, this is the Andrew Lloyd Webber 2 LP soundtrack, $6.99. And we have Billy Price and the Ketone Rhythm Band, Is It Over, $6.99 for Billy Price. Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets, a UK copy and Shrink, that is $6.99. And Sylvia Tellis, The Face That I Love, a 1966, $6.99 on that. The Boo-Hoo's Moonshiner, that was an 87 alternate rock album. The Boo-Hoo's was $6.99. Los Crayos, 2001 alternate rock, $6.99. Fly, F-L-Y-T-E, Dawn Dancer, a 1994 South Korean press, $6.99. Shasta and the Astral Casters, sealed for $6.99. And the last 3 was the Bloodhounds for $6.99 sealed. We had Harry Deal and the Galaxies at the Beach and the Dynatones. Now, if you want something there, I'll give a second for the lag. If not, I'm going to count those and see what goes on here with the bundle deal, okay? But right now, you can pick up Hall & Oates for a $25 buy it now. That's called Private Eyes. Hall & Oates is a $25 buy it now for Private Eyes. $25 buy it now for Private Eyes by Hall & Oates. I'm going to go ahead and set that right over here. I think Cinderella's done. Gregory has it for the last couple minutes at $45. Once again, that's an 86 U.S. Club, Carrollton Press, EX or better. Nice at $45. Final call. And then John Denver's at $25, a Japanese pressing 2 LP. Ooh, great neck adjustment. Nice. All righty. How did I end up on the Skycast? Not that I'm listening to it, but somehow I ended up on the Skycast. I don't want to end up on the Skycast. I want to watch it right here. All right. Okay. Godfather theme. We don't have those available. That's something I don't have right now. That will be coming in the future. There is no Godfather logo available right now, but those will come in the future. Blazing Aces, Soda Biddlecombe, and Ain't Lonely No More. Okay, and that was this comp right here. Soda Biddlecombe and Biddlecombe. Anybody else in there? Okay, got his lag taken care of. Info on Bloodhounds. Let's see here. Let's see here. Dynatones. The Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds Let Loose. A rock and R&B album, sealed, 2014, $6.99. Cinderella Soda Gregory for $45, and you can pick up John Denver for $25. That is an evening with John Denver live, 2 LP Japanese pressing, $25 on that. All right, let's keep everything rolling over here. All right, and I'm going to make sure Derek doesn't want that one. And let's go over here. Okay. All right. Boom. Derek Clark gets this for $6.99. Okay, so here's what's left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right, bundle deal. 21. I'm watching the Vols over here right off to the corner. You probably can see it behind the chat bar. 21. I'm going to do these for $75. 75 divided by 21 is going to be $3.57 each. Let's clear these out. $75 bundle deal. I'll go get some more $6.99, and here comes some more auctions. Next is a Japanese pressing, and that is Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. This one's absolutely loaded with hits. It's near mint minus and pristine. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. It is near mint minus and pristine. Very, very nice copy. $25 start on Bruce. There's the inserts, and there's the cover and obi. Beautiful Japanese pressing. Let's introduce one more from the bonus crate, and then I'm going to show you all the no bids. Let's try to get some of these sold. Wow, a Steely Dan here in shrink and hop. I love hop stickers. Look at this. This is a Steely Dan Royal Scam, 1976 OG with the inner sleeve shrink and hop sticker, advertising Kid Charlemagne. That's cool. Steely Dan and shrink and hop, $25 start on that. That is now up for bid, okay? Let me show you all no bids. Can we get one of our bundlers tune in? Where is our bundlers at? Bundle Mania. Come on, bundlers. I'd love to say these last 21 records for $75. Come on, bundlers. Come on, Otis. Where is he? There he is. He's chewing on his fish over here. Can I have that fish, buddy? Can I have that fish? Let me give me that bone. I got your food. I got your food. Yeah. I got to refill his water. All right, buddy. Here's your water. He's got his head hanging over the bed, just so he can eat his food. All right, I refilled your water. You're welcome. See if he finds that bottle later. All right. Anybody else? Steely Dan does have a bid for $25. Okay. Bundle deal. Come on, bundlers. Let me show you the no bids right quick. So we got $25. John Denver, An Evening with John Denver. Hall & Oates Private Eyes is $25. Beatles Hollywood Bowl, $35. Michael Thompson Band is $10. And then Bad Boy, the band that made Milwaukee famous, $10. And this was from the metal hot pitcher, Rail, R-A-I-L, Arrival. And Rail's an 83 reissue for $20. That is the no bids right now. John Denver, Hall & Oates, Beatles, Michael Thompson, Bad Boy, and Rail. Bruce is a $25 start, no bid. Steely Dan has a bid with Sully for $25. And over here. Oh. Let me touch my toes. Oh, gosh. Last night was a marathon, so I did about 2 sales last night in one. Holy moly. Okay, what else is going on over here? My bundlers are letting me down. Unbelievable. Golly. All right, maybe someone will hop on by the next crate. Let me go get a new crate to fill up, and let's do this. Let me go up front and fill up some more records. More auctions coming back in just a second. There's Otis. What are you doing, buddy? He's like, what are you doing? You're walking around in circles talking to yourself. And I'm going to go over here and steal somebody's crate because I can't find any empty crates in this building anymore. Here's one. Yeah. Well, there's presidential. Yeah, uncirculated Go Dollars. In parentheses, Sacagawea and Washington. Okay, let's fill up some more records. Let's do it. These are all $6.99. All right, let me put these in here. Let me start over here now. Let's start doing these. $6.99. $6.99. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bow. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Da-da-dum. Okay. All right. Sully, congratulations on what did I just say? Congratulations on Steely Dan, $25. Now Bruce is a $25 buy it now. Bruce is a buy it now for $25. We sold one of those last night, I think, for $25, didn't we? And then I had one in this morning's flip crate, but this one's near mint minus. $25 on that one. Let's put that away. And Let's put up some more. Rail was $20. Rail was $20. Okay, and then our next auction, Japanese department. I'm going to do Billy Joel, and this is an innocent man, a Japanese press and near mint minus and pristine. Billy Joel's a $25 start, and then let's pull something over here from the bonus crate. Let's see what I got. There's so much in here I can't even get to them. And then there's Kiss stuff over here. Well, let's not do that right now. Let's instead do, golly, there's some good stuff in here. Let's do this right here. This is the Runaways. The Runaways is a 76 US Terre Haute with the original inner sleeve and lyric insert, VG Plus condition. The Runaways is a $40 start. Okay, everything in here is $6.99. Next is Tom Robinson, Sector 27. Tom Robinson is $6.99. We also have Candy Staten, House of Love, right? Candy Staten, House of Love, $6.99. Slim Galliard, Rides Again. Slim was originally $29.99. Paul had that as a 59 US Mono OG VG Plus, just $6.99. And Fujitsu Concord, Jazz Festival in Japan, 87. Phil Woods Quintet, Bob Stoop, 1988. Bob Stu, VG Plus, $6.99. Rail was $20. Billy Joe, a $25 start. Runaway, $40. And then they'll definitely be in before Christmas, yeah. Rail and Chad, how much would a copy of Street Survivors of the Flames be? A friend is asking. Of course, conditions, everything, but a really nice copy, like perfect, $75 to $100 is like really tops on those right now. Maybe more. I mean, if it's beautiful, like shrink and everything. I've sold some really beat up copies though for less than 30. Badger, White Lady, this is VG Plus, $6.99. Slim is sold to Cindy Jones for $6.99. We have Thrashing Doves, Trouble and Home. Thrashing Doves is $6.99. Gold Stamp Promo Hop Sticker. Randy Van Warmer, Terraform, that is $6.99. And Manaheim Steamroller, Saving the Wildlife, that's $6.99. And Dottie West Sings, early country stuff here, or somewhat early, you know, 60s country. Dottie West is $6.99. 1966 to be exact. Thrashing Doves is sold for $6.99 to John Stevens. Thank you on that. And then also we had Freddie Mitchell, Above and Below. Freddie Mitchell is $6.99, a 1984 Private Press Hard Rock, and that is $6.99. And we have Joyous Noise. Joyous Noise is a 71 US EX, $6.99. And Night City. Night City is Raymond Zarek, who is the keyboardist from The Doors, $6.99 on that. And then we also have the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Toucan Can Do It. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $6.99. The Runaways is a no bid, a 76 OG, a $40 buy it now. And Billy Joe can be picked up for a $25 buy it now. In shrink, $25 on Billy Joe. Innocent Man, okay? There's that. Let's put this in here. Also, we have a, see, let me put this away. Whoops. Okay. FM over here sold for $6.99, and that was to Jackie Reynolds. That was Freddie Mitchell. Thank you on that one. Also, $6.99 is Burning Sensations. Gold Stamp Promo, $6.99 on Burning Sensations. And Buzz Martin, a logger finds an opening. Buzz Martin, 1970 Country, VG Plus, $6.99. First is Cindy Jones on Night City. That's sold to Cindy for $6.99. And then Christina Curtis on Dottie for $6.99. And then Chris Farrar gets the Runaways for the $40 buy it now. Thank you, Chris Farrar. That's sold to you for $40. Also, $6.99 is America. That's their self-titled album, produced by George Martin, who did all the Beatles stuff, of course. $6.99 on America. And we had Three of a Kind, Ray Charles, Ivory Joe Hunter, and Jimmy Russian. Three of a Kind is $6.99. Which Burning Sensations was that? I think it's self-titled. It's a 4-track EP. Yeah, 4-track mini LP, $6. Bruce is a Japanese press, $25 no bid on that one, so it's a buy it now. Journey's going to go up for bid, another Japanese pressing, and we got the Honey Drippers, Page and Plant. So first is Journey Frontiers. Let me see if the Obi's off the cover. I think it's, yeah, so it's an Obi cap. This one does have the Obi. It just needs to be capped on the front. So sometimes these caps can get a little obtrusive because it's hard to get it in and out of a sleeve, but it just kind of sits on top of the record. So that is the Obi. It does included, and that's a $25 start. And then the Honey Drippers, this is a $25 start. This is near mint minus and pristine in shrink with the obi. The honey drippers is $25. There's the insert, and there's the cover and obi, okay? Steve Biddlecombe on 3 of a kind. That's sold to him for $6.99. Cindy Jones was next. And then Kevin Chapman gets Bruce for $25, okay? Thank you on that. $6.99 is the song Pablo Picasso on this. I do not see that. Do not see that. Nope, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Lacey J. Dalton Dream Baby. $6.99 for Lacey J. Dalton. And we had lit 80 Rabbit variations. Everything in here, this is a discount crate of $6.99. No more, no less. That means everything in here is $6.99. Also, we have Graham Parker, another gray area. Graham Parker is $6.99. Journey's a $25 start. The Honey Drippers is a $25 start. I'm going to lay those over there, maybe where I can grab something else from the next crate. And then 24 Country and Western Greats, K-Tail Alert, Johnny Cash, Roy Clark, Glenn Campbell, sealed, unopened, K-Tail Country Comp, $6.99. And then Rare Earth Ecology. Rare Earth is $6.99. No condition notes on that. Robin Glenn on Eddie Rabbit. That's sold to Robin Glenn for $6.99. Jean-Luc Ponty Live is $6.99. Jean-Luc. And then Tom Paxton 6, a 1970 Pittman press. Tom Paxton, just $6.99. By the way, this collection, Paul has found some incredible stuff already. Earlier when he was here, he was showing me some great records. And then wait till y'all see, he found a really rare psych record over here. Or metal, private press metal record, Iron Cross. Now, I think the last one sold in low grade for like $1,100. And I think the only one active is $3,500. So that is a pretty incredible record there. That was found in this new collection. He was pulling out stuff earlier that was just crazy. So this new collection has some pretty insane stuff. But if you go look at the stats on that, that's a real OG pressing. Probably a couple $1,000 record, Iron Cross. Okay. All right. And let me open back up Hulu so I can pull back up this game and watch the Vols close this out. Sorry for the pause. Just want to let everybody know we got insane stuff coming up. But yeah, he found that incredible record today. So never sold a metal record quite like that before. It might bring more than that. I mean, there's only one active for 3,000. So Cindy Jones on first was Cindy Jones on the 24 Country Hits for $6.99. Christina Circuit and Christina Curtis second. And then Rare Earth was next, and that was sold to Margaret Gerhold. Hadn't seen any Punk, but I'm just not for sure yet. I don't want to say no or yes is what I've been telling people, because honestly, I don't know. So Metallica's 29, Korn is 33, AC/DC's 29, and Iron Maiden's 33. 29, 33, 29, 33. That's the lineup in the back right now. Everything in this crate is $6.99, including Larry Heart and Soul, a 78 Disco Funk. That is $6.99. We have Ultima Fuel. Ultima Fuel is a 72 Gospel Comp. That's VG Plus $6.99. And then we had Mimi Farina and Tom Jans Take Heart, $6.99 on that. And then Tony Orlando and Dawn 2. Tony Orlando and Dawn 2, no condition notes, $6.99. Rail is still available. Pretty much the only unadvertised metal record that didn't sell tonight. Rail is $20. It's an 83 US reissue. Rest of these are Japanese pressings. And then Dwayne Caldwell on Ultima Fuel. That's sold to Dwayne Caldwell for $6.99. Andy Pratt, Fun in the First World. Andy Pratt is EX, $6.99. And Handmade Mason Williams. Handmade Mason Williams. Mason Williams is $6.99. And then Dan Mobley, this is No More. It is EX, and it's signed $6.99, okay? So over here we have Honey Drippers. It's a buy it now if anybody wants it for $25. And Journey's a buy it now if anybody wants it for $25. Let me grab a couple sleeves to put those in. Those are $25 and $25. So Honey Drippers and Journey. And it looks like Steve Mason asked about Rail, and he gets Rail for $20. Steve Mason, Rail is sold to you. Let's put these in new sleeves here. You can pick up these Japanese pressings, really, really nice for $25.25. So when we get to the end of the week, What is left for the Japanese are the last calls here. We're just got a couple more that have officially been put up. We got quite the stack over here. Maybe we can sell them off. Sometimes, every once in a while, I'll do a big bundle deal with somebody on these, but that's where we're at right now. Let's put Journey in here. All right, great new collection in, though. Very excited to see what's coming next week. This could be one of the best weeks we've ever had because we started Sunday with Paul doing a sock sale, and he sold a lot of stuff, and then we've had some great nights this week, whatever we did last night. And then over here, starting tonight, we've got quite the pile going. Michael Salazar gets Journey for $25. Honey Drippers, $25. Billy Joel, $25. Bad Boy, Michael Thompson, 10 and 10. Don't really know what those are. And then John Denver, $25. Hall & Oates, $25. And then Beatles was the only one that was $35, okay? Thank you on that. I'll put up some new stuff. Let me show a few more $6.99 records. I've got Chris Mancini, No Strings, and this is signed, $6.99. We're getting to some stray leftovers from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It looks like some random signed records. Jack Hanna sings with the Shepherd Staff. Jack Hanna is signed, $6.99. I think he had something to do with the Atlanta Braves at some point. Yeah, $6.99 with Jack Hanna. Ron Levy's Wild Kingdom, it's signed, $6. Can y'all believe we still got Dale's Pittsburgh collection laying around here? Dear Enemy is Computer One. That's $6.99 for Dear Enemy. And Barbara Streisand Memories. Oh, Barbara is $6.99 as well. Let's go ahead and put up two more Japanese pressings. And that is Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies, $25 start. And then over here, Billy Joe and Innocent Man. Billy Joe and Innocent Man is $25. Okay, those are two more Japanese pressings. Let me pull something from the bonus bin, too. First, Lewis Kulik on CM for Chris Mancini. That's sold to Lewis Kulik for $6.99. And Departure Truth, direct-to-disc. Departure is a gospel soft rock album, EX $6.99. And we have Last Kiss Wednesday, a 74 US, $6.99. Robin Glenn on BS, Barbara Streisand. A slow night? Well, I would hope not, because we got such an amazing customer base. Thank goodness that doesn't happen. So we owe too much to y'all for tuning in and making all this possible every night. All right, that was the last two of those Japanese. I think there's two more boxes, new shipments of Japanese up front. We'll obviously tear into those on Monday because we hadn't even opened those. And I got other stuff over here I can run as well. Let's throw up something here. And you may know this, you may love this. It's called Kiss Dynasty. And Kiss Dynasty is a 79 USOG. It does not have the poster, but it has the inner sleeve. VG copy. Dynasty's going to go up for a $20 start. Next is Dwayne Caldwell on Jack Hanna for $6.99. That's sold to Dwayne Caldwell for $6.99. My crate's almost full, but first let me go ahead and show you Brian Auger's Search Party. Brian Auger is VG Plus, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Including Sawyer Brown Shaken. Sawyer Brown is $6.99. And Gary Lewis and the Playboys, New Directions. Gary Lewis is $6.99. And the fabulous new French singing star, Muriel Mathieu. And Muriel Mathieu is $6.99 as well. In Shrink, that was originally $19.99. Storybook Children, Billy Vera and Judy Clay, that was $6.99. And we had Wind Machine Unplugged, featuring Van Gogh's Garden. That looks unusual. It's a jazz album from '86. Wind Machine Unplugged, featuring Van Gogh's Garden, $6.99. We have Josh White Jr., that was sealed for $6.99. And we have Eternity. And Eternity is a 73 U.S. Christian rock, VG Plus, $6.99. Let's go ahead and before I pull those, let me start a new crate because this one has gotten really full. Not much more I can pack in here. Let me put that right there. And let me grab this empty crate. So Jake earlier today, shout out to Jake who watches a lot of our sales. Jake was watching, he was trying to tag the beginning and the end of the show at the same time. So he had two iPads up and he was watching the beginning of the show and then he was watching the end of the show and he was tagging simultaneously because it was such a long show so they could get all this stuff tagged, keyed in, and be ready for invoicing on Monday because we got tonight and then him and Tanner's helping out tomorrow. So Everybody's going to be pretty slammed here. So there's a lot going on here at Coletco behind the scenes. Stuff y'all have no idea that even happens. Cindy Jones and Brian Auger for $6.99. Samantha Harrison was first on Sawyer Brown. And then Jason was next on Sawyer Brown. Dwayne Caldwell on Eternity. And Eternity for Dwayne Caldwell was right here. And then next is Solosom. That's when I'm super excited for the pre-order. I actually already have them over here. I already have them over here, but I can't tag them until Monday for the new invoicing cycle. So they are actually right here next to me, but I can't tag them until Monday for the new invoicing cycle. But they're in, yes, they're already delivered. Okay, they're already delivered. All right, Crosfields and Ash is a $25 buy it now. Billy Joel's a $25 buy it now. And final call to get a bid on Kiss for $20. Let me put these in new sleeves, okay? Let me put these in new sleeves, and let me set them right over here. All righty. $6.99, $6.99. I'm probably, did I read through those twice? Probably just going to read the titles one more time, let everybody know they're $6.99, and then we're going to try to offer these as a bundle, hopefully. Hopefully. But let's go ahead and put Billy Joel in a sleeve and Crosfields and Ash. All right, made a big chunk. Took a big chunk out of our Japanese inventory tonight for sure. That is Kiss Dynasty. It is OG with the original on her sleeve. It has, it's in VG a $25 start, $20 start. We'll say a $20 start. OG Dynasty. Okay, Chris Farrar Wind Machine. That's sold to Chris Farrar for $6.99. Same price for everything in here. And if you need more information, let me know. Tom Robinson, Sector 27. Candy Stanton, the Phil Woods Quintet, Jazz Festival, Japan. Badger, Randy Van Warmer, Manaheim Steamroller, Joyous Noise, Toucan Canoe, Amazing Rhythm Aces, Buzz Martin, America, Burning Sensations, Lacey J. Dalton, Graham Parker, Jean-Luc Live, Tom Paxton 6. This was Larry Hart, Mimi Farina and Tom Jans, Tony Orlando and Don, and Andy Pratt. Over here, Kiss has a bid for $20. This is Kiss Dynasty, a 1979 USOG Terre Haute press. Inner sleeve is included, VG cover, VG vinyl. I was made for loving you, baby. Last Kiss info. Is that something in the crate? Last Kiss. She's not talking about Dynasty. She's talking about Last Kiss Wednesday. It's a 1974 U.S. pop rock album from 74 on the Sussex label. $6.99 on that, Jackie. Also $6.99 was Mason Williams Handmade. Dan Mobley, No Way. No Wake. Ron Levy's Wild Kingdom. Dear Enemy. Computer One. Departure Truth. Muriel Matthew. Gary Lewis and the Playboys. Billy Vera and Judah Clay. And Josh White Jr. was sealed. Okay? Kiss is at $20, and that's sold to Ryan Eaton. And then over here, Jackie is sold on Wednesday. Okay. Oh. Oh. Whew. Okay. Next. As soon as I pop all my bones back into place. Oh, gosh. Let's see here. I'm going to give a lag delay here. Wayne Bartow on Gary Lewis. Okay. Carol, I'll tell you one way that a guy I know, he's actually an American living in Japan. One connection I guess with him is he literally just does a spreadsheet. That's one way. That's one of the ways. So it's really, you probably missed the discussion. It's really hard to get premium titles because they're just as in demand from Americans in Japan buying them up and Japanese collectors wanting to buy American music. So there's just as a demand for high-grade, rare stuff over there as it is here in America. So that's why we can't hardly get metal stuff or, you know, like pristine OG Doors and Stones and Beatles, the OGG stuff. There's a billion reissues out there. So, yeah, I did already tag Rail. Rail got tagged already. Yep, Steve Mason. So, not Biddlecombe. Yeah. All right, let's count these for a bundle deal. The last one didn't sell. I would love to sell all these. I'll make them even cheaper per record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. All right, and so the last bundle was 21, 27 here. How about we do these for $95? 95 divided by 27, that's $351 each. That's another half off. Everything's been bargain reduced to $6.99 and then half off that. 27 records, $95. Bundle deal sold. All you got to do is say bundle or bundle deal sold. I will graciously sell them to you. I think we have the Grinch around here. I know we were down to just a couple copies of Rudolph and Grinch, so we didn't have many left, I don't think. I don't think so. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the demand for vinyl is big in every country, and even the non-speaking English countries, they want all the U.S. stuff, and I mean, we have some of our UK buyers watching right now, like Steve and Jason, and they're UK customers, and they want a lot of the Americana from the 50s and 60s. And I'm seeing more people want that stuff now, not even overseas, but it seems like some people are like, yeah, we do kind of want this early stuff here. So maybe it will mount the comeback. It's always been strong other areas, but and then all the metal and psych, it's just so hard to get anywhere. Funk and soul and jazz, and so. Okay, let me ask y'all this. Does anybody want to make an offer on this bundle before I put up anything else, okay? Let me see what I've got over here. Let's grab, let's see, where is this here? Let's put up Def Leppard. This is Def Leppard Pyromania. Def Leppard is an 83 USOG, 53 Hop Hog, VG condition, a $15 start. That's an OG Def Leppard Pyromania, $15 start on that, okay? Let's see here, and let me move some stuff around, see if I can find what she just asked for here. I'm going to have to walk over here to make a path, though. My paths are closing in on me. Give me 1 second. It's almost time for Chad to restack everything over here, because I can barely walk around. We've sold out of that crate already. Okay. We have not gone through this crate, but it's not what we're looking for. Nope. We have not sold out of that crate yet, but that's not what we're looking for. So we'll put that there. We've already went through that crate. I can almost condense those two. And then we definitely went through this crate earlier, I think. No, we didn't, but we don't need to. It's pretty good titles, but they're pretty recent. And then have not gone through that crate a second time, nor do we need to. Haven't gone through this crate a second time, nor do we need to right now. This is pretty good stuff in here, though. Might be worthy of a quick flip. It's a lot of the same artist, but let's knock this one out right quick. Let me condense this. I was looking, there's about 3 people that will buy every bundle, and they're just not watching right now. They're just unfortunately not watching right now. Let me put these over here. Phil, I will check on the list and see where you're at on that in 1 second, okay? I'm about to go get my laptop, because you're not the only person who's asked tonight about the status of lights again. Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 15. All right, sorry, I'm over here kind of trying to restack and pack some stuff, and I have found a quick crate for me to breeze through right quick. May be some stuff in here you've been unaware of. Okay, so first thing I have over here is this. Primus, suck on this. Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $24.99, Primus. We have Stone Temple Pilots, that's their self-titled Red album, self-titled on red vinyl, $29.99. Also, we have the Shrek soundtrack, Somebody once told me, well, we have a 3-way tie on Def Leppard. Nobody wants to break it. Sully bid first at 15. Larry Gonzalez bid 15, and Joe DeGaldo bid 15 in that order. I've been watching the game right over here the entire time. I've watched almost every play in the corner of my eye. Pulp, different class, $29.99. X-Wing on Stone Temple Pilots, that's sold to X-Wing. So Promise, one STP left, Shrek, Pulp, several King Crimsons. We have the 80s albums. This is known as King Crimson 3 of a Perfect Pair for $29, King Crimson Discipline for $34, and King Crimson Beat for $29. Led Zeppelin's $33.99 in through the outdoor. Physical Graffiti, we've already sold one tonight. There's another for $44. Led Zeppelin 2 is $29. Led Zeppelin Coda is $36. Pink Floyd Live, Paris Theater, 1970. Pink Floyd is $29.99. We have Zach Sabbath's Greatest Riffs on white vinyl. White vinyl, Zach Sabbath, $33.99. AC/DC Highway to Hell is $29. Pink Floyd Live in Philadelphia, 2 LP, $44.99 on Pink Floyd. Nick Cave and the Birthday Party, Amsterdam, Nick Cave, 1981, $29.99 on that. And then Prince is the newest pressing on white and blue marble vinyl, $33.99. 33. Chad, you can breathe now. Game's about over. I know it. Boy, this thing's flown by too. I guess because it was such a big running clock game. See, I was even thinking, man, if this is a close game, I'm going to stop at halftime. I was going to sell all the medal auction, stop at halftime, and go home and watch it so I could yell at the TV. And I've sit over here and watched the whole game just flash before my eyes. So I've had a lot of fun. I've sold a lot of merchandise, and it probably saved me a lot of money than flying to Florida. Airfare to Florida, hotel, ticket, that'd have been $1,500, and I've stood right here and had just as much fun watching it with basically my the customers here at Coletco. Larry Gonzalez is at $20. It's up to Joe DeGaldo. He's out. We're about to sell that for $20, and that left Promise, STP, Shrek, Pulp, King Crimson, King Crimson, King Crimson, Led Zeppelin, Led Zeppelin, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Zach Sabbath, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Nick Cave, and Prince. And that Prince is the new pressing that's on colored vinyl, by the way, okay? Right into another crate. Just hadn't shown some of those in a while, so I thought I would thumb through them right quick, and thumb through them I have. Those are sold. The thumb through is complete now. Thumb through is done. This is Old Rocktober's, Typo Negative, Mr. Bungle. Y'all have seen these a bunch. Warren Zevon, it's a lot of extra stock we have. Lots of extra stock we have. And then this crate here is, let's see here. Somebody was wanting a Silverchair Frog Stomp last night. There should be in a waiting list. So if I found at least one record somebody's been looking for, I bet there's something else in here somebody else has been looking through. Plus, I got to restack this one, okay? And then over here, Def Leppard is sold for $20 to Larry Gonzalez. King Crimson 3 of a Perfect Pair for James Handy. I got that for you. I love those 80s King Crimsons album. And 3 of a Perfect Pair was a 200-gram Robert Fripp remaster. That sold for $29.99. And let's jump over here. It is 11/22, so today in 1963 is when President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. 11/22/63. Judas Priest is an 86 USOG. It's VG minus a $10 start on Judas Priest. Very quickly over here, all the metal auctions have all sold. Everything's gone. All the metal, everything in the hot picture is sold to new collectors. They're all gone. We have Motley Crue from the beginning, 2 LP, but I do have new stuff I'm putting up that's unadvertised. Motley Crue from the beginning is $38.99. We have Testament in Parabellum, and that's their newest album, $44.99 for Testament. I have 2 of those in stock. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 20th anniversary, $36.99 for Avenged Sevenfold. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business and Business Is Good. Silver Vinyl, Anniversary Edition, $29 for Megadeth. There's Faces. Ooh La La, limited, numbered, analog, $39 on that. Kicks Hotwire. Kicks is on colored vinyl, $46.99. We got Mastodon, Hushed and Grim. Mastodon is $44.99. And Mastodon Remission And Remission is on neon violet purple vinyl. Mastodon's $33.99. And then Silverchair Frog Stomp. Now, I know for sure somebody wanted one of those last night. I hope that there's a sticky note over here. They might have not got to that part of the show yet. If you're watching and you did want a Frog Stomp, you might want to let me know. $54.99. I got Stevie Ray Vaughan, Leonard Skinner, Stone Temple Pilots, Marilyn Manson, Transformer, and Aerosmith. I don't see it over here. Let me go check Tanner and Jake's desk. This looks like G's desk. Wait a minute. What is today? Saturday? No, that's not G's handwriting. I don't know whose handwriting that was then. That was from a different... That was like Thursday night, I think. Suffocation, Glass Animals, Rust in Peace. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff over here. I don't know. Maybe that person's watching. If they still want it. I hope so, because I love selling stuff, obviously. I love to sell stuff. There's Silverchair. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I got one more over here. Also, we have Sleep. This is green and transparent merge effect colored vinyl. Sleep is $34.99. And then Wretched, and this is called Decay. Wretched's on blackout colored vinyl. So this is gray, white, and red marble. $39.99. And Entombed Wolverine Blues. Entombed is $33.99. Wolverine Blues. And then Ghost. Ghost is Meliora colored vinyl, green, 10th anniversary, $39.99. Judas Priest was a $10 start. It's in VG minus condition. It has one bid for $12. It has one bid for $12. Last time Vols won in Gainesville, 2003. Oh, yeah, that's why it was such a big deal. I mean, we haven't won down there. Since I've been a kid, I don't remember us ever winning in Florida. And there's been, what, 3 or 4 games that just ended in absolute heartbreak. I mean, there's been 2 or 3 games where we just lost just brutally at the very end. So, 2003, I would have been 8 years old, so I don't even remember us ever winning in Florida, and we play them every other year down there. And it wasn't until my sophomore year in college we finally beat them at home. So, yeah, we've pretty much been cursed against Florida for most of my life. So, beating them at Florida, this is the first time I remember it in my lifetime. I don't remember that 2003 win at all. I was literally a kid. So this is the first time I remember us beating Florida on the road. It's incredible. It's been that long. Dream Theater, Images and Words. Dream Theater is $29.99. Also, the Distillers, Coral Fang. The Distillers is on red and black splatter. That's $29.99 for the Distillers. And we have Stone Temple Pilots. There's another copy on red vinyl. $29.99. The Distillers. And Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits. That's a good one. Fleetwood Mac, $33.99. And then House of Pain with Jump Around, $33.99 for House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics, $33.99 for that. Tool doesn't have a price tag on it, but it is in fact $24.99 for Tool. And then over here we have Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar. Robert Plant is $44.99. Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar. We also have Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, 30th Anniversary Edition. Ozzy's $29.99. And then Ace Frehley's $33.99. Ace Frehley, $33.99. That is the remastered album. Very cool. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $46.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. That is a 2 LP, $46.99. And Hideki with James Handy. What was Hideki? I don't think there's anything in here called Hideki, is there? Hideki Matsuyama. We have Green Day, American Idiot. Green Day is $39.99. Motley Crue, Shout of the Devil, $33. Chevelle, The North Corridor, $24. Got 2 copies of that. Motley Crue is $33. Dio, Killing the Dragon is $34. And Bruce Dickinson, More Balls to Picasso, $44.99 for that deluxe edition. Stone Sour is $39. Cinderella Still Climbing is $38. And Van McCoy, Zoetrope Picture Disc, Disco Hustle, $36.99, okay? Judas Priest is sold to Matt Nichols for $20, and the Tool was Opiate. Tool was Opiate. That was a great crate of vinyl. That one's probably going to go in the video in the morning because that's a lot of great stuff I hadn't shown. That's a wide variety and a lot of great titles I hadn't shown in a while. $24.99 for Tool. Yep, 3111. They did it. Whew, what a relief. If we hadn't have lost to Oklahoma, that win would have been huge. And then Vanderbilt, the next Saturday is going to be big. I won't be here next Saturday. I'll definitely be at that game in Neyland. But, man, If we hadn't lost to Oklahoma, we'd be going to the playoffs after that a win. Okay? Amazing. But you got to win a bunch. You got to win a bunch in college football. After you lose 3 or more, you're pretty much out. Okay. Next auction, AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock is a 1977 USOG pressing, specialty press, and it is a strong VG, maybe VG plus, $15 start. Okay? $15 start. 1 second over here. Okay. F1 Racing. What channel is that on? I'm sure Hulu has it. I'm still looking for Grinch. I didn't find it in this crate yet, Samantha. Here it is. Formula One. Wow, there's the Sphere. I'm taking my mom and sister there next week. Or next month. Okay. All right. The no bids. Japanese. Crossfields and Ash, 25. Billy Joel, 25. Beatles, 35. Hall & Oates, 25. John Denver, 25. Billy Joel, 25. Honey Drippers, 25. Bad Boy was 10. And Michael Thompson Band, 10. The last bid on AC/DC was $25 with Michelle Clements. There's F1. That's going to be on for a while, till midnight. Golly, how long does those races take? That's a long time for the broadcast. I need to order some food right quick, actually. All right, so I'm going to be on here. I'm going to do another half-off crate for y'all, maybe 2 back-to-back. I'm going to order some food. I'm going to wrap up after we go through a couple more discount crates. I got to shoot tomorrow morning's video. I've got Thanksgiving dinner at the Old Fashioned Rose Garden Restaurant. Great local place up the road from us. My aunt works there. Rose Garden Restaurant, 11 o'clock. Thanksgiving dinner with family. So that's going to be in 12 hours. And I've got a lot to do between now and then and trying to figure out, try to sleep, because that's going to mess up my sleep schedule. So I'm going to go ahead and order some food here. And what we're going to do is we're going to knock out probably one more half-off crate, and then I'm going to sign off, okay? And I'll make it a good one. I'll make it a true, like, nonsense crate. Let me order some food, and then I'll go home and watch F1 racing for Carol Puckett. Let me see what my... Can I search my orders here? Oh, yeah, that's what I want right there. Cheese sticks from Pizza Hut. And I want it delivered here at 101 Short Street. And I'm going to tip them $5. All right. And my food's ordered. Let's knock out this half-off crate. Let's pull up this. And I have not found a Grinch yet, but I hadn't found that exact crate yet. I don't know what's happened to that stuff. I think I've gone through everything. So let's do one more half-off crate. I bet it's over here, whoever keeps asking. I bet it's in this stuff. Yep. Here's the other new vinyl. This is the stuff I went through the other night. Let's see, the Colt. Nope, not in there. Honestly, I don't know right now. I don't see them in there. Very well could be gone, or it's just not in a crate I hadn't found yet. Okay, here we go. Testament and Sleep. What is that? Testament and Sleep. All right, let me grab this half off crate. Let me see if this is the one I want to do. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's sell everything in here. That was the only Japanese no bids you just seen right then. ACDC is sold to Chuck Egger. I'll run a few more auctions too. That's sold to Chuck Egger for 30. And let's do this. This is probably going to be truly I didn't look in it or anything. This is probably going to be truly nonsense then. So hope y'all ready. Probably last crate of the night. Next auction's Def Leppard High and Dry. An 81 USOG promo, VG++, $25 start. Here we go. First thing, last crate. Early ending, but it's been a good night. Jimmy Smith, the cat, the incredible. Jimmy Smith, $12.50. Also, we have the Alan Parsons Project, Gaudy. $10 on Alan Parsons Project. Loverboy, Get Lucky. Loverboy is $10 for Loverboy. I also have CCR Revival, Willie and the Poor Boys. That's only $17.50. Lionel Richie is $5. I also have Hold On, Herman's Hermits. That's sealed for $7.50. And the Players Association, Turn the Music Up, $10 on that. Adam Bernardi on Alan Parsons, that's sold. So Def Leppard High and Dry is an 81 USOG Richmond Press. VG++, $25 start on that. Cindy Jones on The Cat, Jimmy Smith. Thank you. And the no bids are Michael Thompson Band, $10. Bad Boy was $10. And then the rest are Japanese pressings, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Honey Drippers, $25. Billy Joe, $25. John Denver, $25. Hall & Oates, $25. Beatles, $35. Billy Joe again, $25. And Crosby, Stills & Nash, $25. And I will love to sell the rest of those. Next is Chad Smith on Loverboy. That's sold to Chad Smith. CCR is in there. Next thing over here is the very best of Little Anthony and the Imperials. $10 on Little Anthony. Bob Wills and Tommy Duncan, a living legend. $7.50. The 5 Royals, 17 hits, sealed for $12.50. Sabu, S-A-B-U. Sabu is $7.50. Also, Deion Jackson, Golden Classics. That is sealed for $12.50. Cindy Jones wants the Beatles, and that was out of the... Cindy Jones, and that was the Beatles Hollywood Bowl, right, for $35. That was this Japanese pressing sold to Cindy Jones. Let's tag that for her. And then Testament and Sleep from last crate, if not too late. Testament and Sleep from last crate, if not too late. Let me see what I can find there for you. Testament and Sleep. What did I do with that crate? You're talking about In Parabellum and Sleep. I know what you're talking about. I thought you were like saying, read some Testaments and go to sleep. This is sold to Jake Gold. Testament and Sleep. Got it. Def Leppard has a bid for $25. I also have Millie Jackson, A Moment's Pleasure. That is sealed for $12.50. Bob Dylan Infidels is $12.50. Now, David, there's another box of Japanese pressings we didn't even open this week. We will get those rolling on Monday. Dylan's $12.50. Christina Curtis on Lionel Richie. Half off crate here. No more, no less. Very easy here. I got one more Testament left. Beautiful copy of the Stones Hot Rocks here. I mean, a really, really nice copy with the sticker on the top. $20 on the Stones. Def Leppard has bids for $25, $25, $26. We got Getz and Gilberto. Get Set. Compliments of Merchants National Bank. I thought that was unusual. $32.50. That means it's $32.50 off. $32.50 off on that one. That's pretty wild. Also, we have Bill Evans, Master Pianist. Bill Evans box set from 1983 is now $20 for Bill Evans. And then Seals and Croft, Sudan Village. Seals and Croft is sealed for $7.50. Joe Walsh, So What? Joe Walsh is $10, and the Pointer Sisters, Black and White, $5 on the Pointer Sisters. Adam Bernardi gets the Bill Evans box set. Chad Smith on the Rolling Stones. Nice stuff there being sold. How about the Billie Holiday Story Volume 3? That's just $13.50 for Billie Holiday. And Los Go-Go. This is Grabciones Complementes y Razaras. That's a Spain, $15 on that. Delta Blues Band with Billy Cross, $12.50 on that. Also over here, we have Man for Man's Earthman watch, $5 on that. So over here, Def Leppard, the most recent bid is Scully Mack at 26. So Todd Coe, you're out, and Sean Miller, you're out. Adam Bernardi got Bill Evans. Chad Smith got the Stones. Cindy next on Bill Evans. Donna next on Bill Evans. Tom Sullivan first on Billie Holiday. Donna next on Billie Holiday. And then Wayne Bartow on S&C. That was probably for Seals and Croft. It is. Cindy third on Billie Holiday. Chad Smith fourth on Billie Holiday. Def Leppard's at $28. John Lennon Double Fantasy is $10. Man for Man sold to Cindy Jones. We also have Peter Cetera. Whoops. Peter Cetera is $5. And we have the Rolling Stones. Nice. A UK copy, non-lenticular, but super cool. Their Satanic Majesty's Request for $25. Nice Stones. Air Supply, the one that you love. Air Supply is $5. X-Wing 81 on Peter Cetera. Adam Bernardi second on Peter Cetera. Brian Adams Into the Fire. Brian Adams is $7.50. Eagles, their greatest hits. $17.50 on the Eagles for their greatest hits. No condition notes on that. $17.50. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut. $20 on Pink Floyd. Wow, Pink Floyd in the half-off crate. I told y'all I didn't look through this one. Cindy Jones on the Rolling Stones. Ed Riviera third on Peter Cetera. Def Leppard's now at $29. Everybody else is out. Susie Breelove on Brian Adams. That's so to Susie Breelove. Mac Davis, Stop and Smell the Roses. $5 for Mac Davis. Flat and Scruggs. Final Fling. $10 on Flat and Scruggs. And Chad Atkins, Legendary Performer Volume 1. Chad is $5. Ed Riviera second on Brian Adams. Susie was first to that one. The Prince and the Pauper, that's a Disney record there, $7.50. Chad Smith on the Eagles' greatest hits, that's so. Dave Surratt in a third on Brian Adams. Chris Martin first on Air Supply, that's so to Chris Martin. Next is the original and great Carter Family, $5 on that. Sully first on Chet Atkins, that's so to Sully. And we have Gary Grant and Sophia Loren Houseboat soundtrack. That is now $10 on Houseboat soundtrack. Def Leppard is $29. I'm about to sell it. Eagles is already sold. We have Interstate Gold by Dave Dudley, and this is a 1980 press on Sun, and that is on the gold label, or gold vinyl, I mean, $7.50. Michael Cimbello, Maniac, $5 for that 12-inch single. At his very best, Duke Ellington. Duke Ellington is $5, and Henry Gross Release, Shannon, $5 on that. Cindy Jones on Carter Family. That is so to Cindy Jones. Gone. See you later, Carter Family. Barry White sings For Someone You Love. Barry White is $5. Next is Scott Arnold wants the gold one. That was Dave Dudley. That's so to Scott Arnold. Melanie Jennings on Duke for Duke Ellington. Greg Beddinger second on Carter Family. Sully next on Duke Ellington. Christina next on the Carter Family. Def Leppard has a new bid for $30. Sully, you're out. Cyclone Dove next on Dave Dudley. Jason next on Dave Dudley. Wayne Bartow on KK. And KK was for, I'm not for sure on that, Wayne Bartow. That might have been earlier. KK, I don't see a KK. And then Chris Farrar next on Carter Family. Cindy Jones next on Duke Ellington. Donna on Barry White. Jackie next on Barry White. Michelle next on Barry White. Cindy next on Barry White. Chad Smith next on Duke Ellington. This is the Rascal C. $10 on the Rascals. Neil Diamond Moods is $6.50. Also, Manhattan Live, that is $5 for Manhattan Transfer Live. Burl Ives sings A Little White Ducky, $5 on that. And then Def Leppard is officially sold to Sean Miller for $30. Thank you, Sean. That's sold to you. Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits, $5 on Ray Parker Jr. Barry Gardeau, he was in a band called Boston, $10 on that. Foreign Love, Hank Lachlan, $5 on Foreign Love. Chris Christopherson and the Border Lords, that is sealed, $17.50 on Chris Christopherson. And Uma Sumac, voice of the Extaby, Italian 10-inch press, $10 on that. Donna wants to pass Barry to Jackie. Barry White, the first claim came in with Donna, and she said, give it to Jackie Reynolds instead, okay? We can do that. Wayne Bartow, there's your KK claim. You saw that one a little early. Yep, you got to wait till I actually show it, but you still got it. Thank you. Tom Sullivan was second, all right? Let's run through those again. Another speed run. We almost sold 2/3 of that crate. Let's do it again. We got CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, one of their original studio albums, Down on the Corner, Fortunate Sons on there, $17.50. Uma Sumac, and so does Cindy Jones. Vols win. Finally, we beat the streak in Gainesville. Finally. Oh, my gosh. It's off our shoulders. Hermits is sealed, $7.50. The Players Association is $10. The Very Best of Little Auntie and the Imperials, $10. Bob Wills and Tommy Duncan, A Living Legend, $7.50. The Five Royals was sealed, $12.50. Sabu was $7.50. Deion Jackson Golden Classic sealed, $12.50. Millie Jackson sealed for $12.50. Bob Dylan Infidels was $12.50. Getz Gilberto, $32.50. 64 mono with a promo giveaway sticker on the front. Joe Walsh is $10. The Pointer Sisters Black and White, $5. Lost Go-Go, a Spain pressing, looks like Garage, $15. And Delta Blues Band with Billy Cross, 79 Denmark press, $12.50 on that. Chris Farrar got CCR. That's sold to Chris Farrar. Herman's Hermits, I believe, is sealed, and that is sold to Chuck Egger for $7.50. We got John Lennon Double Fantasy. People say I'm crazy doing what I'm doing. John Lennon, $10. Pink Floyd for $20. Unbelievable. Pink Floyd, the final cut in the discount bin for $20. Mac Davis, Stop and Smell the Roses, $5. Flat and Scruggs is $10. Prince and Pauper is $7.50. And Gary Grant, Sophia Loren. So that is actually, for pure musical purposes, this is Houseboat, music by George Dunning. Millie Jackson was A Moment's Pleasure, sealed with hop sticker, $12.50 on that one. Larry Gonzalez did get the Pointer Sisters. And then next is What Title's Millie Jackson. Adam but just asked as well. Tom Sullivan on Joe Walsh. Let's go ahead and tag that. Joe Walsh is sold to Tom Sullivan. And then we had Michael Cimbello, Maniac, $5. And then we have Henry Gross, Release, $5. Chris Farrar picking up the Dylan. Beautiful boy on that one too. Adam, if you don't want Millie Jackson, Donna's going to get it. Chris Martin, second on John Lennon. The Rascals was $10. And then we have Neil Diamond Moods for $6.50. The Players Association, I believe, was $10. Turn the music up. It's on Vanguard. It's a gold stamp promo. $10 on that. Yep, $10 on that. $10. Also, we have Manhattan Transfer Live, $5. Donna Turner, you are getting Millie Jackson. James Chilcott wants Delta and Walsh. Walsh is already sold, but I can give you the Delta Blues. That is sold to James Chilcott. We had Burl Lives for $5. Little White Duck. Ray Parker Jr. Greatest Hits was $5. Barry Gardeau was $10. And Foreign Love, Hank Lachlan, $5. Wow. That was a busy one. Make sure everybody's lag comes in. Sees a few Facebook people that are about 30 seconds behind everybody else. Got to make sure y'all's lags hit. I don't know. Should we go ahead and do one more to close out the night since that one was so successful? What do y'all say? Then this is the last in the stack. And I don't think there's much more vintage back here because these John crates, they've been getting gone. And then Laura stuff, there's not a lot of pre-owned stuff left back here. Maybe knock out one more, huh? Eric Squindo on Pink Floyd is near mint. OG copy, no condition notes. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Eric Squindo on Players. And where did I put that at? Maybe one more. The next one's going to be check condition. Eric Squindo gets Players for $10. Yeah, and then Scott Arnold gets Pink Floyd. Yeah, this one has Not Now John, and I like Two Sons in the Sunset. Two Sons in the Sunset. I think the next one's going to be check condition, okay? Anybody else? So quick bundle price, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 20 records. I'm going to pull out Getz and Gilberto. 20 records, everything left. Hold on a second. Barry Gordeau, Sully, $10. That was the half off price. Shrink, maybe 19 if he claims that one. So 19 records, not counting Barry Gordeau. This is, let's do these for $70. You can buy everything that's left for $70. $70. Barry Gordeau, yeah, from Boston. That is sold for $10 to Sully, okay? So over here, we have $70 for 19 records. So everything left for $368 a piece. While I'm grabbing the next crate, maybe somebody will want though. The only thing we just sold out of is Barry Gordeau, and I pulled out the $65 Getz Gilberto. That one record's worth, I think, as much as the entire crate for the bundle price. So think about it, but think long and you'll think wrong. Think long and you'll think wrong. I wonder where my cheese sticks are at. Pizza Hut cheese sticks. Good stuff. Bundle deal, anybody? Think about it. If not, a few of these may end up in the morning flip video. I see a few for sure I'll put in there. But if not, I'd love to just sell everything in there to y'all. Let's go ahead and put them over here. And let's get to this half off check condition crate. Here we go. Hope you're all ready for these. Half off. No more, no less. It's the real difference in Laura Paul crate. No, not really. So they just grab stuff and mark it. John goes after classic rock, pop, and jazz, and soul and art. That was a John crate right there. Laura usually, if we buy a collection with like modern reissues and modern records and modern bands, she'll do those. Like John was sorting through this new collection. He found a bunch of Taylor Swift stuff. He gave all that to Laura. So if I see a John crate, most of the time it's like classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, R&B, soul. Paul will mark just about anything too when he does mark records. And with Laura marks probably the second most here, and she does a lot of modern stuff, or she picks stuff she personally likes. So if we buy a collection, they usually, if we buy a new collection, they all have their music taste, and they seem to pull out stuff they like first because they like handling it and they like pricing it and looking it up. But sometimes we'll get down to stuff they don't like pricing, and then you'll be like, a Laura crate will be full of classic rock. Not saying she doesn't like classic rock, but she just doesn't price it as much. And so a lot of, and plus, like, Laura goes after modern reissues. And so, like, there'll be like a pre-owned Zeppelin album for just $24.99, which those are new, 30 or 35 bucks. And so people grab them up like so quick. That's like why we go through a Laura crate, there's nothing left. She's got stuff like $10 and $15 below retail. And sometimes it's like just a lightly used copy. Because we buy a lot of collections from people who just bought from us, maybe. Like, we just went to Houston and bought back records from a guy that's been buying from us from years. He had to sell his collection. So it's like, it's basically on sale new vinyl. Rosington Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. VG Plus, $9. We got John Wade Ignition. John Wade is VG Plus, $7.50 for John Wade. Also over here, we have Styx, Paradise Theater. Styx is VG Condition, $5. Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, VG, $5 for Saturday Night Fever. The Police in Yada Mandata, VG Plus, $9. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG, $7.50. Expose Exposure, VG Condition, $5. Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen, VG Plus, $7.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less, just FYI. Tom Sullivan first on P, and P was for the Police, so did Tom Sullivan. Sully got Saturday Night, that's so does Sully. And then over here, we have the Gentrys, Keep on Dancing. VG Condition, $5, your lag. The lag has to do with the connection between Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. It really has nothing to do with your internet connection. Twitch just seems to have an advantage on speed. It's just because they're built for streaming. They're built for streaming, and everybody else isn't. So Twitch is a streaming platform. That's why everybody over there has a quicker grab. Okay, Joe put high L, but he meant Jimmy. So Jimi Hendrix is sold to Joe Castillo. He was next on that one. Cindy Jones first on Waits, and that was sold over here to Cindy Jones. Chad Smith got Styx. That is sold to Chad Smith. Greg Bedinger next on the Police. Larry Gonzalez next on Hendrix. Biddlecombe on Jimmy. And I bet he meant Jimi Hendrix. And then Joe Castillo was first. James Chilcott third. Christina next on Saturday Night Fever. Stanley Richmond next on Styx. And then we have Christina next on Styx and Jason. Now, here's the problem. Jason, I don't know who you are because I just see your handle, and I don't know who J.Son1978 is. So you do get expose, but I definitely need you to let me know who you actually are, okay? And we still got the Gentrys, we got Traffic, and we got Ross and Collins Band. And those were $9, $7.50, and $5, okay? Here we go. Next thing is this. Red Rose Speedway, Paul McCartney, VG, $6.50. Also, the Woman in Red soundtrack, Stevie Wonder, VG $6.50. Traffic, When the Eagle Flies, VG $5. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, I wonder what she's doing tonight, VG $5. That's Joe Sontag on Expose. Joe Sontag is at J.Son1978. Thank you. Doc and Merle Watson, Red Rocking Chair, that's VG Plus, $7.50. UFO is VG $6.50. Oh boy. So we have UFO, Doc Merle Watson, Tommy Boyce Hart, Traffic, Woman in Red, Stevie Wonder, Paul McCartney. Also Elvis, nice, an earlier copy here. VG Plus, $7.50 for Elvis Gold Records. Cindy Jones on Mac, and Mac was for McCartney. That's so to Cindy Jones. The best of the Guess Who, These Eyes, dun, 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 dun. VG Condition, $5. Biddlecombe on Elvis, sold. Joe Castillo, UFO, sold. $8 in limited shipping. Last crate, take advantage. The Who, Mitty Bitty Big and Bouncy, VG $6.50. The Best of Blondie. Wow, this is a weird price. $47.99. That's $24. $24 on Blondie. In Shrink, nice. EX, Best of. U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. VG Plus, $12.50. Barry Gordeau. Yeah, that was, wait a minute. Did Barry Gordeau? Somebody already got it. Sully, I already claimed that one, Carol. He asked how much was Barry Gordeau, and then he bought it, and then you asked about it. So, yeah, he already got that earlier. Sorry about that. Yeah, he already claimed that. Tom Sullivan on the Who. Chris Farrar on the Guess Who. Big difference there. And then Tom Sullivan on U2 and Garrett Seipert on Blondie. So we sold Who, Guess Who, U2, and Blondie. A lot of Who. Ooh. And then we have Beatles, Magical Mystery Tour. Holy moly. $10. Purple Kappa label. There is an X. Your mother should know. Dun, feel like one of beautiful people. Next is Ted Nugent, State of Shock. VG plus $5. Rush. The cover is beat to death. The vinyl's VG, but that's why it's only $7.50. Stanley next on U2. Beatles Revolver and Mono for $15. You got to be kidding me. What is going on all of a sudden? Joe Costello first on the Beatles, then Tom Sullivan, then Nashville Tiger, and then Scully Mack on Ted Nugent. Let's see who gets the next Beatles. Nashville Tiger was third on the last one. Ted Nugent, so does Scully Mack. Greg Beddinger put Nearly. And then over here, we got Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG plus $12.50. Garrett Seipert got Revolver. Thomas Reed next on Revolver. Greg Bendinger next on Ted Nugent. Jim Croce, Life and Times, VG plus $5. And Kansas Mask is VG plus $5. And now we have Chad Smith on Rush. That is so. Nashville Tiger put B. That's for Beatles. You were third. Stanley Richmond put Review. You were fourth. Jeff Church on Eagles Greatest Hits. That's so to Jeff Church. Next is Rick Springfield, Beautiful Feelings, VG plus $5 on Rick Springfield. T for the Tillerman, Cat Stevens, VG plus $5. And Nectar is EX Condition, $9. Pink Floyd Relics is VG plus $13.50. We have This Is Fats Domino, VG plus $15. And Grand Funk Survival, VG $5. All right, so still people trying to claim Eagle, still people trying to claim Revolver. Folks, those are gone. So is the Rolling Stones here in just a second when somebody claims it's only rock and roll, and I like it. VG plus $12.50 for the Stones. We got Rare Earth Ma, VG $6.50 on that one. Paul Richards on Pink Floyd. Nashville Tiger was next on Pink Floyd. Kevin Willis third on Pink Floyd. Another Beatles. Hey Jude or the Beatles again. VG $10 on that. Cindy Jones put T for the Tillerman, so does Cindy Jones. Tom Sullivan on the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll, and I like it. Eric Squindo wants Doc and Merle Watson from earlier. Back here, Doc and Merle Watson is so to Eric Squindo. Chad Smith third on Pink Floyd. Shakedown first on this Beatles. Then Tom Sullivan, then Paul Richards. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And this is in VG condition, $5. And New Edition, Under the Blue Moon, New Edition is VG plus $7.50. Wow, this crate's filled up. Let me swap out crates right quick. That one's full. And let me grab this black crate over here behind me and lay it right here. And so we had Beatles, Shakedown, Tom Sullivan next, Paul Richards, Stanley Richmond, Cindy Jones, Corey next on Rolling Stones, but Corey first possibly on JC. Not for sure. Jim Croce, possibly Corey. If so, that's so to you. REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream, VG plus $7.50. Roy Orbison in Dreams is VG $12.50. Meet the Searchers, Needles and Pins, VG $6.50. John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic, VG $5. And Rosalind and Collins Band, Anytime, Any Place, Anywhere, VG $6.50. Okay, so next is Christina on New Edition. Let's tag that for Christina Curtis. Thank you on that one. And then let's run through those again, okay? Let's do those again. Next is Tom Sullivan on Roy Orbison. Or, excuse me, REO. No, he wants Roy Orbison, I bet. RO, Roy Orbison. So to Tom Sullivan. David Jennings on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. All right, that's so to David Jennings, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Thank you on that. Let's run through those one more time. First thing I have is Rosalind Collins Band. So I got a VG Plus copy for $9, and I've got a VG copy for $6.50. So you're depending on grade there. 2 copies there. Wayne Bartow wants John Barleycorn Must Die. Tom Sullivan says Roy Orbison, yes. And then the name of the nectar was EX $9. That's not the name. It's called Down to Earth. EX $9 on that one, Thomas Reed. 2 Rosalind and Collins Band. REO Speedwagon is still available. VG plus $7.50. Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen, VG plus $7.50. The Gentrys, Keep on Dancing, VG $5. Stevie Wonder, The Woman in Red, VG $6.50. Traffic, When the Eagle Flies, 2 Traffics left. That one's $5. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, Wonder What She's Doing Tonight, VG $5. Kansas is VG $5. and Rick Springfield VG plus 5. And this is Fats Domino VG plus 1350. Grand Funk Survivals VG 5. Rare Earth Mall was VG 650. And the Searchers Needles and Pins VG 650 on the Searchers. Okay, one more crate. Then y'all talk me into another one. Then y'all talk me into another one. Then y'all talk me into another one. I'm like y'all's crack dealer. Over here, we got, what nectar was that? This was asked, and then Adam Bernardi wants it. If you don't want it, Thomas Reed. So, Thomas, your dibs. And then Susie's third in line. Leslie Wickline on Oreo Speedwagon. Hey, my cheese sticks are here. It's really over now. I was wanting to be done with my flip videos so I could drive home and eat those at my house, but by the time I do the videos now, I might try to come back out here in the morning and do the 9. Hey, if I do that, it won't get done, though. Let me tell y'all, the commitment to make these morning videos every night really kills my momentum to just leave right after a sale. Because I got to film those, upload them, film another one and upload them. And I usually could just leave. And this commitment to make those videos every morning now is a real time constraint. But I love it because we sell like an additional 7 full crate, like a whole night's worth of show, a whole show worth of vinyl just doing those videos every morning. So, all right, anybody else? I got to stop there. I got to go. I got to eat. I got to go to bed. I got to go eat in the morning. I got to come back here and get ready. I got to stop. This is only the 7th night in a row we've sold vinyl. At some point, I've got to say, we got to stop. And unfortunately, I haven't stopped on Saturday night in a long time at 10:30. Last night, I went for 10 and a half hours to make up for me stopping early tonight. So let me get off here. I'm going to upload some videos for y'all in the morning, 6 a.m., 9 a.m. video. I've already got a couple crates picked out. That'll be the last couple opportunities to add stuff to your vinyl. Thank y'all as always. And I'll be here tomorrow night doing a sale too. And then that means I've also got to be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'm going to be doing 15 straight shows. So, and then I'm going to be off Saturday for the Tennessee game. So I'm going to be doing 15 straight shows. 15 straight shows. So, including tomorrow. Please tune in tomorrow. Any time of the night, hop on. It's going to be pretty cool to watch, okay? Hopefully, I can sell y'all a lot of Christmas gifts. Hopefully, I can sell you and your family a lot of Christmas gifts. And I do need to do a delegation. I'm about to have Laura pre-make up the vintage crates or something, or Paul, somebody have them ready, so I just have to film it. Filming it just takes about 5 minutes, but trying to pick out what I want to put in there is always the challenge. So tomorrow is an in-store sale. Old school, me holding a phone and walking around selling pretty much anything but records. I'm sure we'll show some records up front on the racks and stuff, but it's going to be like just all the other collectibles that we deal in. I mean, it's anything. We're going to be going through tubs. I don't know how I'm going to really do it, but I'm going to try to sell everything that we can get our hands on tomorrow, okay? I hate ending a show when there's 196 people still watching. Hey, we did sell we sold 6 crates tonight. That's pretty amazing because I went through everything so fast early. I started a half hour earlier, and I blew through all the metal auctions in like an hour and a half. So, no bid Billy Joe, I'll take it. All right, John LeBeatty on Billy Joe. Thank you on that, $25. So to John LeBeatty. All right, I'll see y'all again tomorrow. About this time tomorrow, we will probably be rolling selling stuff. So 24 hours from now, come back and see that. And thank y'all. I'm in the feed. Go to the group and pre-order stuff. Go over to a whole lot of records and just start pre-ordering everything you see. Thank y'all for being incredible customers. This would not be successful without y'all watching every night, so y'all are the best. Thank you. I'm going to go do these videos and eat some food. Thank you, and I'll be back tomorrow, okay? Be watching for an announcement tomorrow on exact time. Exact time tomorrow to be determined. I'm going to pencil it in at 4 or 5. And if I'm back from the Rose Garden earlier and Tanner and Jake's ready, we might go ahead and just get started. Okay? So, but I'll be on all night. So just be sure to check on the channel